Wednesday, August 6th, your Los Angeles City Council considered items 20 and 21 together. These items would change the municipal code to enhance arrest authority for street service investigators and authorize administrative penalties for illegal street dumping of trash. District 6 Councilmember Tony Cardenas explains the enhancements.
These two items are about amending the Los Angeles Municipal Code. The first one is amending the code section 61.07, and the second one is amending the code of section 66.25, which basically is going to give more authority to the staff in the city of Los Angeles to do a better job and to do more out on the streets and be more effective and immediate about citing people when it comes to illegal dumping, and also the fines that we're allowed to mandate on the people that we find that it may have a first or second or third or more violations. So I think it's really important for people to understand that even though you see your government is having all the tools to do something that really bothers you, sometimes what we have to do is we have to review all the tools that we have and then decide whether or not we're going to enhance those tools. In this particular case, it's about amending the municipal code in two sections so that we have more teeth out there in the field and that we are giving our workers more authority and more responsibility to do that work.
Gary Harris, who will join us shortly, explains the fines and the expected results.
One of the most important aspects of these new ordinances is the ability of the city to directly hold accountable violators for illegal dumping. The proposal will allow us to charge $500 up to $1,000 administrative penalties, which in return gives us funding to put back into illegal dumping enforcement. So it also creates an important funding stream for us to do more for the illegal dumping surveillance citywide and the illegal dumping enforcement. Butte County, California initiated a proposal with the administrative fines based on the evidence found in trash and debris in their county, and they credited with a 75% reduction in the occurrence of illegal dumping in that county. We're very confident that with these new tools, we hope to see the same type of result here in the city of Los Angeles.
Referring to illegal dumping, District 9 Councilmember Jan Perry tells why she believes these penalties are justified.
It is egregious, it's horrendous, and it's also a health risk, and I'm really pleased that LAPD is going to be working together with the inspectors. I spoke with the commander of South Bureau yesterday and indicated that we would be happy to give him a briefing based on our experiences in dealing with contagious diseases, MRSA, and staph infections that sometimes go hand in hand with people who are living on the street and are accumulating large amounts of items that are in alleys because it can pose a health risk to the inspector, the enforcement person, as well as the person who's living on the street. So I think these penalties are justified and will aid us greatly in the field in terms of enforcement and getting people to modify their behavior, because many times the people who are dumping are people from within the neighborhood.
Also having questions for staff, District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl asks about specific dollar amounts for the fines.
We want to go forward with this. It's a no-brainer. How are we going to enforce it? How do we do it?
Well, one of the benefits of this proposal is that when we go out, currently we're doing a lot of surveillance, trying to catch people in the act of illegal dumping. What this allows us to do is in those cases where we don't witness the dumping, but we are able to retrieve from the trash and debris evidence of who's responsible, we have the added benefit now that we will be sending them the administrative notices to which a penalty will be attached to. Currently, the city, we send out administrative notices, but we do not have the authority to charge an administrative fine. So there's really no penalty.
So there's
for
going to be a
dumping
bite.
illegally.
There's going to be a bite in that letter.
Exactly.
Just throw it away. And how much of a bite will it be? Do we have dollar figures and clarity?
Our proposal, our initial fine would be $500.
$500.
The second fine within a 12-month period would be $750. The third would be $1,000, and the fourth occasion would be charged as a criminal misdemeanor. In all cases, the cost of cleanup would be additional to the administrative fine.
Very good. How are you going to know who's who and who threw the garbage out and who did this and that?
Well, it's very similar to the process used for sign enforcement. Once the notice is issued to the violator, if they come into the office and are able to show us proof that they gave the debris to a waste hauler or some other individual, then our collection procedure would be transferred to that person for responsibility. So there is a safeguard so that just because someone's information is in the trash and debris, there is a hearing that they can transfer responsibility.
But they will get hit up for $500 first time out the gate?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we get the word out to everybody out there that's been doing all this illegal dumping? You do it again, you're going to get nailed.
Well, one of the things we're working on with the City Attorney's Office, the LAPD, and the Public Affairs Office of the Board of Public Works is that we are going to do a media campaign. We have a new grant that was recently approved for $500,000 from the California Environmental Protection Agency, which does have some funding for a public relations campaign, and we hope to make this ordinance a part of that public relations campaign.
Excellent. It has to be, obviously, because giving people notice, letting them know that we're watching you this time, we're going to nail you this time, that might curb their behavior.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much for doing this, and thank you again, Ms. Perry. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on these items and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved.
And joining us now from Public Works Street Services is Chief Investigator Gary Harris. Mr. Harris, welcome back to Council Week in Review.
Well, thank you for having me back.
First, before we get into trash dumping specifically, what other duties do your investigators perform? And by the way, how many people do you have on the job?
We have currently 45 investigators working in the Bureau of Street Services. We perform any and everything related to the use or misuse of the public right-of-way. What that entails is such violations as encroachment, illegal sign posting, illegal dumping, illegal vending or street sales activity, even the regulation of extra legal loads, that would be overweight, over length, over height, or any combination thereof vehicles who move around the public right-of-way. A good example of that would be house moves. So we do a number of things related to the public right-of-way.
So you really are Street Services investigating everything that is within the purview of the Bureau.
Yes, we are.
On to trash dumping and the illegal dumping of trash. How widespread is it, and what's the cost to the city?
You know, a recent survey said that out of 61 cities and counties that responded, illegal dumping cost $87 million a year to the state of California to mitigate. Here locally, we spend approximately $12 million a year mitigating illegal dumping. So it's a very huge problem. In fact, in one area of the city alone, the southeast area, in fiscal year 06-07, the city spent $1 million in that area alone picking up illegally dumped trash and debris.
What's the procedure for finding the violators, and how do you prove that they actually did it?
Well, we do a lot of proactive surveillance in areas where we know dumping occurs, and that represents the numbers where we make actual detentions and arrests for illegal dumping. But in addition to that, obviously there are a number of occasions that are going to occur where we're not going to be able to catch the violator in the act. So there are investigators actually physically go through the trash and debris and search for evidence that leads back to a violator. We find things ranging from credit card bills, phone bills, pieces of mail, things that can be used for identity theft are left in trash and debris on our public right-of-way, and we use it to assign responsibility back to those who placed it there.
And of course, that doesn't prove that they are the actual people who did it, just that they were a source. Perhaps someone else actually discarded it there.
That's correct. And so what we do once we've identified that person, we seek information from them on who they gave the trash to. Many times it was a private waste hauler, an unpermitted hauler, who took the trash and debris from them for a fee. Obviously, then our enforcement activity is transferred to that person.
Now, as you know, the council approved going forward on two items. The first, an ordinance that would enhance arrest authority for your street service investigators. What will that enhancement be, and how will it help enforcement?
Well, one of the key provisions of the enhanced authority, it makes it an actual misdemeanor crime to fail to comply with the lawful order issued by the Bureau of Street Services. Currently, we can issue a cleanup order, cleanup notice, but we don't have any teeth behind it from a legal perspective to make the person responsible clean up the illegal dumping. This ordinance gives us the power that we could actually charge it as a crime to fail to comply with such an order.
The other measure, of course, going to the city attorney, would authorize administrative penalties, as they're called. That sounds a little benign. Doesn't sound like it has anything to do with illegal dumping, but if you would, please explain for our viewers how the penalties might actually work.
The importance of the administrative fine program is, again, the occasions where we're not able to actually witness the illegal dumping. Under California law, for us to charge it as a crime, we have to witness the dumping take place, one of the investigators. So obviously, on a number of occasions, we're going to be searching through the trash and debris trying to find out who's responsible. In those cases, this ordinance allows us, in addition to cleanup fees, to charge an administrative fine. It's a graduated fine. First offense in 12 months is $500. Second offense is $750. And the third offense, $1,000. If we have 4 violations in one calendar year, then it is charged as a criminal offense. This also allows us to charge the fine in addition to any cleanup costs incurred by the Bureau. We think that'll be a very significant deterrent for illegal dumping in Los Angeles.
Financial penalties, fines, whatever you call them, administrative penalties, have been tried out in other communities. Do you have a feel for how successful or not they have already been in other places?
Yes, Butte County, one of the places that we looked at to pattern our ordinance after, had a 75% reduction in illegal dumping once they instituted an administrative fine program along with dedicated enforcement personnel.
In the course of your enforcement, you work, of course, with other agencies, including the LAPD. How does that relationship work?
We work very closely with the Los Angeles Police Department, and in fact, it is through a memorandum of agreement that we're authorized to have the authorities that we exercise related to arrest, vehicle impounds, and other law enforcement type activities. So it is an extremely cooperative program that we have working with the Los Angeles Police Department. And in fact, we've recently come to an agreement with the LAPD to increase our activities, particularly in the South LA area, using the resources of both departments together to make a more effective dent in illegal dumping in the areas of the cities that are having the hardest impact from illegal dumping. But it's not just the police department. We also work very closely with the neighborhood prosecutor program in the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. We interact with various state agencies such as the Environmental Protection Agency, the California Department of Fish and Game, as well, who assist us with illegal dumping related issues for areas under their purview.
You just made reference a couple of times to the fact that there are many areas in the city where you do have, I guess you would call them hotspots of illegal dumping. What is common about these areas, or is it just all kinds of different places around the city? What sorts of places?
Generally, we're talking about areas that are alleys, are secluded streets, dead-end streets, places of very little activity in the night hours, early morning hours, where it is very easy to dump without being detected. In areas, particularly the south area of the city, you'll find that the highly impacted dumping areas are generally going to be alleys, areas under freeway overpasses. So the unique characteristic, obviously, is the seclusion of the area, especially during non-business hours.
Obviously, there are some hill slopes that end up with illegally dumped materials, too. People just pull off the side of the road and, unfortunately, toss them.
That's correct. And being as large as we are, the city of Los Angeles, we experience almost every type of illegal dumping that occurs. We have an example of it, unfortunately, here in our city. But we do think with the new authorities and the new fines that we will be able to make an impact.
Speaking of the fines, once they are collected, do they go to your department to help with enforcement, or are they just directed into the city's general fund?
As proposed, the new ordinance would allow those fines to go back to the department and to be specifically used for illegal dumping enforcement. This would help with our proactive surveillance program to augment the funding there so that we can do even more surveillance on those areas where we're experiencing the most impact on illegal dumping.
I understand you're about to launch a media campaign on this subject. Tell us, in fact, I guess you're launching it at this moment. Tell us about the media campaign.
Well, we're working closely with the City Attorney's Office and also our Public Affairs Office to launch a campaign based on the Don't Dump on LA slogan to really get the impact out, such as Caltrans has done with their program about California roadways, to get the public to become aware of the impact that it has on the community, particularly the cost. One of the things that we think the message may not have gotten out properly is that the city is spending $12 million that could be more effectively spent on the infrastructure of the city just to mitigate illegal dumping. Unfortunately, many people have the attitude that if I leave something on the street, the city's going to pick it up anyway. And they don't see it as an additional cost to the city because they see it as something their taxes have already paid for. Well, the city does have services to help you when you need trash pickup. As a matter of fact, an example, the bulky item pickup program that has been very successful in helping, especially multifamily housing units, in getting rid of this types of trash and debris without creating an illegal dumping system on the street. So we want to make sure that the public is fully aware of all the legal resources available to dispose of their trash and the benefit to the community by redirecting that $12 million into services so direly needed.
You just brought up the bulky item pickup. I think we should probably remind viewers that that's a different bureau in the Department of Public Works. That's the Bureau of Sanitation. You can schedule. You actually have to make an appointment for it on your normal pickup day by dialing 311, of course. We've talked about trash and other things that sound kind of benign, but I imagine you've run into a lot of pretty dangerous things that are dumped as well and have to deal with them differently.
Yes, we have. In fact, under California law, it's a felony to dump hazardous materials in any public property, and we have had occasions where the things that we've found in the trash and debris are toxic substances, medical waste, and other things that could be a serious public health danger to the public. And so this is also another aspect of illegal dumping that we hope to curb with some of the enhanced arrest powers that have been granted to our street services investigators that will allow them also to make arrests for these more serious issues.
Do you find that in some cases these are businesses dumping things that they otherwise would have to pay some sort of a fee to get rid of legally and properly?
Yes, we do. It's very common that a lot of the dumping is done for financial gain, either by those involved in the types of business, as you mentioned, where there's a higher cost to get rid of those items, things like waste tires, which we find a lot of in the dumping, of the illegal dumping around the city. We also find that a lot of the dumping comes from those who are contracted to pick up waste, and so obviously their financial incentive is not to pay the tip fees when they go to a legal dump site.
Finally, what should our viewers, or anyone for that matter, what should they do if they witness or know about illegal dumping within the city of Los Angeles?
We advise everyone to immediately call 311 so that we can send out proper personnel to deal with the illegal dumping immediately. If the illegal dumping is in progress and we receive the notification through 311, we will send investigators out to hopefully apprehend those who are in violation of our city ordinances. If the material has already been dumped and we need to clean it up, 311 again is still the same number to call for either enforcement or for the cleanup of illegal dumping. And if you do witness it and you're unable to call us as soon as it occurs, any information that you could provide for us about the violator would be helpful, particularly things like license plate numbers, description of the vehicle driven, a description of the person that was doing the illegal dumping. All that information can be very helpful for us in actually identifying the violator. And if your information leads to a successful conviction, the city offers a $1,000 reward for that type of information.
Well, I'm glad you managed to get that in. Bureau of Street Services Chief Investigator Gary Harris, thanks for coming back on Council Week in Review.
Thank you.
Again, the items to enhance arrest authority for street service investigators and implement administrative penalties for illegal street dumping will go to the city attorney to prepare ordinances for final city council approval. You can listen to city council meetings as well as committee and commission meetings on the telephone by using the city's council phone system. In the downtown area, dial 213-621-CITY. In West LA, dial 310-471-CITY. For the San Pedro area, dial 310-547-CITY. And in the San Fernando Valley, dial 818-904-9450. And just follow the recorded instructions for the meetings you want to hear. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. Remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending August 8th, 2008. On behalf of Ephraim Monabot and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
In the city of Los Angeles, when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Hey, John, lower the gun, buddy. John, leave the gun.
Working as a team.
Go ahead and put the gun down. John, nobody's going to come at you, all right? But I'd feel a whole lot better if you were to lower that gun.
To protect and to serve.
Why don't you come back here to me, all right? All right, that's good. Walk toward me with your hands up, John. Put your hands up.
All units code 4 to 6.
Thanks for working with me.
299, show me code 6 on the auto search for the Amber Alert.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
Another positive hit on this bag.
We believe at this time that the vehicle is in our custody.
Any available unit to respond to the northeast corner, 7th and Bush for the Amber Alert.
14 X11, show us responding.
Cycle 2, we're en route.
This is it.
For the officers of the LAPD, it's all in a day's work. Protecting our families.
Look at your daddy.
They take pride in what they do.
Code from the Amber Alert. Missing child found and returned to parent. Suspect in custody.
LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, August 13th, 2008. Thank you to council members Alarcon, Labange, Rosendahl Smith, Wesson Zine, and Garcetti. We would ask that council members Cardenas, Huizar, Parks, and Perry make their way down to the council chamber so we can begin our city council meeting. For those of you who are unable to attend today, we are clearly broadcasting on Channel 35. You can also go to www.lacity.org to listen on the computer as well as by telephone. We encourage your participation here as well as in the San Fernando Valley where we are able to have a direct contact and members who are able to speak there at our Van Nuys City Hall. We do meet there the first Friday of each month for the Los Angeles City Council meeting. We do start at 10 o'clock. I'd ask again council members Cardenas, Huizar, Parks, and Perry to make their way down to council chambers. We do expect Ms. Hahn at 10:30 this morning.
We have Ms. Hahn is excused to arrive at 10:30 today, and Mr. Reyes and Mr. Weiss are excused today. That means we are waiting for Mr. Parks and Mr. Huizar and Mr. Cardenas to begin our meeting. Mr. Parks, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Cardenas, if you'll please join us. We have a very full agenda, so if you'll please come down right away, we can begin the meeting. Thank you. Final quorum call for Mr. Parks, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Cardenas to join us right away. It's a final quorum call to constitute a quorum and begin our meeting this morning. We thank everybody for their patience while we wait those members, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Huizar. We now have a quorum. Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Ms. Perry moves, Ms. Gruel seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Parks moves with Mr. Labange's second. Without objection, those two will be approved. If we can run through the agenda, please.
On the regular agenda, items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 25. Item 1 is a confirmation of a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commissioner on the desk. Item 1.
And items 2 through 6 are ordinances. Do you wish to hold those for 12?
Yes, 2 through 6 will hold on the desk as well until we have 12 members. Still waiting for Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Weezer to arrive.
And that would leave before council 7 through 25. Reports have been submitted on 22, 23, 24, and 25. Budget and Finance occurs on 22 and 23, and Budget and Finance and ITGS are on 24 and 25.
Okay. Mr. Parks, do you want to move those, the Budget and Finance reports on 24 and 25? Okay. All right, let's go ahead. If any specials, Mr. Smith?
13 and 15.
Okay, 13 and 15 for Mr. Smith. Mr. Parks?
Mr. Cardenas, 24, 25, and 26.
24 and 25 for Mr. Cardenas. We'll get to 26 in the next batch.
Okay.
You're ready.
Any other specials, colleagues? 7 for Mr. Labange. No others. Let's go ahead and please open the roll on the balance of the items and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 26 through 56. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, any objection to consideration? Seeing none, those are before us. Mr. Smith? Do you have special? Okay. Which ones do we have cards in the public on?
I believe there are cards on 26, 28, 30, 36, 41, 49, 50, 52, and 55.
Okay. We'll open and close the public hearings on the other items. Any specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
3 and 54.
53 and 54 for Mr. Parks. If there are no other items, we already passed 21, Mr. Labange?
We did pass 21?
Yeah, we're on 26 through 56. Are there any from there? Okay, after we get through these items, we'll come back to 21. If there's no others, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Did we hold the ordinances on those? Do we hold the ordinances on the desk? If not, we only had 11 members, so okay, we'll come back to those. If we can open the roll on reconsideration of item 21 for Mr. Labange, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that is before us. We'll call that special for Mr. Labange. Next items, please.
Next items are the closed session items. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the desk. And if we can recess the regular meeting and call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first items, please.
The first two items are items 63 and 64, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, those will be before us. Do we have any cards on those?
No.
Okay, we'll open and close the public hearings. Anybody wishing to call 63, 64 special? 63 for Mr. Parks. On 64, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. If we can call 65 special for a closed session as well.
And then do you wish to continue that to the regular meeting?
Yes, let's continue that back into the regular meeting as well as item 63. We can take up the continuation agenda.
Item number 66 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call 66 special? 66. If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll. Oh, that's to be receive and file? Okay. We'll move to receive and file on 66 and tabulate the vote. And that
11 ayes.
That is approved. So do we need to reconsider the ordinances 27, 29, 31 through 35? Or did we hold those? Let's go ahead. Everything will be going forthwith today without objection? Everything will go forthwith today? Yep. Except for 23 for you, Mr. Zion. So item 27 and 29, 31 through 35. If we can reconsider those, we do expect to have 12 members. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, we'll call those special hold those on the desk until we have 12 members. Mr. Labange?
Ms. Hahn, I know it's very interesting, those port matters. Did you hold those on the desk for her?
Do you have the numbers?
The port matters?
Do you have the numbers, Mr. Labange?
Yeah. I'll get back to you
okay,
right away.
All right, let me know, or Ms. Hahn's staff, if you let us know. We'll make sure. We still are awaiting 2 council members that are expected, Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Huizar. If you'll please come down as soon as possible. We're awaiting your presence to be able to pass the ordinances that are before us. But right now we'll go to our general public comment while we are awaiting them. And Zuma Dog is our first speaker. After Mr. Dog will be Lucille Caruso. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes, check 1, 2. Good morning, City Council. Good morning, City of Los Angeles. First of all, on the agenda today, I'd like to start a new feature because there's way too many items to even possibly comment on. So just to bring some people's things on the agenda today, one good thing the city is raising, speed limits throughout the city. That's right, 35 getting changed to 40, 45 getting changed to 50 miles an hour. You can check zoomatimes.com. I'll be posting the areas, or check today's agenda to make sure you're not just changing it if it hasn't been changed. Also on the agenda today, juvenile curfew laws. That's right. The community has been demanding the city to do more about public safety and crime on the streets. And one tool that will be used is a new juvenile curfew that will be enhanced. And that, please pay attention to that. And I'd like to applaud Councilmember Jan Perry for putting that up there on the table. There's a lot of grant money available on the. There's a lot of grant money on the agenda today. A lot of grant money being accepted. And I'd like to say, when it comes to grant money, I believe that the citizens of Los Angeles and citizens of the United States of America would appreciate if the grant money given out by the federal government stays here in the United States. I think it's a simple request because Councilmember Labange put on the agenda $1.6 million for a Guadalajara, Mexico book fair. And it's not about where it is, it's about the fact it's out of this country. And the only 2 reasons I heard is that the money is available. They called it a jackpot. A $1.6 million jackpot that's available, and that this will help publicize writers in Mexico. I'm sorry, $1.6 million to publicize writers is not a good use of $1.6 million of federal money, and it should be used in these communities when you don't have people graduating, when we have low literacy rates, and we have all hell breaking loose on the streets. I say this federal money stays in the United States of America.
Next, we have Lucille Caruso as our next speaker.
Mr. President, can I ask
Yes.
the city attorney a question?
Mr. Labange.
Mr. City Attorney, could you explain that it is a national endowment grant by the federal government requesting cities throughout to compete on that? So there's clarification from the gentleman who just spoke?
You have explained it succinctly.
Yeah, but I want you to explain it too. Okay?
He says ditto.
Yeah, ditto.
Thank you for that clarification. And thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Labange. We do.
We have so many. Often the city does apply for grants by various federal agencies that encourages cities to compete for those grants. And one thing that's very important about Los Angeles and your city, that we do reach out internationally to try to bridge the gap. We're an international city. We're proud of our diversity, and we're proud of our artists in this effort here. And more diplomacy is needed in the world today. I thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you. And if we could have folks refrain from the audience from any outbursts, please. Our next speaker is Lucille Caruso.
Hello.
After that will be Joseph Shagian. Good morning.
Good morning. I have a copy in front of me, like Working World, that I used to use throughout the 90s because I did a lot of temporary office work and would Okay. I moved here in the 90s, and I used to use this Working World because I did temporary jobs and went all through the city with it. And in this issue, it talks about the long commute getting expensive. And I mentioned before that I commuted a lot with my car in Chicago because I parked at the station. And the reason why I did that was because your car is an investment that has a resale value, that you want to keep track of that mileage low. You want your oil changes limited, your tires don't go down, your windshield cracks, paint jobs, you want that all protected. But in addition, my insurance rates were lower because I parked at the station. In this book, this Working World, and it's August 2008, it says, living in Los Angeles, where cars are woven into the fabric of our lives. That's why I would look to park at the station. And what diverted me last week was the partnership with Metro owning the ground lease agreement.
Sorry, Ms. Caruso, we're trying our best to hear you, but if you could come a little bit closer to the microphone.
Well, you heard enough. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Caruso. Next is Joseph Shagian, and after that will be Daniel Wright. And if I could ask folks on both sides of the rope to please keep their conversations to a minimum so we can hear public comment. I know we have a lot of folks in the back. If you could possibly move some of your conversations out of the chambers into the hallway so that we can hear public comment more effectively. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. As you said, my name is Joseph Hisagi, and I'm a business owner at the 1400 block of South Maple Avenue here in downtown Los Angeles. I'm coming here because I'm extremely concerned about the corner of Maple and 15th. I've been there for 10 years, and daily we hear the screeching of brakes and near accident misses, and approximately 1 to 2 times a month we have a violent accident that happens on this corner. We're extremely concerned about the health and safety of the people of the city and our own. We're afraid that sometimes the accidents may hit into our building, and it has happened that the fences on the corner there have been hit into and have to be repaired on a regular basis. I would like to ask the City Council if they could please make that intersection a 4-way stop sign, or maybe put a traffic light there. We could help save a lot of lives. Possibly, I haven't personally seen a fatal accident there, but I have seen people go out on stretchers 1 to 2 times a month. And if there's anything the City Council can do, I would greatly appreciate it. I have signatures here from everybody in the area. We have an overwhelmingly unanimous desire to put a stop sign or a traffic light on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure when the Sergeants at Arms takes that from you. We appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and we'll see if, I'm not sure if it's Ms. Berry or Mr. Weezar's district, but we'll make sure somebody from their staff is available to speak to you. So if you'll just hang out for a second, we'll make sure we get the right staff member to you, okay?
Thank you.
Daniel Wright is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Daniel Wright, 467 Crane Boulevard, speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Southwest Museum Coalition. Over the past couple of months, you've heard from some of the grassroots organizers of our coalition. But our coalition is much broader. Historic preservation organizations, civil rights organizations, 7 neighborhood councils, archaeologists, attorneys, and community planners. Our 70 organizations remain united in our call for this City Council to demand that the Southwest Museum be preserved at its nationally historic site as an operating museum instead of the Autry Museum swallowing it for destroying the separate public identity and independence of the Southwest Museum institution. As trustees of Griffith Park, you, City Council, must not dedicate our parkland to an egregious breach of Autry's fiduciary duties. This is an issue that transcends parochial city council boundaries. It goes to the heart of this city's cultural heritage, its history, and its memory of who it is. This is a time for real debate at this council and not a passive rubber stamp vote with little attention to the far-reaching public policy implications of this decision. We will submit to your staff a copy of the Coalition's complaint against the Autry's accountants, Price Waterhouse, KPMG, Arthur Anderson, Schneider Guernsey, and Faith Ragul. This complaint and its exhibits demonstrate that for the last 8 years, the Autry has claimed it has a $100 million endowment that it did not have and it does not have today. The LA Times and the New York Times were misled. The Attorney General was misled. The Southwest Museum Board was misled. And if you accept Autry's arguments without critical analysis, you will be misled. We are here to provide accurate information to you in your decision-making process. I thank you for your attention, and there will be more to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Our next speaker is in Van Nuys. It's Miriam Fogler, and after that we'll come back to Council Chambers and hear from Olga Hall. Good morning, Ms. Fogler.
Well, I guess the unions aren't going to stand up to the plate because obviously you guys are getting your free cars, your free gas, and free cell phone. And the more I read in the paper, it's just getting more dirtier here at City Hall. Laura Chick has a right to audit everybody in the city, and if you put a charter in there, you are doing again more corruption, like Prop R, and you used the union to pass Prop S, and you're asking all the people here, the 22,000 employees, to increase their co-pays on their prescriptions and not the rest of the city. When Dennis Zine said we all have to stick together and do the same thing, all or none. If you want to save $23 million from this for the city and not to steal it from the Coalition Union's Employees Benefits Trust Fund, $18.25 million. You need to spread that all over the city. LAPD, Water and Power and Fire and Police. And you guys, City Council and your staff, don't forget, even though you make the laws, it doesn't mean you're exempt. And you're not exempt from Chick's auditing as well, unless you want to make a law so that you tie her hands and she can't do anything. So it's an obviously thing, and I'm not happy with the supervisors standing up to the plate and saying no more to Metro. They want to build out here to have I want to scare the people in Northridge that they want to build a transportation there from Cal State Northridge to UCLA, and then go subway to the sea, folks. This is earthquake country. I don't know what you have to say, but the CRA is the biggest benefactor when you have LAUSD and MTA projects. The CRA just comes in and they love it because they use that for their projects. And they steal more taxpayers' money that way. So this is how they do it. They use the rail lines, and then you bring the CRA to take all the money through MTA projects and LAUSD by using eminent domain.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fogler. Our next speaker is Olga Hall here in Council Chambers. After that is Matt Dowd. Good morning, Ms. Hall.
Good morning. Good morning, Council members and Mr. President. Today, I want to bring into the light the new Southwest Society. This group was formed behind closed doors with no input from the community. A secret society? Names of political figures appear on the list of the Southwest Society. Some of them joined because they were asked and because they thought it sounded like a good idea. A group to fundraise for the benefit of the Southwest Museum. But guess what? They did not know the issues and the real intentions of this group. This is just another political arm for the Autry. And Mayor Villaraigosa and Councilman Wizard know this. This morning I was reading this too. Much has been written about the legacy of LA and its founders, Southwest Society member Jenny Crusoe. In the days ahead, Ms. Crusoe will have her hands full with legacy. LA and its active supporter of the Autry attempt to expand their space in Griffith Park. In recent weeks, the Southwest Society has been active in supporting McCormick, Barron, and Salazar Transit development in Highland Park. Some speculate that this was done to win favor with Councilman Ed Reyes, whose planning committee will host an important meeting Monday at City Hall on zoning issues pertaining to the proposed Autry expansion in Griffith Park. This is to open your eyes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Our next speaker is Matt Dowd. After that is Michael Carrion.
Yeah, thank you. Got to have video coverage of this because the city of Los Angeles is more interested in taking me to jail for this. See, I got a ticket. That's it. LAPD, City of Los Angeles, Hannah, Montana, on the Venice Boardwalk. Too tall for the boardwalk. Well, and that's a ticket to appear in court. So I went to court. Here's my parking validation at LAX. Not even on the calendar. This is number 5 or 6. So what a joke. How many tickets have you written on the Venice Boardwalk and don't show up to prosecute? I'm sick of it. But you know what? I actually went to jail for this. I went to jail in handcuffs. Why? Because after they wrote me this ticket, I said, what about the guy with the 6-foot-tall ladder? And the police willingly admit that they're not going to enforce that over 4 foot. And I said, what about my microphone on my show? It's up here. Oh, okay, we'll put that on the ticket for you. And they put it on the end of the ticket, microphone, I'm a performer. So I said, fuck LAPD.
Sir, Mr. Dowd, Mr. Dowd, I would warn you to please not use language that's disruptive to the meeting. We have a code of conduct there. We'll hold your time there, but it says personal, impertinent, unduly repetitive, slanderous, or profane remarks are prohibited. Loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language is prohibited. So please, if you'll watch your language, continue.
I'm actually just repeating the testimony. That's the live language. I need to tell people that. But thanks for admitting that that's a disruption to you. 2 seconds of my speech is a disruption. I had to drag my ass all the way to LAX court for you not to show up. Now, is that protected speech, Mr. City Attorney? See, I'm angry because what if I drag you to
court?
court?
If you'll express your ideas, you are now disrupting this meeting. You need to express the ideas to us, and we will listen to them. But if you go beyond that line, we're going to have to ask you to be removed, okay?
On as applied at Venice Beach, unconstitutional. Tell Jack Weiss to tell Bill Rosendahl what that means.
Our next speaker is Michael Carrion.
Yes, my name is Michael Carrion. I came here a couple of weeks ago and told you that you guys were raising the price of our trash, but yet not raising the price of our quality of service. I've got an SR number here, 0366-1223, where I requested some illegal dumping. One lazy individual that works for the city went out there and partially picked up the illegal dumping. There were 2 mattresses and 2 sofas. He picked up the 2 mattresses, left the 2 sofas, and closed out the work order, stating that he did all the work. But he didn't. So you guys get all your numbers all together about how great you're doing. You guys aren't doing crap around here. Your city employees are getting lazier, and they're not doing anything. They're closing accounts so you guys can meet your quotas. So you guys can sit up here in this horseshoe and say how great you're doing. They're closing out accounts or job orders that they never even did. But yet you sit here and say we have a 95%, a 98% of what? Closing out job orders that are not done? On a different note, I've been dealing with a lot of city entities here, a lot of city council people, employees, a lot of city staff. What I have here is a brochure on ethics and boundaries. I want to hand it to somebody. Maybe they can get copies to each one of you. This is a really good class. Maybe you should send some of your employees to this so they understand what ethics and boundaries are and where the ethics and boundaries are. Where to draw a line and say enough is enough. Where being rude to people on the phone. Where they don't go out and they don't complete a job. To me, that's lying, cheating the city. To me, that's downright stealing. If a person says he did a job and signs it off and didn't do a job, where did he go for the rest of the day?
Thank you, Mr. Carrion. That will close our general public comment for today. And if we can go to... did we vote on items 2 and 3 and 4 yet?
No, Mr. President.
Okay, we do have
Those
12
were,
members.
Ordinances.
Let's go ahead and take those up first.
There are ordinances, items actually 2 through 6.
And 6 as well. Mr. Parks would like to call 5 special, so we'll separate that one out in 2, 3, 4, and 6. If we
And
can.
then 27, 29, 31, 32.
And 33 through 35?
They actually have cards on them
Okay.
now.
We have cards on those 3. So let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can take up our first item, our commissioner appointment.
And that's item number 1, and that's confirmation of Ms. Erica Teasley Linick to the West LA APC.
All right. If Ms. Teasley Linick would like to come forward and like to recognize Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't push my button because I was pulling out the chair there for Erica. Erica, tell us about yourself. You're going to be a commissioner of the Area Planning Commission, West LA. I'm very excited. We spent some time yesterday talking about your background and your plans. So let the colleagues of mine and the public know a little bit about you.
Okay. Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited about this appointment to the West LA Area Planning Commission. My name is Erica Teasley Linick. I am a public interest civil rights lawyer here in Los Angeles. My last position was with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, which is here in Los Angeles, but we unfortunately had to close our office. I'm currently on the Board of Advisors and the Board of Directors of the Impact Fund, which is an organization that funds public interest litigation. And I'm also the program chair of the Friends of Venice Library. I currently live in Venice. I'm a native of Los Angeles. I love LA, like Randy Newman says. I grew up in South LA and Baldwin Hills. My parents are still they still have the same address that I had as I was growing up. And I attended K through 12 in West Los Angeles, and I'm very excited about this opportunity to serve Los Angeles.
Well, we're very excited about you accepting this position. The 11th District and the 5th District and a little piece of another district are part of the West LA. In the 11th District, which I have the pleasure of representing, is constantly in development. Every day there's another project. We can have a recession or a depression, but we are location, location, location with the beautiful ocean breeze, the mountains and the wetlands. And so developers are still there. Certainly. And some of the community people have issues with character and scale of community. Sure. Some of the community has issues about traffic and how do they work on the mitigation. What do you hope to be challenged with in this position?
Well, one of the things, as a public interest lawyer and as someone who cares about people, and I've been an advocate for people, I want to really be responsive to my neighbors. They are my neighbors. Everyone in West Los Angeles is a neighbor of mine. I would consider them. And as a person who lives in Venice, I know about development. We have all types of development, all kinds of architecture styles. I want to make sure that there is still, though, affordable housing in our district. I want to make sure that there's open space, that new developments do take into account being eco-friendly, making sure that we understand that we live in a desert and that there are things that we need to conserve. And I just want to make sure that the West LA area is a wonderful place for my 2 young children to grow up in.
And speaking of your young children, you have with you your mother and your sister. And if the cameras could go to the first row, you're going to see a lovely mother. And we want to thank her for bringing Erica into the world and her sister, who's
I'd like
right
to
there
thank her,
too. West LA is one of, there's areas in the 11th District, 8 distinct areas. They're going through an update of their community plan right now. We've had a series of community meetings. We'd love for you to participate in that because most of the neighbors don't realize what is zoned R1 or R2 or R3, and all of a sudden something comes out of nowhere that is out of character and scale with community. So we're very happy that the planning department is doing that. We look forward to your leadership with that. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote on this incredibly great lady that's going to join the city family as a commissioner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. And with that, we thank you for putting yourself forward. And with that, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Yes, Mr. Labange?
City Clerk called the roll for the ordinances. There were 12 members here. Item 6 was on the board. That should remain on the board because there's cards for the public. And I call it special.
Okay, I believe...
there was some confusion because I saw it on the board, and then it was just pulled
a public
through.
hearing had been held already, so
I
it
understand.
required...
I call it special. I'm
So
gonna call
you'd
it
like us to
special.
reconsider it, Mr. Labange?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
If we can reconsider for Mr. Labange item number 6. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
And we'll hold that on the desk for Mr. Labange. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 26, and that's confirmation of Tony Royster as the GM of GSD.
All right. May the nominee come forward. And as I told him, just because there's signs up around City Hall doesn't mean that it's going to go swimming, right? I'd like to recognize the chair of our ITGS committee, who heard this nomination first, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Some of us here in City Hall know you. You've been working for the city for some time in various capacities. Can you briefly walk us through how you started working for the city and how long you've been working for General Services?
I started with the city as the Director of Building Services back in 1993, then moved to the position as Chief Management Analyst and was promoted to Assistant General Manager from 2004 and was appointed to Interim General Manager of April 1st of this year, and I've been with the department about 15 years.
Okay. Now, can you, for the public's benefit, can you tell us what perhaps three of your top three responsibilities would be as the general manager? Some examples. Obviously,
examples.
Tony, there's probably a top 100 list.
Yeah.
But give us some of the main things that perhaps people could identify with that would be under your purview and responsibility.
One of the issues is the Office of Public Safety. We were responsible for securing all of the libraries, the parks, which is over 400, the convention center, the zoo, and also all of the city facilities, and we have about 500 great officers.
Okay, when you say secure, you mean secure them for purchase or secure their safety? What do you mean by that?
Safety, security.
What you said about how many officers?
About 500 officers.
And what are those officers called? What are their titles?
We have the special officers, which are graduate from the LAPD Academy. We have security officers, and also we have some of our administrative staff that supports them.
So the Office of General Services, the Department of General Services, responsibility on how to determine how to deploy them on a day-to-day basis?
Yes.
Okay.
And a good thing also, people need to also know that the Department of General Services was responsible for consolidating all of the security functions within the city, especially with the great support from our council member, Gruhl.
Okay. Can you give us another example?
Also, fleet services. We provide all of the services for all of the fleet in the city, including sanitation, transportation. I think we have close to about 9,000 vehicles throughout the city, and also we purchase all of the vehicles for the city of Los Angeles.
Now, the Department of General Services, are each individual department that utilizes these vehicles, are they responsible for the purchase of cleaner fuel vehicles, or is General Services responsible for that? And if General Services is responsible for that, what is the status of our fleet when it comes to clean vehicles, hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, etc.?
We work in conjunction with our customers, the other departments, and we have one of the largest clean fleet in the country. We have over 1,100 hybrid sedans, probably one of the largest inventory of hybrids in the country, and we believe that we're at the leading edge when it comes to clean fleet in the United States of America.
How do we rank across the country when it comes to our fleet and the alternative fuel vehicles and hybrid vehicles and basically alternative fuel vehicles compared to other big cities, other big counties, other big entities in the country?
With other big cities, I think we're the number one in the country when it comes to clean fleet with alternative fuel and also with the hybrid vehicles.
Okay. Can you give us another example, please?
Also, we have purchasing. I am the city's purchasing agents. We're responsible for purchasing over $500 million supplies and services for all the different departments in the city of Los Angeles.
So that's $500 million, and then you're done with that spending for 10 years, or that $500 million how often?
It's $500 million a year.
A year.
Yeah.
How many employees do you have in your department?
3,000.
3,000 employees?
Yes.
But your responsibilities span throughout every corner of the city in some aspects, right?
The Department of General Services touch everyone's lives in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay. Well, the reason why I wanted to ask you some of those questions in front of the public is because we are getting paid with public tax dollars, and that's what pays our salaries. I just wanted them to get an opportunity of the demonstration of the breadth of your knowledge and how prepared you are for this position and this responsibility. You have been the acting general manager in the interim since the last general manager left, and also I wanted to thank you for your service. I've had numerous conversations with you. I've asked you many, many more questions than I've asked you today, and every time I do, you give me an honest answer, and you're the kind of person that you let me know, you take notes, and you get back to me when you don't have the answer in front of you. And that's one of the things that I think is respectful of the public and those of us who ask you questions directly, because the last thing we want to hear is something that's not true and later on find out otherwise. So I want to thank you for having that professionalism and always demonstrating that. In addition to that, I think you have your family here.
Yes.
Is this like you're coming here to say goodbye? Because I know this man to be a workaholic, but now that he's going to be the general manager, you're going to see less and less and less of him. Which doesn't bother me, because I'm going to see more and more of him because we work together as I chair the committee that oversees that department. So I want to seriously thank you for allowing him to dedicate himself to the people of Los Angeles and his capacity. And I want to say that I'm sure you are very proud, but I know we're very proud of the work that he's done, and we look forward to being very impressed with him over the coming years in his responsibility as a general manager. So thank you very much for sharing him with us and allowing him to spend those workaholic hours here for the city of Los Angeles. Tony, I hope and expect that everything should go well today, and thank you very much for all of your work in the past, and I look forward to working with you in the future in your new capacity.
Thank you very much, also.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Wendy Gruhl, and after Ms. Gruhl will be Mr. LaBonge and then Mr. Parks. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Tony and I got to know each other during the creation of the Office of Public Safety, which, if you had more hair, you might see the gray hairs there that we did in creating that. But Tony was one of those individuals who focused on the details, focused on making sure he could take care of the department. This is a department that a lot of the public doesn't necessarily know what you do, but is critically important to the operations of the city, and particularly wanted to recognize your efforts in creating the Office of Public Safety, because it was changing a culture, it was changing relationships with our departments, and you really demonstrated that you had the skills to do that. When the mayor appointed you interim, all of us were secretly and not so secretly thinking and hoping that you would be the new general manager. And it's clear by all of the people are here, someone was saying, who are all these people? And we have a lot of issues today, but it just sounded from that clapping that a lot of them are here for you today, because they're excited about you being the new general manager. They're excited about what you're going to continue to do. Your old boss, Alvin Blaine, is here to support you.
That's my
and
boss.
He is a person who has advocated for you. It was a partnership, which made it very easy, I think, for people to understand your appointment to this position. So I just wanted to stand up and say thank you. There are a lot of things that General Services has responsibility for, as Mr. Cardenas laid out. This is a department that spans wide. Now, I'm not sure if you asked this question in here. How many employees do you have in the Department of General Services?
3,000.
3,000. That's a big job, and we depend on you every day. So, colleagues, he's also an individual who will come in and say, "Why don't we try something new and different? Why don't we change the system and change the bureaucracy?" And I appreciate that from a general manager. So I wanted to stand up and say, and to see all your family here today. We're very proud, and your sons. I said, if you feed them, they actually grow, and there you go. They get big. But you've been a great family man, and know that this is a commitment that you're making, and your family is committing, as Mr. Cardenas said, the importance of this role and responsibility to the city of Los Angeles. So as I called you last week, because I had seen the mayor's letter a little bit late, I said, was I the last to know that you got appointed? But he, as usual, said, I'm going to kind of stay behind the scenes and wait till I get formally approved. that's the kind of man you are, and that's the kind of person that you are. And so, congratulations. You have a lot of work to do. I know you're up for the task, and I know your family is very, very proud. They've been smiling ever since they got here today. Someone said, though, your wife's a little more nervous than you are. And that you wouldn't sit down. You kept just walking around. So, Mr. President, I also encourage and I vote on this appointment and look forward to working with you for years to come.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Labange.
Mr. Cardis, Ms. Gruel, thank you for those remarks and the leadership. Tony, congratulations to you and your family. I want to ask all his family to rise and be recognized by this great council because he brought all his family, his young sons. Congratulations. And I mentioned family because the General Service is the backbone of our family as city forces. Often at evening, if I'm still in the building, there'll be one lonely custodian working, polishing this city hall for the benefit of the public, for the visitors who come here, because this is a public building. On a weekend, I'll see a General Services truck at a fire station fixing something in that building that the firefighters couldn't fix, whether it's an electrical air conditioning problem or some other challenge. You're all throughout the city. I just wanted to thank you for what you do. Use your vision. There's been great predecessors who you've followed. Alvin Blaine, John Muckery, John Cotty, all of them did outstanding jobs in making General Services the backbone of the city. Count on me for your support. And I thank you and wish you well in this great endeavor as you've been selected to lead the very important backbone of the City of Los Angeles, the Department of General Services. Thanks for all you do for libraries, too. That's real good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Tony, I just wanted to stand and say congratulations. Many people don't realize the significance of general manager's position and what it means to go through those ranks and run an entire department. Even today in 2008, we're still celebrating when minorities get those positions because you are in a select category of people that have been able to achieve that. Tom mentioned earlier those who had been around before you. One that a young lady that I saw just recently, Sylvia Cunliffe, I think is the one that I grew up knowing, and John Cotty and I went to high school together. But one I have to mention, Alvin Blaine, set the standard. He's the one that I think recreated General Services with you at his side to change the dynamics. And when people say, what does General Services do? What we say is whatever we ask them to do, and they do it well. They take on responsibilities that others can't do. They take on jobs that no one has done well in the past. They generally do them well within budget. So this is something I think is a tremendous responsibility that you're assuming, but you have a great department and those that have been trained well. And I think from those who are here today, it's a clear indication that they certainly want to follow your leadership. And so I would just ask you to continue down that path, keep improving the department, and keep providing those services to other departments in the city of LA. But congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Tony also wanted to rise and say a few words of congratulations. As you know better than anybody, this department is the nuts and bolts of how the city functions, and we wouldn't be able to do our jobs without strong, focused, clear leadership at the top of this department. And I think the best part about your ascension is that you still can serve as a role model to other city employees that demonstrates that if you work hard and you do a good job, you can rise to the top of wherever you're located in the city, and that people can work themselves up through the system to great achievement. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Tony, for the extraordinary job you have done throughout your career. And let me thank all of your employees as well that are here from General Services who set the bar and set the standard, not only in this city but nationwide, for what General Services should be. But there's a lot of people who are watching who are not part of the initiated, who don't know necessarily. Give us a very quick, maybe minute or less, overview of what General Services Department does. Then I have a couple questions for you about what your vision is, because clearly there's a belief in the character and the work and the man that is before us. But now is the time, as you step up to as our permanent general manager, to hear a little bit about the vision. But just tell us, for folks that might be watching for the first time, what does General Services do with those 3,000 employees?
General Services, I think, is the third largest civilian department in the city. It provides all support services for all of the council-controlled departments. We provide service such as you have the Office of Public Safety, you have purchasing, you have standards, you have our building maintenance. We do over $50 million a year in construction with the Bureau of Sanitation. We do all the publishing. Every department in the city, we provide support services to them. We have close to 19 divisions within the Department of General Services. As I said before, every citizen in the city of Los Angeles is touched by the Department of General Services. When you go out and drive on the streets, we're involved with testing the asphalt. When you fly an airplane out of LAX, we test the runways there. When you drive through a traffic light, we purchase the lights for the traffic lights. So everything that happens in the city, the Department of General Services has a hand in that. And one thing I want people to know, that we have probably, in my opinion, the greatest department in the city. And we have some of the greatest employees in the city. And behind every great department are great employees, great managers, great supervisors. I'm just only the head. But the individuals that do the work are very important to me. People got to understand the most important asset in a department are not the technology, are the people. Because without the people, you can't do it. And I'm very, very fortunate and blessed to have some of the best people, employees in this city. And I think that the city of Los Angeles is one of the greatest places in America to work.
Well, thank you for those words. And obviously, we've seen great things out of the department. Want to drill down to a couple things. But first, just a general question. You clearly wouldn't seek this position if you didn't have plans.
Correct.
So what are some of the things you'd like to see us do even better? What are the areas you think that we can get more out of the city, give taxpayers value, make sure that we're doing things ethically and in a good way, move forward things like our environmental concerns, what our purchasing power can do, et cetera? Tell us about some of those things that you'd like
One
to
of
do.
our goals for that we're put together working with the mayor is the energy conservation program, where we're going to retrofit over 500 facilities in the city of Los Angeles, saving the city approximately $6 million in energy costs. Also, one of our top priorities is public safety, to make sure that all our parks, our libraries, the zoo, the convention center are safe. If you look
and that's because General Services has the Office of Public Safety,
Correct.
which are those uniformed officers we see in our parks, that we see with our libraries, that we see at the zoo, et cetera, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you look at the Office of Public Safety, a lot of people don't know that we protect over 30 million visitors a year. And out of 30 million visitors, we only have about 450 what they call stage 1 crimes, which is for every 60,000 visitors, we only have one level 1 crimes, which is a great job that we can speak for the Office of Public Safety.
So we hear a lot about the lowest crime rate in 50 years, and LAPD deserves a tremendous amount of credit, as do the communities, but we also have the Office of Public Safety that's helping drive those numbers down, too.
Yes. We work hand in hand with LAPD. We're partners.
What about in the environmental area? You mentioned, obviously, the savings up to $6 million for our energy conservation. We're looking in Mr. Wesson's leadership of retrofitting, perhaps, in the future, our buildings, because we're building green buildings of all of our new buildings because of legislation we passed in this council. But some of our older buildings need to also save energy, be redone in a green way. You also take care of our alternative fuel fleet vehicle, which is one of the largest in the world.
Correct.
And actually, we had a year, even with rising gas prices a few years ago, that was the first time we had a dip in our overall gas prices, because we've moved so many hybrids in and alternative fuel vehicles. So maybe you could speak to those two things and also give us some idea, with gas prices as high as they are, what are you looking at, especially as we have new electric vehicles and other alternative vehicles that are coming on market again?
Okay, starting off with environment, like what we're looking to is to continue to green our fleet with purchasing more hybrids. We have about, I think, 1,100, and that's probably about 80 to 90% of our sedan fleet, and within 2 or 3 years, we should have 100% hybrids. And also, we are, with our sanitation trucks, we're converting them over to natural gas. And also, we're looking also to make sure that with our energy conservation, that all our buildings are meeting those standards as it comes to energy conservation. And also, we're building the infrastructure, different natural gas stations, or whatever, where the different vehicles can fuel up. And like when it comes to the environment, the City of Los Angeles and the Department of General Services is at the leading edge. Okay. When people want to look at the standard, they come and look at us. Different people across for instance, we had a situation where we had our standards people, we had to send them over to China to show them about their streets, how to maintain their streets. When it comes to fuel, we're working, we're implementing a fuel automation system where we can assist departments how to better manage their fuel. And also, we're working with the mayor's office to sit down with each department to set a goal to reduce fuel consumption. At the same time, when it comes to prices, we're getting some of the best prices in the Southern California when it comes to municipalities. And also, we have a task force that we put together with the CAO and different departments trying to get better prices. Because the big issue sometimes is not consumption, because consumption decrease cannot keep up with the increase in cost. So we're trying to get it cheaper and a better cost. We'd have direct talks with refineries how we can make a plan or contract to get fuel cheaper for the city. And at the same time, make departments aware of what they're spending and get together with them and put a plan to reduce the consumption as much as we can.
Right. Well, thank you very much. And we appreciate not only all the support you had here, but the opportunity also to hear from you. I think that vision, you hold us accountable, we hold you accountable, and you push that forward, and it's the innovation of the men and women in General Services Department to make sure we're buying green, that we're driving green, that we're building green, that we're a safer city, that we're an efficient city, and I hope that that can inspire other departments as well. There's a whole other load of departments that need to have hybrid vehicles, for instance, and we could save millions of dollars a year. So we look forward to working with you on that, and you certainly have my very strong support. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Our next speaker will be Mr. Herb Wessong.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And to the President, before I start, we had a policy in this California State Assembly that when the boss or when the Speaker spoke, that was the last person that spoke.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson, for those comments.
Now, I apologize for going around policy, but I was in the back on the telephone, and I feel compelled to say just a few words about a good friend and a good man. I did overhear, however, Ms. Gruhl talk to you a little bit about grayness. Yeah. Or, you know, when you started, there was no gray, and now there may be some. I want to just tell you this quick story. When I was Chief of Staff for Councilman Nate Holden, he and I were riding up in the executive elevator. All of a sudden, Mayor Bradley gets into the elevator, and Nate, the great distinguished gentleman that he is, looked at the mayor and said, "Gee, Mayor, you have pretty jet black hair." Mayor Bradley looked back at Nate and said, "For $14.99 Grecian formula, you can have jet black pretty hair as well." So I just thought I'd pass that on to you, even just in case. But I think you look distinguished like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
In this job, the council offices, our relationships with the city departments mean everything. And from the day that I was fortunate enough to be elected to serve on this body, I have had a phenomenal relationship with your department. Alvin could tell you that whenever I saw Alvin, I was so appreciative of what occurred. I was very worried initially because of the relationship, which was super, that service might drop slightly. Alvin, I hate to make you feel a little bad, but Tony, since you've taken over, believe it or not, the service is even better for me. So I'm greatly appreciative of the things that you do and the creativeness. And see, I think one of the reasons why you are a very great manager and at the end of the day will be even greater is because you recognize the importance of the team that you have surrounded yourself with. Because you're only as good as the people that follow through on your directives, the people that sit down with you in that inner circle and make suggestions. So I think that you're going about this the right way. I'm excited to know you and call you my friend, and I know that we will continue to work and work well together. I cannot think of one thing that I have asked your department to do where they did not somehow, some way make it happen. We are very fortunate to have you in the city of Los Angeles. And let's just hope we get to hang out for another several years, and let's take this great city and make it even a greater city. Thank you for your desire to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Next is Mr. Ed Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's almost over. But I did want to ask you, in regards to the real estate, there's a real estate component on the general services.
Yes.
And in some of our districts, we have departments who have whole sections of parking lots that are essentially single purpose. You've got other lots that are sitting dormant. Along the Riverway, we have quite a few properties where every department has their own facility, their own parking lot, a lot of wasted space, and very strategic locations. Do you see yourself being able to work with, could I say this, the toolbox and the skill set, where we can become a little bit more creative and productive with this land that, I hate to say this, but in my district, a good part of it, the biggest slumlords in my district is the city.
Okay.
If you look at the periphery of these facilities, I don't have landscaping, I have dirt. I don't have any green. I don't have environmentally friendly landscaping. It's pretty stark. And yet I have kids coming and going every day to school. I've got people coming and going to work. And it's essentially just treated as like a forgotten place. So there's multiple things that I'm addressing here, and I'm hoping you can give me some responses to them.
Yes, I think we need to, like right now we're putting a strategic plan together for our asset management, and we'll sit down with the different council offices and talk with you about what your needs are and what your visions are, and include that in our plan and get together with the forces within the city and try to push this plan to find the appropriate locations or funding to fit the needs of the community and also the needs of the city.
So I think one of the biggest challenges, every department head and every division manager wants to maintain their fiefdom. They have their place in which they can control.
Right.
And taking away that control is hard.
It's correct. But at the same time, we need to sit down with individuals and see and make a compromise. Now, because whatever we do, we want to do what's best for the city. And when we can sit down and get our ideas together and put a plan together and come with a compromise, so what's best for the city citizens to get their services, at the same time concerning open space or whatever, put a plan and sit down with the council members are my customers and see how we can make this work, because we have to sit down and talk.
Well, I have some very, can I say this, strong anchors. I have an old city jail that's been abandoned for years.
Right.
Avenue 19, San Fernando Road. In Lincoln Heights, I have a huge fire maintenance yard where a captain from the fire department came forward with a plan to build multiple purpose, multiple use, stimulate tax dollars, invigorate that real estate. I have Bureau of Sanitation, Department of Transportation. I have a whole slew of departments. And I've been approaching them since 1992. One as a deputy planner, then as a chief of staff, and now as a council member. There's always a reason why we can't do things. So I'm hoping under your stewardship we can break that that lock, if you will, open up some doors, and hopefully stimulate an area that has a lot to offer for the city if we have the will to make it happen.
Okay, I'll help you on that.
I look forward to working with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have two public speakers on this matter, Zuma Dog and Matt Dowd. Zuma Dog, followed by Matt Dowd. Tony, behind you, the man's going to...
Yes. Good morning. And by the way...
I'm sure you've seen him before.
Yes. You're so important. You're so blessed. I've never seen this many people show up. You must be a great, blessed individual. And here's some concerns I have for the department I hope council will be working with you on. First of all, with the price of gas, the department's really going to take a hit. Get used to the term shoestring budget. I don't think you're going to be able to provide general services for the city in a safe fashion. No, nothing against you. Because also, with the high price of inflation, with gas and food, the consumers will not be able to pay their bills like utility DWP bills, and the trash collection fees come out of that. So expect much less money for the department, and I think we need to prepare for more homelessness. Excuse me, can you hold my time till the city attorney? Look at him pointing at me. Look at this.
No, we're not holding your time.
All right, so anyway... so excuse me.
You've been warned again, Mr. Dog.
So can I get my thoughts back?
Go get your thoughts back and finish. Your time is running. You're at 1:01.
Okay, so anyway,
1 minute left.
People are going to not be able to pay the bills. You're going to have much less money to run the department. I say also prepare for the wave of homelessness.
Mr. President,
because
the
with
Speaker
the
should be
city's
talking
planning
to the council
department.
as a whole,
okay,
not to the
also,
appointee.
Excuse me, Dion, what?
Speaker should be speaking to the council as a whole,
Hey,
not to
tell
the
him to turn
appointee.
around. I'm looking straight ahead and talking here.
Mr. President, he should be warned for violating the rules of the
Yeah,
court.
you should be warned for not knowing the First Amendment.
we'll
And now I'm
eject
also
you.
going to say, now here's
Thank
my
you.
plan for graffiti removal.
All right,
I
we're
have a
done.
plan.
Thank you,
I have a
Mr. Dog.
plan.
Mr. Matt Dowd, come on, it's your turn. Thank you, Mr. Dog, you're done. Matt Dowd, your turn.
He voted no on the 1.6. He voted yes for 1.6 million. He voted yes.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Thank you. Matt Dowd. It's always fun here in City Council, folks.
Thank you. Reset the clock. Just took 5 seconds. But no, first of all, I want to talk about Captain Richard Muskie in General Services. If you got any sway, that's the kind of guy that a city employee that I want to recommend that you take notes from. I'm not sure if the city attorney told you you had to turn around, but I'd love to, just talk to the guy. You don't have to listen to him. We just want to talk. But that's what the city of Los Angeles does. I hope you can defeat that within your department, the stonewalling when people have a problem, and then there's retaliation and harassment, and the city ends up in lawsuits all day long, Superior Court, Federal Court, because of the attitude that comes down from the top. And it comes from the city attorneys. Primarily, they don't know how to be people, they just know how to be machines, and they're actually idiots because we beat them without an attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. That matter is now before us. Closing comments. Here we go. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
You can confirm. Thank you very
And
much. Let's
Mr.
applaud them. Ms. Hahn?
Mr. President, for the record, the salary is $190,195.
Hold on a second. We got applause in the council.
Thanks for the eggs.
Congratulations to our new general manager of General Services. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, and congratulations, Tony. We know you're going to do a great job. I would like to reconsider item 37.
Item 37 up for reconsideration. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote. That matter is now before us on
14 ayes.
reconsideration. And we're going to hold that on the desk, Ms. Hahn. Okay, now item number 30, please. Ms. Perry, item number 30?
The board. It's not on the board yet.
It'll be coming up.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Number 30, Ms. Perry.
Mr. Chair, and I'd like to ask Assistant Chief Paysinger to take a seat at the middle table while we're getting ready to get into this item. I think we've all heard time and time again that truancy and crime in neighborhoods is closely connected. When I was approached by Captain Green from the 77th Division, he presented an idea that he thought would help officers protect the safety of students, both from becoming victims as well as victimizing others, and I wanted to act. the city's current daytime curfew ordinance. Mr. Chair, if you could ask for
Yeah,
some
in the
silence
chambers,
in the
we've
chamber.
got too much noise. It's difficult to hear the council members, so please in the chambers, quiet down. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ms. Perry.
The city's current daytime curfew ordinance is set between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. This leaves a gap in time, both in the morning and the afternoon, when school is in session, that our curfew ordinance does not cover. I have amendments to the existing ordinance which will set the daytime curfew to the hours of the day when the school which the student would normally attend is in session. There are several reasonable exemptions to the curfew ordinance, such as when the minor or student is with a parent or guardian going directly to or from work or a medical appointment or is involved in an emergency. The city attorney has also taken this opportunity to make some technical changes to both the nighttime and daytime curfew ordinance. The city attorney's office researched similar ordinances from cities across the state and has modeled this ordinance after one from the city of Monrovia because it has been challenged in court and upheld. And I'd also like to thank you, the Assistant Chief, for coming here today to speak and answer your questions, and also Julie Ravish from the City Attorney's Office in drafting the ordinance. And I'd also like to thank LAPD for their support throughout the process. So with that, Assistant Chief, if you would just give us just a real general overview so people can understand why this is necessary.
Thank you, Council Member, Mr. President, and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunities to speak to this, what I believe to be an important dimension of the ordinances that really govern behavior in the City of Los Angeles. I would like to say first that this ordinance, as mentioned by the Council Member, represents a minor revision of the prior law that was approved by this Council 10 years ago. They believe then, as I believe many of the members...
It's still too loud.
Can you ask the chambers to quiet down a little bit, please?
It's still too loud in the chambers. Sergeant Arms, can you please quiet down the chambers? It's way too loud in this chambers. And the folks that are standing, there's room, many seats available up front if you wish to have a seat. And the folks in the back, you're welcome to have a seat. Thank you. We need to keep this quiet so we can hear the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me again start by saying that I believe that this ordinance represents an important but minor revision of the prior law that was approved by this Council about 10 years ago. They believe then, as I believe many of you believe now, that the language is part of a larger safety net that's necessary for the well-being of our students. The Los Angeles Police Department both supports and approves this ordinance and believes it to be a responsible way to guarantee the safety of our school children. I worked personally over the last several months with Deputy City Attorney Ray Fish, who I believe crafted a very intelligent response and a piece of legislation that provides for that safety net. In my judgment, this issue is not necessarily about enforcement. It's not about the Los Angeles Police Department, but again provides for the welfare and the safety of our youth during the periods when they should be in school. It also represents an extension of a parent's right and their expectation that their children are being properly cared for. When a parent drops off their children at school or sends them to school, they are of the belief, I know I was when I had students in school, that a responsible adult is providing for their education and their care. For us not to embrace this important ordinance, I believe, places hundreds of our youth at risk of being either victims or the predators who prey upon those victims, especially in those disenfranchised and disadvantaged neighborhoods and communities where unauthorized absences are the most compelling. In a recent conversation that I had with members of the Los Angeles Unified School District, they tell me that over 40,000 students a day, I'd like to repeat that for emphasis, over 40,000 students a day are involved in unauthorized absences in school. And I believe that we should not add to that total. Also, years of enforcement data confirms that a significant number of the approximately, at least year-to-date, 58,000 property crimes that occur in our neighborhoods are committed by youth who are not in school, but frankly should be in school. All in all, it's just my judgment from having, again, worked closely with Ms. Rayfish, that this embodies the spirit and the responsibility of not us as individuals, but us as a caring and a willing community to ensure that our young people are cared for in a responsible way, and this legislation places them in that environment. Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to respond, and I'm available to answer any more questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Weezer, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I support this endeavor. I think it's great. I think we should do something to encourage our young people the responsibility of being in school at a young age. And for those students who start off ditching 1 day, 2 days, it leads on to other things. And our statistics do show that those are the kids who end up dropping out of school. So this is a wonderful thing we're doing. However, when I first got elected to the school board, one of the first things I asked is, well, how do we enforce our truancy laws when in fact many of our schools are year-round? And a lot of our students are walking our streets, legitimately so, because during the day they're off of school. It's not their time of the year to be in school. And I think we did a great disservice to this city and this region and our children when in fact we hadn't built the schools necessary, and we've allowed many of our overpopulated schools to go year-round. It not only created less of an educational opportunity for these young people, but it dominoed into other societal problems, such as having kids on the street, our officers, our adults not knowing who should be in school, who should not be in school. And although we have a great program to eliminate year-round schools, and in fact there was a lawsuit for the school district to end year-round schools, and by the year 2012, all schools in LUSD should be your traditional 2-semester calendar schools. But today, we still have about 114 schools that are year-round calendar, meaning that there are going to be some students who are on the streets legitimately. How will we deal with that? Please hold my time.
I appreciate the question. As a matter of fact, I've had some conversations with Superintendent Brewer and also Mr. Ray Cortinas and the Chief of Police for the Los Angeles Unified School District, Larry Mannion, on this very question. And it goes to the issue of making sure that we have identification that gives them their identity for the point in time when they should, when they have a right to be out of school. So that the issue of proper identification, and so that if they're stopped on those occasions when they're requested to have identification by a responsible police officer, or frankly any other adult, that would give us an idea of whether or not they should be in school versus if they shouldn't be in school. And frankly, it helps us in an enforcement capacity.
Yeah, and I wanted to emphasize that because I think a lot of students, where they're not in school, they're thinking, I'm rid of my books, I'm rid of my identification, I'm rid of anything that has to do with school until it's my time to go back to school. So we really have to work with the school district and let them know, hey, send reminder notices, tell the parents that if you are in a year-round school, please carry your identification around, because there's going to be there's a new law that's taking effect, and some of them we already have truancy laws that are going to be enforced, and we really need to not only waste our resources in terms of stopping students who we're going to say, where's your identification, and it just sends us up a lot of different paths, but it's also not going to be fair to these students who are going to be hassled when they're legitimately out in the street. So can we have what are we doing with the school district to better communicate that to the parents of the students?
I really do appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation, because it was just last week when I met with Superintendent Brewer. We debated the issue of enforcement. I mentioned to a community group not too long ago that since I was appointed as a deputy chief to Operations South Bureau in December 2002, I've presided between then and now over the arrest and booking of over 500,000 individuals in this city. That's every man, woman, and child in the city of Long Beach.
Yeah.
And so in my judgment, we need to find other ways to ensure that we have responsible behavior. The conversation that I had with Superintendent Brewer and Mr. Cortinas was working with them to develop incentives to stay in school. Because sometimes I think we look at these issues in a way that's, frankly, the complete antithesis as opposed to the way that we should look at them. Simply this. We entertain the idea of joining arm in arm with private industry, with the Apple Corporation, and for those students who stay in school for an appreciable period of time, the incentive of an iCard for iTunes. Giving the kind of incentives, providing motivations for students, not necessarily to ensure that we enforce that they stay in school, but encourage them to stay in school. and building along those lines. So we build upon the positive incentives rather than negative incentives.
Yeah, and the students who are going to be most impacted are those students who they would love to be during their time off at school, but it's being used by other students because they're so overcrowded. And unfortunately, it's at most of our low-income areas, such as Bow Heights and others, that will remain on year-round for a few more years. So I just think we've got to do a lot more communication with the parents and students to say, carry around your identification. Hopefully, by the year 2012, we're going to be all in traditional calendar. This won't be a problem anymore. And again, it goes to speak to the wraparound services that I hope we get to as a city one day, so that if we have those kids who are off school, they know where to go because we've done our job in connecting the dots for young people to know where they can go when they're off of school or they're not in school during their time.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Identifying those young people who we know are consistently absent, consistently truant, and finding ways through services and other ways to motivate them to stay in school.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. LeBonge.
Now, one of the things that concerns me is what Councilmember Huizar was bringing up, that in some communities you have traditional schools, so it's natural to see hundreds, if not thousands, of kids in various parts of the community during July and August and parts of September because all of them are out of school at that time. But now with year-round schools, we have kids in certain communities, overcrowded schools, that have one-third of the kids have the right to be home or have the right to not be in school. So what is this curfew? Does it speak at all to the fact that if a child is not required to be in school, what is their right to be out on the street?
Perhaps I can answer your question. Julie Raffish from the City Attorney's Office. The ordinance itself, the amendments to the ordinance itself, contain an enforcement provision, and that enforcement provision requires the officers to undertake a particular kind of investigation or evaluation to determine whether the minor who they have encountered is supposed to be in school or is not supposed to be in school. And before a citation is ever issued, that officer has to undertake that evaluation to determine whether the person he has encountered is on track, is off track, because if the student is off track, then the ordinance does not apply to them.
Okay.
It really only applies to students who are supposed to be in school during that period of time when their school is in session.
Correct. But with all due respect, if I'm a 12-year-old kid and I tell my mom, I want to walk over to the store and buy some candy. It's 12 noon, and he's off track. She says, okay, go. So he's walking a few blocks. Police officer turns a corner in his vehicle, rightfully so, asks the kid some questions. See, all of that is after the fact. That child is already engaged in a conversation with that police officer. So after that point, can you tell us what the activity is that the officer should be required to engage in to do that verification?
Following the encounter with the minor? Following the
Yes,
encounter.
correct.
The officer would have to determine whether or not the minor is lawfully off track, which means determining what school the minor is attending, and either contacting that minor's parent or contacting the minor's school to determine whether they are on track or off track. The existing ordinance, the ordinance that the city currently has, allows for the same type of encounter to take place. And actually, the police department's internal policy and practice is to undertake this evaluation and this further inquiry on its own. The proposed amendment to the existing ordinance codifies that requirement. It actually makes it a requirement that officers have to do what they have been doing thus far. So the officer would have to either contact the minor's parent or guardian, would have to contact the school district. So I agree with the concept and the notion that there needs to be a lot of coordination between the school district and the police department, because while the school district is charged with ensuring that students attend school and guarding against truancy, it is part of the police power to ensure that students who are supposed to be attending school, supposed to be supervised during a fixed period of their day, are not victimized or victimize others. And that's what the existing city ordinance does. This is just an amendment to that ordinance. It doesn't change that aspect of the existing ordinance.
Yeah, I expect that this amendment, and I read it as an improvement of our current ordinance, but at the same time, it affords me the opportunity to ask these questions on the record. So now, if say a 12-year-old in the scenario I just gave you is walking down the street and an officer starts to ask that person, and following that guideline of should you be in school, if the kid says I'm off track, then there's a verification process or what have you. Is the officer, while verifying or what have you, before he or she verifies the status of that young person, having the right to be walking around the streets or should be under adult supervision at a school, during that interim, does the officer have the right to engage in other questions of that young person? In other words, is that cause?
My sense is, as long as those questions aren't probative to the point where it engages in the type of questions that go beyond the notion of that particular stop. In other words, questions related to their arrest status or whether or not they've been involved in other types of criminal activities. I believe that those questions would go beyond the reason and the intention of the original stop. So therefore,
Correct.
there wouldn't be any necessity for engaging in those types of questions. However, if we find out that that student is not off track,
Then from that moment forward, it's a different situation.
Absolutely it is.
Okay. So what you're saying is, if an officer pulls over a juvenile for the purposes of
that determination,
suspecting that this might be a juvenile that's violating the curfew because he or she should be under adult supervision, i.e. in school, until that officer verifies yay or nay, should that person be in school on that day at that moment, those other types of questions or investigative or probing questions should not be asked shall not be asked or not allowed to be asked.
Should not be necessary. But keep in mind, too, the focus with which we deploy our people, as you know, in a very strategic way, we generally deploy our people in those areas where there are spikes and trends and clusters of crime, and generally committed by certain individuals in certain specific areas. Oftentimes, again, as you know, we have descriptions of people that were involved in particularly property crimes in some of those neighborhoods, or for that matter, they could be felony-type crimes. If an officer has a reasonable notion that that individual is involved in some other criminal activity, of course, that changes
then
the
that's a
complexion of the
different
encounter.
reason for questioning that young person, right?
Cardenas, your time's, if you want to push again, go ahead and finish, then you want to push again.
All right, thank you.
Mr. LaBonge.
Chief, we've known each other 20, 25, 30 years maybe.
28 years.
28 years, okay. So, and you went to Narbonne, right? I went to Marshall. Did you ever miss school involuntarily?
Never.
Never. Very good. I did once, and they called home, and then I got grounded, you know, so I never cut school. Went to the beach. I always remember it that day. Do we send anything out to the school that they send home to say the Los Angeles Police Department cares about the safety of all children, and don't be surprised if a police officer may stop to inquire of a student from the school? Do we do any notification to parents, you know?
We have not to this point, but again, interestingly enough, that was part of the conversation that I had with the superintendent and his staff, coming up with more intelligent ways to deal with this particular problem. I can tell you, however, that the Los Angeles Unified School District has a set of benchmarks. If an individual has been away from school for 4 days or 7 days or 10 days, there are telephone calls, conversations that take place, letters that are sent, and actually in-person visits to those homes of where the students...
Is there truant officers anymore?
I don't know if the LAUSD has those, but I know that in some occasions the parents are visited by members of the school district.
Right, but it's an overwhelming challenge because people kind of lose their way. I know in talking to administrators, sometimes children just disappear and they don't know they really drop out until the next year and they're not enrolled anywhere. Is there any focus on middle schools on this at all?
It matters little to us where the schools, although
What grade level?
I have to be honest with you, most of the focus are the areas in and around the high schools, and again, where those clusters of problems that we normally see develop in some
Right.
of the more challenging areas.
And Mr. Weezer, when you spoke, you talked about the schools. In the 60s and 70s, when I went to school, many of the high schools were on double session. They ran schools from 7 to 1 and from 1 to 5. Gardena was. I know some valley schools were because there was overcrowding. And now we're trying to build schools to meet those needs. I just asked a friendly amendment that the Assistant Chief of Operations inquire again with the Deputy Superintendent of Schools if there could be a notification and maybe a letter from the Chief of Police co-signed with the Superintendent to remind students that Los Angeles police officers, as well as the school district police, care about your safety. And if you are stopped, to inquire about, this is what a procedure would be. A lot of people don't know. I remember the first time a police officer stopped me on Hyperion Avenue. He asked where I live. I said, over there. He got real mad. He said, I don't know where over there is. He wanted to know exactly where I live. So.
All right, Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, to close. All right.
Friendly amendment that you inquire with the district to send out some notification in the beginning of the school year about what the Los Angeles Police Department is doing in this effect. It goes to parents in all languages that this district always does.
No objection on the friendly
No
amendment.
objections. That's a friendly amendment.
Ms.
Thank
Perry.
you.
Okay, call to the question. Ask for
Very
an aye
good,
vote.
thank you. Well, we have two speaker cards on this matter. Zuma Dog and Michael Carrion. Chief, we've got two speakers before we vote on this. That's fine, yeah, thank you.
I have never seen such a look of disappointment from when I just said that I was going to speak on this, but I'm here to say congratulate Councilmember Jan Perry. This is not just some empty motion that's being held till October without a special 54. This is a real thing. People want more to be done in the city. Let me explain for the council members who might not understand this. The people of Los Angeles want you to do more about crime. Okay, you're sitting here asking all these technical questions. They want to do more about crime. They want people to stop getting killed 2 doors away from their house. They want to be able to walk the streets safe. Okay, so what this is, if you have kids out on the streets during school hours that are 12 years old, well, then there's something wrong there. Okay, so then they say, oh, gee, well, here's the problem. They say, well, gee, I'm with this 18-year-old. Yeah, that 18-year-old is probably doing some crimes themselves. That's called recruitment. Unfortunately, these parents are not home during these daytime hours. And so they're out on the streets, and then they say, hey, here's some 18-year-olds, we can hang out with them. And not only that, but then we can be on the streets legally. And then it's called becoming your, I don't know, false family or whatever. It turns into what people qualify as gangs. Okay, I just say it's crime. All right, so anything that can be done, this is not just some empty motion, just put it up here, then let's postpone it for 3 months, and then we won't do a Rule 54, we'll just let it keep going. Here's something real for the talk show hosts, for the people of the community that want something to be done to take back the city. Believe it or not, you've never heard me say a good thing about a Jan Perry motion. I mean, this is the tact to get this started. Now, there was concern about First Amendment implications where you can say, well, gee, you know, we're having a First Amendment gathering. Well, if you're a minor and you're having one of these gatherings, then it's going to be approved by the schools. You need permission. You need to, okay, so we're not just having kids out on the streets being raised by gang member adults, because the main problem in the final sentence is, it's the youngest faction of the gangs, not the OGs. It's the youngest people we're talking
Your time's up.
that are the most
Mr. Carrion.
And thanks for not letting me finish my sentence.
Your time's up. Thank you, Mr. Carrion.
Yes, I had a few questions here. You guys sit here and speak of LAUSD all the time. LAUSD pushed people through their school system without educating them for years. What about private schools? My kids both go to private school. I hear nothing on this table about reaching out to the private schools, to the Catholic schools, to try to find out if they have any IDs or anything. Just because the taxpayers are going to flip this bill to give public schools IDs stating when they're on track or off track, what about private schools when they're on and off track? Are you going to address that? Or are you just going to say because you go to private schools, you're going to be harassed because you're not in school? I don't think that's fair or equitable for all of us. Again, just like Mr. Laban says, you have run-ins with police officers. A child is scared when a police officer approaches them. Please do not approach my children in that manner, trying to question them that they're out of school because they don't have an ID that comes from a public school, that comes from an LAUSD school. My kids, I work hard to put them in private school, and we don't get money from the city. We don't get money from everybody else. So you're going to turn upon us and tell us to pay more to get them a little ID card that states when they're in school and when they're not. They've already get an ID card. Now you're going to add more to them, but yet you separate the church and the school. You separate Catholic school from LAUSD. We're not a wealthy community, yet we pay for our kids to go to private school. You have to come up with something that's going to tell us in Catholic school and private schools that we are going to be included in this chain of thought that you're thinking about. Because I understood it, but all I heard was LAUSD, LAUSD, LAUSD. Believe me, I know where my kids are 24 hours a day.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, to close? Okay. Matters now before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Mr. Chair, can we have that go forthwith?
Yes, forthwith. Everything's forthwith today on the schedule. Item 53, please.
Yes, 53 was called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, number 53.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to see if we can combine 53 and 54, and I'd ask that...
Without objection, we'll combine 53 and 54.
Let me ask LaTanya Stevens to come up to the microphone, and also the family of Smith family, Dolores Smith and Kiana Walker. On item 53, which involves LaTanya Stevens, let me just say it's rare that we find incidents that you know the people. I've known LaTanya before she was born, and certainly her brother Herbert. But Herbert, on September the 5th, 2007, was standing on a residential street at 1700 block of West 39th Street, and four males drove up in a light-colored sedan and basically asked the fatal question, "Where are you from?" The right front passenger then extended a shotgun out the window and fired one shot, killing Herbert Stevens. And so, LaTanya, would you certainly make your remarks as you feel appropriate?
Just wanted to say that my brother was a good guy, a father, a brother, and a good friend. And I just want justice for his death. He served the country. He was in the Army. And I just loved him so much. And if you have any information on the perpetrators that took my brother's life, please contact the Los Angeles Police Department. And I also want to express appreciation for Southwest Police Department, Detective Lake, and the City Council for hearing me speak on behalf of the Stevens family. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parks. We have three speaker cards on this. Ms. Stevens, Walker, and Smith.
Yeah, let me ask Mrs. Smith to make a comment, and then we could...
Okay.
I'd also ask, this is Dolores Smith is the mother of Stephen, and Kiana Walker is his wife. And on this issue, number 54, Stephen was standing on the street near the north sidewalk of 715 West 43rd Street. Unknown suspects fired multiple shots at him, striking him where he sustained serious injuries, collapsed on the street, later succumbed to those injuries at the California hospital. And I'd ask his mother, Dolores, to make some comments.
Good afternoon. I'm here today in behalf of my son, who was a good man, as well as a loving father, a caring father. His last day with me, he prayed before he left, and I never saw him again. He left to go take care of some business to get his daughter's graduation together. He left money for her limousine so that he thought he was going to see her graduate, but he wasn't able to. Somebody decided just to shoot him for no reason. He not only was a good son, he was my friend. He loved his kids. He loved his family. He was a humble man. And I'm appealing to the public that if anybody saw anything, please contact the police department. Lieutenant Late at 77 Precinct has been so helpful, along with many others. I'm a volunteer at the Sheriff's Department on Boucher Street. And I just want to say that the police department are our friends. And I want to thank the councilman for the time. And I appreciate Mr. Parks for this opportunity to speak in behalf. Please, somebody, if you know something, call. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kiana, would you like to make a comment?
I would. I would just like to appeal to the public to find and capture, ASAP, the murderers of my husband. He was not only my husband, but he was my friend. And they took something that was mine. It was his mother's. They took from his mother, and they took from his children, his wife. And I would like to ask that, by any means, if anybody can, do anything to capture these criminals, these perpetrators. They had no right to take anybody's life. Okay, nobody has the right to harm anybody, kill anybody. So, on behalf of his mother and myself, and his children, most of all, I would like to ask, that they do whatever they have to do necessary to put these criminals behind bars. And thank you.
Thank you. And colleagues, LaTanya is here on behalf of her brother Herbert. Item 53, Dolores Smith, the mother of Stephen Smith, and Kiana Walker, his wife, on item 54. Both of them are $50,000 reward motions, and we'd ask the public any information to call LAPD at 213-485-1383.
Thank you very much. If we can please open the roll on both of these items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And like all items, those will be sent forthwith today. Thank you very much for coming into council and sharing with us your support of these reward motions. Mr. Labange has asked for number 6. If we can take that next. If
Thank you.
there's no
The
objection.
Planning Department is here on item number 6. Mr. Bernstein, want to just come to the table, and I know you have some cards from the public.
We've, as I said before, we've had the public hearing, so you tell me, Mr. Labange, how...
I'll give them my time, so hold my time there. I got 2:54 left. Hold my time. Department?
Did you want to hear public comment, though, or not?
Yeah, but I just wanted the department, just give the council an update real quick on what's before us.
Yes. Good morning, council members.
We have a really quick...
Ken Bernstein with the Office of Historic Resources in the Department of City Planning. What is before you this morning is a readoption of the Hancock Park Historic Preservation Overlay Zone. This overlay zone has been in place since 2006. There was a legal challenge to the Hancock Park and Windsor Square HPOZs. The Windsor Square HPOZ has been readopted and has been upheld in a recent court decision in the Los Angeles Superior Court. The department reprocessed the Hancock Park HPOZ in a similar fashion and worked with the community to adopt a new preservation plan that has been adopted formally by the City Planning Commission. This is the final step of that process, having been through the adoption of the preservation plan and the reprocessing of an environmental clearance to readopt the Hancock Park HPOZ today. I'm joined by Megan Hunter and Nick Marisich from the Community Planning Bureau of the department.
Megan, thank you for your work there. I know, Mr. President, if I could ask, I know there's one card in opposition. If you want to call Mr. Rosenberg.
Yes, Michael Rosenberg is here. Mr. Labange proposed opening
You can
the
take my
public
time
hearing again.
on that.
Okay. We'll give you 2 minutes, sir. Please.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Mr. Labange, thank you very much.
I'm here representing myself and also the Hancock Park Residents Association. We're in opposition to this. We submitted a letter, which I believe the members and your office has, and we delineated some of the reasons for our position, including, in my words, I would like to include by reference all prior oppositions that have been submitted with regards to this process. And I understand that the department has done a lot of work. Everybody loves our neighborhood. We've done a great job, I believe, in maintaining it. However, there is a lot to be done. I don't think that the ordinance and the preservation plan is inclusive of everything that needs to be done in our community. There are issues with religious rights. There are issues of areas that have been taken out of the HPOZ. There is a lot of issues with regards to the different areas within Hancock Park, which is a very large area, and we would like some of these issues to be readdressed by the planning department and also by the city attorney's office. So I appreciate very much your time and your efforts, and want to make sure that our letter that has been submitted is included in the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Mr.
Thank you. That
Labange?
letter will be included in the record. We have a representative from the Hancock Park Homeowners Association, as well as others who are supportive of it. Cindy,
Do you want me to
you wanna
read those
just-
names into
just
the record?
Yeah, read them into the record, Cindy.
Cindy
And
Chavatal,
your colleagues went outside to
Jennifer
conduct
DeVore,
little business.
and
Hi,
Susanna
my name is
Funston.
Cindy Chavato Keen. I'm the current president of the Hancock Park Homeowners Association, established in 1948. I'm here on behalf of not only the Homeowners Association, but the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, the National Trust, the Hancock Park Historic Preservation Advocacy Group, the LA Conservancy, and the HPOZ Alliance. And I'd like to thank the council for adopting our HPOZ last August, and look forward to having them re-adopt it this morning. Thank you very much. The letters of support have been submitted for the council's review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we heard from both sides on that issue right there. There is support for it. Just like this great building that we're in right here, it's preserved for a reason. And that neighborhood, thank you, Mr. Reyes, through your work, many neighborhoods opt out for an HPOZ as an important factor. So I call for an aye vote, and I thank everyone for being involved. And I'm sorry not everyone is on the same page, but everybody feels the same way. It's a great neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. If there's no other members who wish to be heard, let us prepare the roll on this item and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. We have a request from Mr. Cardenas to take 24 and 25, and then we'll be on item 5 after that. Mr. Cardenas, how long do you think 24 and 25 will take? I know we've had a few folks waiting on 5 as well. Is there any objection to going with 5, Mr. Cardenas, next, and then 24? Okay. I think we should be able to do that. So I'd like to recognize Mr. Reyes on item number 5 next.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I want to thank the Council President. I don't believe we should be harassed by the audience. We have this individual. It's the second time I come to speak. I hear a boo. I hear something else.
That's out of order.
And that is uncalled for.
Mr. Dogg or Mr. Dowd, comments that disrupt this meeting from the audience, which is very clear, are not allowed in this meeting. We'll ask you to be removed for that.
You ask respect of us. We expect the same. Thank you. Whoever it was. Thank you, Council
We can ask
President.
the sergeants at arms, your assistance, if that happens again, to remove those individuals so we can have an orderly proceeding of the meeting. Mr. Dowd, if you please leave. Thank you. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you. Colleagues, this is a measure that allows us to look at the day labor market issue on a case-by-case basis. It will allow us to individualize each of these types of facilities with these big box facilities with a conditional use permit. And thanks, Councilmember Parks, for bringing this to our attention, to individualize these CUPs, conditional use permits, and actually deal with the impacts of these day laborers as they unfold in the future. So I thank the staff for the hard work. We've been through many different stages of maturity, I believe. We've learned with time what to do, and we are just trying our best to put forth a policy that treats everyone as human beings with respect, and that we create relationships with our business sector while understanding the needs of our neighborhoods. So I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is Mr. Parks, and then Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Smith. Mr. Parks.
President, I was going to ask, I think we had some cards, although we had a public hearing. Could we have about 10 minutes to hear the...
Sure, why don't we have 6 cards, just 2 minutes apiece?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Our first speaker then will be in Van Nuys, Aaron Green from VICA.
And hold my time.
Being held. Good morning.
With VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. Just wanted to comment briefly. VICA does not have a formal position on the creation of day laborer sites at home improvement stores, but with regards to this motion today, just wanted to make sure we felt that it was important that there should be some clarity in the language of the ordinance, which states that day laborer sites and projects and programs should only be created or should be clarified and only be implemented at new stores as opposed to all stores. I think this was the intention of some of the discussions at Plum hearings, and there's, I think, a little bit of lack of clarity in the current language. And so as it moves forward, we think that there should be some future consideration by the council in looking at this issue to make sure that when stores look to make improvements, even as simple as improving their air conditioning units, providing for, energy improvements, putting on solar panels, that this wouldn't necessarily trigger the mandate of a project or a program that could potentially be costly to a home improvement store and therefore trigger a disincentive to reinvest in these stores. So just hoping that council will consider this as an important issue, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Our next speaker is Francisco Uribe. After that will be Vanessa Rodriguez.
Thank you, council members. Francisco Uribe, Senior Manager of Government Relations for the Home Depot. I'm here to ask the council to also to amend language to more clearly reflect the intent of the ordinance to apply to new home improvement stores only. The Home Depot has been a member of the Los Angeles community since its first store in Los Angeles in 1988. And in fact, after the 1992 disturbances, we took the city's call and quickly built 5 additional stores in the impacted areas. The Home Depot currently operates 13 stores in the city of Los Angeles, where it employs more than 3,300 people. We consider ourselves a stakeholder of this city and are committed to have a positive impact on the communities in which we operate. Although the complex challenges associated with the presence of laborers are not specific to one industry nor one company, the Home Depot recognizes that some of our stores in the city of Los Angeles are impacted. The Home Depot has and will continue to work with the city of Los Angeles and other key stakeholders in the various communities where the Home Depot operates to jointly address these challenges. We ask again that the council consider amending to make more clearly reflect the intent of the ordinance to apply to only new home improvement stores as discussed at last week's Plum Committee meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Uribe. Vanessa Rodriguez is our next speaker. After that, Isabel Valenzuela.
Vanessa Rodriguez, Los Angeles Chamber. And just briefly, we would like to also echo the comments by VICA and the Home Depot. We are concerned with some of the language as it's stated in the current ordinance, and we would be very supportive of clearing that up and getting that underway. Should be specifically noted that these it only applies to new stores rather than existing stores. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Professor Abel Valenzuela. And after that, it will be Christina Campbell, who I think has left. But
good morning, council members.
Good morning.
I've dedicated the better part of my academic career, about 15 years, trying to better understand the day labor market and some of the different and unique policy interventions. And so I want to leave you with 3 brief comments. The first is that I think it's really key that the city engage in public-private partnerships regarding this issue. The city already does so through the support of worker centers, and I think this is a natural extension of what they're currently doing. The second point is I think worker centers are a really important policy intervention at a local level. Los Angeles has been noted, especially for its worker center support all across the country. We know that, for example, injuries that day laborers often occur decline when they search for work at worker centers. We have better employer accountability as a result of worker centers, and we also know that the workers are much more reliable when you hire them from worker centers. We also know that wage impacts are very positive. My third point is that worker centers are really important community anchors, institutions that go a long way for dispelling some of the myths and mistruths about day laborers. Just recently, on Sunday, the LA Times published a piece, and today I was able to get my piece published. It's an opinion piece on this bill. I very much support it. There's a final point that I want to make, an aside point. This notion that worker centers draw undocumented immigrants from all over the world to come to our streets and look for work. It's a preposterous notion. There is no empirical evidence that that occurs. Indeed, my own research based on surveys in LA, in New York, and in the entire country showed that a large percentage of day laborers, a significant percentage of day laborers have documents to work this market and to be in this country. That includes workers here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Is Christina Campbell here? If she is not, our final speaker is Pablo Alvarado. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Council President and distinguished members of the Council. My name is Pablo Alvarado. I am the Director of the National Day Labor Network, and I am here to speak in support of the ordinance, of the proposed ordinance. It's been 2 years since this Council took on this issue of this ordinance, and I'm very pleased to see that progress is being done on an ordinance that we can all and should support. My organization strongly believes that the proposed ordinance will make it better and easier to build and maintain day labor centers in order to mitigate some of the local concerns that communities have and also to serve as important community assets. The proposed ordinance only requires that there is a plan up front before a store opens, and that is an essential first step to ensure that we have successful day labor centers in our city. We know that in order to accomplish this goal of building successful day labor centers, all stakeholders must come together and assume their responsibilities. And that's the only way that we can ensure that we have successful centers, that everybody complies with the responsibilities. And this ordinance will ensure that there is a full collaboration between the private, the public, and the nonprofit sector, that we ensure that we have good centers in our communities. Finally, I like to tell you that my organization is fully committed to ensure that this ordinance works for everybody, for its businesses, for the day labor community, for the employers, for the residents. And I want to briefly say that, to end my intervention here, that it is a distinct honor to work on behalf of the tens of thousands of day laborers in our city. And our city benefits from their labor, and I want to recognize the fact that they are here with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That will close public comment. Mr. Alarcon and then Mr. Smith are our next speakers. Mr. Parks, did you want to add more comments after? Okay, Mr. Parks, still on his time.
City Attorney to come up. And then planning. Let me ask the City Attorney, you heard some comments earlier about what this ordinance, what it impacts and how. Could you comment on the issue of what is the breadth and depth of the ordinance and what specifically it controls?
Good afternoon, council members.
Hold my time.
Terry Kaufman, Macias, City Attorney's Office. Under the definition of home improvement store, the ordinance will capture new home improvement stores. It will capture that are 100,000 square feet or more. It would capture a situation where a home improvement store takes over an existing building 100,000 square feet or more, or it adds to that building 100,000 square feet or more. And that's the only situation where the ordinance will come into play. Existing home improvement stores are not captured under this ordinance. Under Los Angeles Municipal Code 1224L, those home improvement stores would be deemed to be approved conditional uses. Then any change that's made to a deemed to be approved home improvement store would fall within 1224M and may or may not require plan approval depending on what the proposal is.
Let me ask you, does this ordinance create a new definition for home improvement stores?
Yes, we did not have a definition for home improvement store in the code before this.
So now we have clarity of what a home improvement store is?
Yes.
Okay. Also, did it create a definition as to what a major development is?
That we had in the code.
Pardon?
We had that in the
You had
code
that
already, and
already
the
in the
only
code.
thing that was amended there was to add the term home improvement store included within a major development project.
All right. Does this ordinance address or deal with any immigration issues?
No.
Okay. Does the ordinance require that a shelter of any type be built?
It's not written as a shall. It's a may. So you look at you go through the findings, and the findings are intended to look at the unique site of each home improvement store. If the findings are made, then the option is there as a may to require conditions or operating standards. And there's several that can be selected, could be all of them, could be none of them, depending on the particular situation.
And so the issue is that it would be a collective effort to decide how to impact day laborers at that specific store.
Right. After public hearing, people, the home improvement store, staff, members of the public, and so forth would have an opportunity to speak and address the issue, and then the decision maker, planning commission, or city council on appeal would make the final decision.
And if those initial recommendations don't work and we have a day labor problem, is there some understanding that we continue to work at mitigation through the life of the store?
Just like any other conditional use in the city.
Okay. And then does it require a security plan?
That is one of the options.
Is that an option or is that a requirement?
It's an option.
An option. So
It's
that was
a may.
Pardon?
It may require.
May require. Okay. And then in dealing with, let me ask, I forgot to ask CAO or the CLA to come up. I would just like to ask the question as to what is the amount of money the city currently is expending on mitigating the current 11 stores that we have day labor mitigation plans.
Mr. Parks, my recollection is that it's about 180,000 per site. So
Per site, and we have about 11 of them?
Yes, about 11.
Okay. And that's generally what source of funds? Is it general fund, block grant, combination?
It depends on the situation. A combination, yes.
Okay. All right, so the issue is if we calculate that out, we're approaching at least a couple of $1 million of city revenue on 11 sites.
Yes.
Okay. This issue today on this ordinance, it is our expectation that that cost, that the city will be relieved of those costs in the future?
Well, again, I think what's before you today is the planning process, and that home improvement stores would go through. And again, I think planning and city attorney can address this further. Okay. I mean, there is no fee associated with this, but part of the process would be to determine what the impact on the communities are by placing these stores in the communities.
Okay. Colleagues, I just wanted to go through these issues because there's been so much misrepresentation about the ordinance. In fact, we even found at some point it was part of the national immigration legislation a while back. to prohibit cities from using land use. It is not an ordinance that impacts or takes into account a person's immigration status. It's not an ordinance that mandates shelters. It merely gives communities the ability to have input on a conditional use process that when a store of 100,000 square foot or more in a community that deals with home improvement, either a new store or a major rehab of a store, that these requirements are in play. Is that accurate from the city attorney? Did I summarize that accurately? Okay, that's what we wanted to vote on. It's something that we need to clarify, and I think unfortunately this ordinance has gotten put into a position, in my judgment, to stigmatize a group of people that are actually trying to work in the community. There's no way to determine as you drive down the street what the legal status of anyone is at that time. And if we go back to our history of generally the Depression, people of all colors, shapes, and sizes stood in line looking for a job, in which we may not have called them day laborers. They just went out looking for a job. And so I'd hope that we pass this unanimously to give our community some control over their future, and that we not ever experience what the 8th District currently has, where 40 people a day show up at Slauson in Manhattan and Slauson and Ruth Ellen and eat, drink, urinate, and leave debris in front of people's primary, personal, and private residences on an everyday basis. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, and then Mr. Smith, then Mr. Huizar, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I'm going to support this. There's no question about that. However, what I don't understand is why we're not targeting the problem. The problem is Home Depot. Home Depot has not managed a phenomena that is essentially created by their marketing and their targeting of certain types of customers that attract day laborers. Specifically, they target small construction companies and home improvement folks, people that are fixing their yards who need help, maybe digging the hole to build the wall, or and some of these, the day laborers are obviously very skilled. They can have them do everything from constructing major projects in a house, but they want to say that they did it themselves. So they let somebody come in their car at the day labor center, and or usually at the Home Depot. As an opposite model, Lowe's, which is a home improvement center, which would be sort of captured in this ordinance, and I think unfortunately Lowe's doesn't have the problem. And you ask yourself, well, why don't we see massive day laborers at Lowe's? The reason is they target women. It's very clear that their marketing scheme is more focused on interior design types of customers. And I'm not saying this on my own opinion. Lowe's told me that. Home Depot told me they target different markets. And I believe that is essential to what is causing the problem. So I would love to take Home Depot on this legal notion that they have created a particular phenomena that has to be assumed in the development of a Home Depot site in Los Angeles, and specify that they are the problem, not all these other potential home improvement centers. I would hate to have had to negotiate at the Price Pfister site with Lowe's on establishing a day labor center when they don't have a problem. So that's my one concern. I would like to beg the question why we did not target Home Depot. I don't care that they've threatened litigation, because frankly I think this issue needs to be dealt with in the courts, and I just don't know why we are taking this broad brush approach when some of these other home improvement centers have been much more responsible. It's Home Depot, and as much as I like to shop at Home Depot, they have created this problem, and it should be part and parcel of every single development of Home Depot, that people understand that they are going to have the responsibility to manage a day labor center in a positive, effective way. Can I get a response from everybody, actually?
Councilmember Alarcon, The land use ordinance addresses broad problems and types of businesses. It does not address a particular business. Any business in the city that is operating as a nuisance, there are other regulations that are addressed that way, but a land use ordinance, in order to be upheld by the courts, cannot target a specific business. It can only address impacts from a type of business, and that's what this land use ordinance does.
But couldn't we define Home Depot as a different type of business that incorporates day labor practices as part and parcel of who they are?
We're talking about land use impacts, so we're not dealing with labor.
We wouldn't be here if this wasn't a land use
Right.
issue.
The direct answer to your question is no, we cannot target Home Depot.
I think one more thing in response to your question. I think that is what the ordinance tried to do without saying it's one particular business, but characterize the actual problem as you described it and define the types of businesses that create that problem, and then propose mitigation measures that could be imposed in a conditional use process to address the problems. That is what the ordinance tries to do.
I'm done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Smith, Mr. Weezer, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much. And like Mr. Alarcon, I'm going to support this, but I have a couple questions. And one deals with Section E, subsection 1, 1 through 5. Those are the Planning Commission criteria or findings necessary. My question is, as I read them, they're extremely vague. For instance, item number 2 says a significant number of day laborers are not expected to congregate in and around the Home Improvement store for the purpose of seeking employment. What's a significant number? Significant to you might be 5, significant to me might be 20, or vice versa. So how do we define significant to make that finding?
Well, Terry Coppin, Macias City Attorney's Office. First of all, the courts allow a certain amount of vagueness in land use ordinances, and it's written this way to address the broadest type of problem and give the most discretion to each particular site. What may be significant in one site may not be significant in another site. So that's why it was written that way.
Then how do you determine that? Who makes that decision, and how is it defensible in a court of law? The court may give a certain amount of vagueness, but I've always found that that's what the attorneys are going to attack us on immediately is, where did you come up with this number, Commission? You're saying 500 people. That's not a reasonable assumption. When we deal with pornography, for instance, they have given us somewhat a categorical definition, and that is the prevailing local feelings on the subject. That is identifiable. We can figure that out to a degree. But when you say significant number, that is so vague, I don't know how it's defensible in a court of law. What may be in my community a number will not be the same community number in Mr. Parks or Mr. Alarcon's community. So how do you defend that?
I'll try to address that a little. Many of the ordinances that you adopt and many of the components of the code, the municipal code that require findings such as this, conditional use permit, similarly variances, zone changes, many of the discretionary actions you deal with have similar findings. So there's no rigid black and white specific number. They say things like this represents good planning practice. This is will not adversely impact the welfare of people in the neighborhood. You know, they're similarly vague, I guess is an appropriate word, but the idea is that in the context of a specific site in a specific neighborhood where you've had a public hearing and issues are raised by people who know the area and the analysis is done by the decision maker, there's some context for these findings, and that's how they're made all the time.
I can see that we'll be challenged on these points. And I think it behooves us to have some sort of standard, at least in the part of the planning department, if not part of the ordinance, that is understandable by the public. When they then go to the Planning Commission and say, Commissioners, we believe this is the proper number for our community, that the Commission can say, yes, we understand that and agree with it. But there should be a range of numbers to choose from, and it shouldn't be 1. It shouldn't be 2, but what is significant, I don't know. but I can see that we will have problems with this. And it goes to point number 3 as well, where we say, talking about increased trash. How do you determine what's an increase of trash in advance? That's an after-the-fact determination. You can't say that because this operation is going to take place and these people gather, that the amount of trash will be X, and that is a significant number. Increased trash is just one piece of paper, by definition. And so, how would you defend that?
I guess while you raise legitimate points here, so many of the discretionary actions all the decision makers in our city make, whether it be the planning commissions or the council, have this level of vagueness about them, and some of the case law you refer to, such as with the adult entertainment, sometimes help to refine or narrow the amount of vagueness on these issues. And that's frequently, at least in the planning department, why we look at case law and work with the city attorneys, because it helps narrow the definitions. But many of these things are not scientific. They're judgment calls based on facts and analysis.
But when you look at state law on littering, if I do that, that's violating state law. That's littering, not a ton of trash. And so I'm not so sure that the vagueness is in our advantage, because I can argue easily before the Planning Commission, one person out there drops one thing, that's an increase of trash. And I think we have to be very careful about that. I'm not so sure this ordinance is defensible. I'm going to vote for it because I think it's a first step in the right direction, but I don't think it's I don't think it's all been thought out, quite frankly, to be defensible in a court of law. And I know my time's over, so I'll just ask one last question, and that is, this only deals with new facilities. It doesn't exist on anything existing. So we then need to create, if we have an existing ongoing problem that is identifiable at the new site, but not identifiable at the old site, we've got two different rules now. I understand the legality, but I'm asking the planning department, would it be then advisable to go back on existing facilities, create a nuisance ordinance that defines it the same way we've defined it here? Say that if you have these problems, and we have definitions, if we meet those definitions, then you've got a nuisance, because what we're allowing on one site, we're not allowing on the other. The new site, we have rules for, but the old site, we don't, yet we've defined what the problem is. So shouldn't we then connect those dots and say, if we're writing this ordinance with all this language on what is a bad site, then shouldn't that apply to an old site then, if these things are the same problems as a nuisance mitigation?
We can work with the city attorney. We have, as you know, a nuisance abatement section of our code, and we can work with the city attorney to look at using these kinds of guidelines in nuisance abatement actions for those kinds of stores and see.
I would appreciate that, and I think I don't want to delay this today. I think that's a separate action, and I will help you. Maybe we'll draft a motion to do that, but I think we have to look at it in the context of L.A. We cannot be concerned about just the future 4 or 5 stores that may be built in the next decade, but the existing 20 stores that exist now. And those are where the problems are coming from in our community. So I'll work with you. We'll bring in a separate motion to deal with it as a nuisance definition for the existing stores. And I'll support this today, but I think we have some real legal problems with the language. So you might think about that in the context of when we do get challenged. We may have to fix that.
Thank you. Mr. Weiser.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'm very proud to say that my dad was once a day laborer, and he was always very respectful of the neighborhood he was in. He was always very respectful of the people who gave him the opportunity to work, and he was very respectful of making sure he cleaned up after himself. Nonetheless, when you have a group of people, there is going to be trash, there's going to be debris. You put a symphony in the front, in the park someplace, and the type of people who go hear symphonies, there's going to be trash, there's going to be debris. It's a fact of life. I don't think that we should reflect this on any particular type of group who is looking for work and say what is the outcome of those people being there. But now I do have some questions about this, and 2 questions. One is, who does this apply to? I've heard a number of points being made here, and I think some of us are in different wavelengths as to whether it applies to existing or to new. And secondly, I'm interested in hearing more about who will operate these centers once they open up. And I know you mentioned it, but if you could again tell us who this applies to, because I've heard some people say only new, I've heard some people say existing, And alterations, a public speaker said alterations, and what does that mean? And my concern is on alterations, and I would be very interested in hearing your opinion, because large stores in low-income communities, you sometimes go there and they're not kept up as much as other communities. And my concern will be that if one of these stores says, hey, we're not going to do those alterations because then we have to do a center, do you think that is going to happen with this ordinance or not? Please hold my time.
Terry Kaufman, Macias City Attorney's Office. Again, this ordinance applies to new stores that meet the $100,000 criteria. It would apply to new stores that are created from a conversion from another existing building, such as a Kmart that's abandoned. It is converted to a Home Depot and it meets the $100,000 criteria. Or to a home improvement store
Square
that...
feet, you mean?
I'm sorry?
Square feet, not dollars. You said $100,000, square feet.
Sorry,
Okay,
square feet.
Now we're further confused about
Sorry, square feet.
Okay.
Now, just like any other use in the city that was legally operating without, because there was no conditional use permit requirement at the time it commenced its operation, if the code now requires a conditional use permit for that use under 1224L, it is deemed to be approved as a conditional use. So that's what we call them in Los Angeles, a deemed to be approved conditional use. They can continue to operate just as they are operating. We have a code section 1224M that does provide for when you have a deemed to be approved conditional use and it is enlarged, then it gets plan approval. And so depending on the nature of the alterations or enlargements, a deemed to be approved conditional home improvement store may need to get plan approval. But what falls under 1224M, that is up to what type of changes, that's up to building and safety and planning. So I can't give you an example of what that would be.
Okay, now let me ask all these experts on this table, in your opinion, would some alterations to a store, upgrades, fixing roofs, etc., would that require a center, and at what tipping point would there be required a center? And will we see stores not making alterations because of the need to do a center if they do a certain amount of alterations? In other words, what is alterations? Where is that tipping point?
Not to be passing the buck, but I do think it's a building and safety question, and I think the alterations you're referring to would not be part of this. When it's adding square footage is usually when building and safety determines something. Right.
Okay.
But all repairing and rehabbing existing building is not typically deemed to be addition.
Am I reading this correct to say that when they do an alteration of 250 square feet or more, or it only applies to buildings that are 250 square feet or more?
Well, it contains the entire definition of major
250,000,
development project, but that's for hotel motels. The home improvement store, it's 100,000 square feet or more in a building or structure.
Okay.
There's no 250. That refers to different uses.
Okay, I got you. Okay. So should we be concerned then that in some stores there will be alterations and they won't do them because of the need to do a center? Should we be concerned about that?
I don't think we should be concerned about repairs and rehabilitation that you're referring to. No.
Okay. Well, that's not clear, but...
On your other question, council member, who would pay for the operation, I think there's...
No, let's stay on this one because I haven't gotten answered on this. I mean, I'm trying to understand, in layperson's terms, I mean, we're using a lot of jargon and land use, et cetera. In layperson's terms, at what point are alterations then require, I know it's very ambiguous, but at what point will it require them to do a center?
Well, the center is already down the road. First, there are findings required to be made. The center doesn't happen until certain findings are made, so that may not happen at all. But with regard to fixing the roof and making repairs, that is not something that would trigger any of these new
The ordinary
ordinances.
repairs, fixing, keeping
Correct.
it upkeep, and making people proud that there's a store in their neighborhood that is proud to be there and takes care of their store.
Right.
We
This
should be
ordinance
concerned
would
about
not preclude those or impede owners from doing those kinds of repairs.
So
Now-
planning, the company, the store would apply for a building permit, and the building department would do a clearance worksheet like it always does, and then it might go to planning, and they would look at it and see what is the nature of the improvement that is being applied for, and does that, then they would answer the question at that time, yes, it fits within 1224M, or no, it doesn't.
Okay, got it. Okay, and operations. Who's going to operate these centers? What's the rep?
That's what I was going to address, Councilman. I think there's been some confusion in this area of operation in particular, because what this ordinance provides for is not providing, there are no services that are provided as far as job training skills or language skills or anything of that nature, nothing that I would call the social services. What this ordinance does is it provides a location with some amenities so that people who are looking for jobs and people who are looking to hire workers have signs that tell them where to go. There's water that has to be provided, basic shelter from inclement weather that has to be provided, a bathroom so the people have a place to go to the bathroom, basic human dignity requirements, and then depending on the situation, it could be a security plan or not. And it's all designed to make sure that people aren't loitering in and blocking driveways or parking spaces or blocking traffic, and that they have a trash can to throw trash in.
And who does all that? The center or the home improvement store is responsible for that?
The store that's creating the impacts, which would be the home improvement store, is responsible for providing those items.
Yeah. My final question is, there's a couple of examples where there's nonprofits who are involved in running these centers. It seems like here we're providing the minimal. We're saying, here's some information, we're doing the basics of maintenance for this center, we're cleaning up, there's nobody blocking traffic. That's very minimal. These other places where nonprofits are actually operating these centers, it's good for the day laborers because they get additional information. You certainly have a well-maintained place, et cetera. And it's a bit more than what's offered under this plan. Should we be looking at that here?
Well, the problem here is this is a land use ordinance, and the type of operation that you're talking about goes beyond just addressing land use impacts and addresses larger concerns, and so those items wouldn't be proper in a land use ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And I think that does require us some follow-up as a city, because if we're going to do this, we should recognize that what we're doing here is very minimal in terms of operations of these centers. Some of these centers may be well kept, some of these centers may do their job, others may just be there, and I'm not saying that the home improvement centers will do this, but they said, we did our job there, we're out of it. So we've got to, I think, follow up with something to see in those areas in the city where we have the opportunity to allow nonprofits to run this that are interested and have been involved in this type of work, to get involved and perhaps do some work to improve these centers. I think we may be just creating some shelves, some boxes at places, and not do much else than that. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like a little more, once again, clarification, because I still think there's some confusion. If this ordinance is passed today, say a future, let's say Home Depot of 100,000 square feet plans to open somewhere. As it's going through the process, getting their, is it a conditional use permit?
Yes.
During this process, the city may require a worker center to be located on their premise.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So say we do, and it has to be, do we have to have the findings, or can we just say we think based on the findings, we think this will have an impact, and we're going to require you to build a worker center.
This conditional use permit is just like
One more
every
time,
other
please.
conditional use permit or a variance where there's a set of findings. You make the findings, you hear testimony and read correspondence. That's the evidence, and then based on the evidence and the discussion, you make the findings, and then you make the
So
decision.
the findings have to be made
Yes.
before the city can require.
Yes.
Okay, then say there's an appeal. Then we go through the whole process again, and we just have to remake the findings?
Yes.
Okay, so if we've already made the findings before we are going to require it, that's kind of just a duplicate.
Well, you just like any other situation, you may hear additional evidence and decide if
Okay.
it's the Planning Commission.
Okay.
You may decide, gee,
Okay.
that's changes our
Okay.
decision.
All right. One of the questions I was thinking of while Councilmember Weezer was speaking, and by the way, I, in the Harbor City area, had the very first day labor center in the city of Los Angeles in the 80s. It operated 20 years. And it came about as a result of the community, the business community, coming together to try to solve a problem. And that was, how do you have a safe, decent place for people who want to work in an area where people who want to hire them can do it in a way that's safe, and the workers have rights, and the employers have to act responsibly. So it really came together as a group of neighborhood people, Chamber of Commerce people, and it operated successfully for 20 years. We just had to close it because the place where it was, the street has to get widened. So we had to close it down. We're still looking to reopen it next to Harbor College. So I really believe that these are important. One of the questions I was going to ask is, if things on these sites aren't working well, say the water is not there or something's wrong with the bathrooms, what place do they have to go? Is it the store manager, or are we going to have a place where they can call the city, a 1-800 number? What do we do if these day centers are not living up to the store's end of the deal? What do the workers have as recourse? Please hold my time. I know I don't have any left.
Again, Terry Kaufman, Macias City Attorney's Office. This would be no different than a violation of a condition on any other conditional use permit. And frequently, it's a community member will make a complaint. It's investigated. If the problem isn't resolved, then there can be a hearing and a modification. Plan approval can be imposed, additional conditions, and then if you have repeat violators and it rises to the level of a nuisance, you can go that way or revoke a permit that way.
Okay, well, colleagues, I stand in complete support of this ordinance. I think it is absolutely the right thing to do. And, you know, the history of men showing up on the streets to find work goes as far back to dock workers. Before the ILWU was organized, they were just men showing up when a ship arrived in port to begin unloading the goods. That's turned into the largest goods movement industry really in the country. So this is a long history of tradition in this country. People who want work and people who want to hire people who want to work. I think this is the right thing to do. It gives everybody respect and dignity, and I don't think it's too much of a burden to put on anybody to make sure that we can continue. And as the economy gets worse, I will tell you there'll be more people who want to find day work. And I think this is a good ordinance. I think it makes sense. I want to thank Councilman Parks for having a very creative solution to a problem that I think now can be solved. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Existing facilities are not covered with this, correct?
That's right, unless they make enlargements or do the type of improvements that would get captured under this Section 1224M.
Of course, that's the horse is out of the barn kind of thing, but we want to bring the horse back into the barn. And I just did that with Home Depot. Let me explain this. Home Depot, I just got them by the pole. People wonder what we do around here half the time is we're multitasking. Well, I grabbed the Home Depot guy. And we have, in my district on Jefferson in Delray, the most active Home Depot in America. In America. People come from everywhere to use that facility. And the day laborers, who should be getting not only dignity and respect, but they should be getting the support of Home Depot as they're waiting to go out with the folks to do the work. So the Home Depot guy has agreed. I'm going to form a committee right there. And we're going to put in shelters and bathrooms and other facilities. And Home Depot's going to pay for it. So we're going to get them to do that. It's because the Home Depot in my district, we're going to make it the model Home Depot in America. So that wherever Home Depot is, we want this to be the model for the rest of the nation of Home Depots, that day laborers as integral a part of their Home Depot operation as it is the customer. Customer picks up their stuff, they get a day laborer, come on and help me. Thank God there are these people who are willing to do this kind of work. So dignity, respect, thank you, Home Depot, and we will give a progress report back on what they've actually accomplished and done. Story one. Story two, I need advice on this. I'm going down Centinela Avenue, and I hit Culver Boulevard. And I have a great police station there. The Pacific Division is there. But right on the medium stand day laborers. People know they're day laborers there, and they come and they get them on the weekends to do different stuff. Right behind it is a set of businesses, a beauty salon, a few other places. They complained to me that the workers have to go in their alley and use no facilities to do what they need to do. Okay? So, can we as a city incorporate a strategy in those locations where it's not connected to a store, but a spot that people know day laborers are, and give them bathroom facilities and give them other supports? Can we do that as a city?
I think that was the origin of the block grant centers that Councilman Parks, I think Councilwoman Hahn referred to. It started, I think, 10, 20 years ago with using block grant money to do that exact thing. And yes, it's possible. I think it's a question of resources and priorities, but it would be a city-funded project of some kind that I think you could decide to do.
Okay, so then if I publicly identify in my district the spots where day laborers are congregating, we as a city can work on providing the human dignity support system, which is really what I call it, in those locations.
I think the funding is sort of the operative word there for such a thing.
Yeah, but if I got the police and I got everybody engaged with me in supporting it, there's no reason why we couldn't go forward with that.
As far as I know.
Certainly you could. I mean, it would be, again, a matter of how you fund it and where the funding comes from. I mean, I think it would be a much different process, though, than the land use ordinance, which we're talking about here. You know, but certainly whether it's
well, there's a little land use because you're going to put up a porta potty or whatever we call these facilities. We got to put some of that stuff up.
Understood. But in this case, someone has come into the city trying to get permits to build a project. What you're talking about is a different process, but yes, with the funding and the mechanisms to do it, of course you could do that.
Great. Okay, that's all I needed, and I'm very happy that Home Depot is going to work with us, and we'll keep you updated about how the workers are treated there. We'll identify all of our spots in our district where people are hanging there and see that they get those kind of supports. Thank you, Mr. Parks, for your leadership on this. Just once again, we care about people, and this shows the dignity of the people come first, and thank you for all the work you do for all of us. Bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. I totally support this measure, and I want to acknowledge Councilman Parks for bringing this about and always worked long and hard on this. We have, in my district, a Home Depot where we have a labor center, We have another Home Depot where we have no labor center, and Home Depot promised to put one in, never installed. So we have day laborers that are out there in the 100-degree temperature without any kind of facilities. The existing facilities that we have, not new ones, not renovations, what can we do to the existing facilities as far as having them equipped with a day labor center? Now, if we have, I've got one Home Depot, I don't have a day labor problem. It's in the back of a mall. There's never been an issue. But we do have locations that are currently in operation where there was an arrangement, agreement made, never came to fruition. What do we do about those facilities?
I think this is the issue Councilman Smith raised on existing projects.
But they're not going to renovate.
We could come back, and it's not this process, but some other process, and we could work with the city attorney to see what we could do with existing facilities and the nuisance abatement code sections that we already have, and how we can integrate this criteria to that code section in some way. I think
And if you have a U-Haul, there's day laborers that congregate at the U-Haul facilities or at paint stores.
Right.
Is there any condition for those facilities, or is it just the Home Depot, or not the Home Depots, the home improvement facilities?
Well, this ordinance doesn't address small sites that you're referring to, or that Councilman Rosendahl too. This refers to big sites, 100,000 square feet or more. What you're referring to and others are, smaller places where also there are day labor, congregations of day labor for whatever the use was at one time or still is. And I think that wouldn't fall under this, and we would...
Are we working on something to address that?
Well, what we had responded to Councilman Smith was in the existing sites, we'd have to come back and look at somehow integrating this criteria to nuisances or issues that occur on other sites, existing other sites.
Okay.
So we'll come back.
It's a quality of life issue for the neighbors.
Right.
It's a human issue for the day laborers that are out there, whether it's in the valley where Mr. Smith and I represent, where it's very, very warm. There's a facility on Victory Boulevard, I believe, in Miss Gruel's area, a Home Depot on Victory, near Lancashire in North Hollywood, where there's another major congregation. And I feel sorry for the folks that are out there trying to solicit work, but there's really no humanitarian aspect for them. At the same time, the people who want to hire them for a job, that's fine and dandy, but some benefit to the community, to the people, and to make it look a little nicer, because what we have now is a rather chaotic situation that's not being addressed. So, Mr. Parks, in this particular arena, this will address new facilities and expansion, but existing, we will work on some language, some ordinance to address those so they can prepare that for the future. Am I correct on that assumption?
Yes, we'll have to come back with something that addresses those issues you raised.
Okay, so we don't have to do another motion on this. You can just take it from this hearing and move forward with it, or do we want to do a motion to...
You don't have to do a motion.
So you'll take care of it?
We'll take care of it.
Okay, that's what we want to do, because otherwise it gets lost in the shuffle. So to the... right, Mr. Smith? We don't want to lose the shuffle. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Labange.
With modern technology, do you have any you have maps of the city? Do you show any of these centers in any way? Do we have it any way? You could go up to the 6th floor and say, these are where these 100,000 plus centers are?
Well, this addresses new projects in the future, so no.
But what are we going to do, though, when we accomplish this here, come back? Because usually when we do this here, we want to come back and go after the projects from the past, because it still has impacts in the past. And I know it took a lot of work to get to this point. But do you know, as a planner, where all these facilities are? What would be large?
I don't know sitting here, but we could find them. We could map existing ones, I think. This ordinance is a prospective ordinance, so it's sites we don't know about. People could assemble
But not the ones that exist now.
We could. I think we could produce a map that shows where they are.
I just think we should look at that, because one of the challenges are sometimes it becomes overwhelming, not just for the situation of those who seek employment, but the landscaping sometimes isn't up to what you would like and the people expect. The trash and debris that is around a center is not what the city accepts, but it's there, and it's a challenge, and it's disappointing. So I would just hope we could look at some of the existing ones too in a cooperative way, because they're an important part of the community. But just sometimes it's not what would be a industrial site, home improvement store. They're in neighborhoods. And they're in commercial districts that should have that. They're at a cross between, they're not in a manufacturing zone or an industrial zone. They're in a C zone, and they're not living up to C standards. They're getting lower than that grades on some of the way they do that. So if you could look at that, Jane, I would appreciate it. And again, Mr. Parks, thank you, Mr. Reyes, for all the hard work to get to this point here. One question, Jane, because you're so good. If someone came up to planning department and said, I want to open a hardware store, where would you open a hardware store? Where would you suggest you open a hardware store?
I think Larchmont would be really
No.
Not in his backyard. Come on. Okay. Mr. Reyes.
You can't ask a planner that question. Well, first I want to thank Councilmember Smith for his observations on the ordinance. I'm sure we can start queuing up and tweaking some of these numbers to give us more solid legal ground, and we're going to do our best to address that. In terms of this notion of shells and boxes, this is a land use issue. I'm hoping through CDD and through different departments, we can strategize and show a political will that this is a priority for the city, and that we are able to look at the different pots, if you will, of funding that will allow us to treat human beings with respect and dignity, knowing the role they play in the society and enhancing business, as well as complementing the business sector and what they're trying to do for this city. So, trabajadores, gracias por estando aquí. Sabemos que tienen mucha paciencia, pero ya era hora que tenemos una ordenancia donde específicamente podemos ver cada caso por lo que son, y ojalá que podamos lograr un ambiente más saludable, no nomás para los trabajadores, pero para los negociantes, las comunidades en esta ciudad. So thank you so much. I was just thanking them because they've had a lot of patience. They've been through a lot. I started working in the Cypress Park Depot back in the mid-90s as a planner, and now to see it evolve. There's a lot of challenges with security. We also know that there's need for us to support the nonprofit service sector so we can complement the city services and really have a healthy environment for both those who are purchasing, those who are selling, as well as those who are providing a much-needed service. So thank you, staff, for your hard work.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you for answering my questions earlier, but I still am wondering if we can't create a category that's more specific to address the problem that is before us. The problem is the failure to manage the issue of day laborers congregating at particular locations. Those particular locations typically are Home Depot, but to respect the issue of targeting any particular business, I get that, and this ordinance is seeking to not do that. On the other hand, why can't we create a category that says home improvement / day labor, and so that when you go into the process, you have to declare that you're not going to have day laborers or you are going to have day laborers. And the definition for how you have day laborers is pattern and practice and location. All kinds of variety of issues will come into it, but there are many home improvement centers who will be able to demonstrate right at the gate that they have no history of this problem, and then other day labor centers, other home improvement centers will have a hard time proving they won't have a day labor problem, and would be categorized, however, in this land use, from a land use perspective, as a home improvement / day labor, which would be different and I think would be distinct and would be more specific to address our problems, instead of throwing everybody in, throwing in essence the baby away with the bathwater. And so I offer that as a suggestion. I don't know, maybe you can have some conversation whether it's worthy of an amendment or whether there's an opportunity to change that in the short term. But I offer that as a suggestion. I really want to focus on the problem of the managing of the notion of the phenomena of day laborers congregating at home improvement centers, as opposed to home improvement centers in general.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll just be brief. I came down from the President's chair to congratulate Mr. Parks on the hard work that he has put into this for many, many years, and Mr. Reyes for the good work that he has done on this. Also, Mr. Hernandez, who has worked on this since he was a council member and continues to do that as a staff member to the City Council, which is wonderful to see. I also want to thank the day laborers who have been part of growing a movement here and also kind of exploding myths about who day laborers are. Day laborers are our neighbors, they're our constituents, they are the hardworking people who help complete not only individual projects but citywide projects. We would not be able to build as strong of a Los Angeles as we have without this labor market. It is critical to the success of businesses like the Home Depot and Lowe's and hardware stores and U-Haul places. And what's most important is for us to move folks out of the shadows and into the light, to be able to give job training and education opportunities, to celebrate music and to have soccer tournaments and all the things that have been done in this community to incorporate civic activism. That's what this is about. Your presence here in these council chambers today is evidence of who you are and of your belief in what we do and in this process. And I especially want to thank the day laborers who took time out of their days to be here and to contribute to changing this city for the better. And to the companies who have day laborers at their facilities, I look forward to continuing to cement this partnership. I think we've come a long way where there was a lot of resistance in the past, where we've looked at issues which have nothing to do with day laborers but are sometimes put on their backs, having to do with maintenance of these stores. And it doesn't single out any one company. I think the differences between the Home Depot and Lowe's, to take just two of companies that would be affected by this, have really narrowed over the past years, who they target, the number of customers that they have, the per store sales. This is really neutral to who runs the store. It's how they run it. And we can demand better from our stores. We can demand better of our day laborer centers. We can demand better of our government. And today this is a step forward to give us the flexibility to do that. But there is much more work that remains to be done, as Mr. Rosendahl said, to uplift the health standards, to uplift the educational opportunities, and to uplift the civic involvement of the entire day labor community. And we praise you for being here today and being a part of it. Thank you.
Mr. Parks to close. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. I would just like to say this motion was 5 paragraphs. It took 4 years to get a 4-page ordinance. And so we've taken a long time and a journey. I appreciate Mr. Reyes for getting this through, and Mr. Smith, we certainly appreciate your remarks. We always viewed that as phase 2. We're trying to get phase 1 done first. And so I think what we have to realize, and I think the city attorney and Jane from planning have been very specific, this is land use. It deals with a general business type. When we refer to Home Depot, it should be as an example, not as the ordinance is directed to them. But we also know that in dealing with this issue is that we're not mandating in any fashion shelters. We're saying it may be a natural outcome as you go through the conditional use process, and again, it may not be. So there's not a shelter ordinance to say immediately put up a shelter, because some instances shelters may not solve the problem. The issue is that we're looking for mitigation to solve the problem in a concerted effort with the city and the business and the community. We also, I think, need to be aware of is that this process, in addition to the $2 million that Jerry mentioned that we spend today, we probably spend several $100,000 in city resources, administratively and personnel-wise, sending our police department to respond to these locations, building and safety being asked to go to those locations, and we still have those problems that are on the street. One of the issues that we may begin to think about is the placement of the store. One of the unique things that we have in the 8th District is this is one of the few stores that actually fronts a residential community. So when they're asked to leave the property, the only place they can go is in the residential community. So that might also be part of that discussion as we talk about in the future. I'd also ask that, remind us that there's another part of this issue that talks about cost and a variety of things that's currently in HCED, that we hope to get that out so that we can begin to talk about the real issue. Because when we started this, what our hope was is to have a process that would cause the home improvement stores to take responsibility, to remove this eyesore out of the community, and to reduce, if not eliminate, the current city's exposure to not only liability, but paying over $2 million a year to mitigate something that they're not responsible for. We would not allow any store, including liquor stores, in our community to allow someone to sit on the parking lot or in the alley and create an eyesore in the community and not do something about it. And so this is just a larger issue. And as we've mentioned to Home Depot, yes, they do pay a lot of tax money. They pay a lot of property tax, sales tax, but they take an even larger amount of money out of our community because of the success of their stores. So we do not believe that this is an inordinate request to have them be responsible for this issue that occurs. And even though they tell us all the time that they're not responsible, it's really the customer that's making this happen. We know in history in the city, those day laborers would not be there unless the store was there selling a product that the customer needed help to get resolved. And so I'd ask that we move this issue, that we also, if there's amendments or considerations, that we send those to committee so we get this four-year odyssey approved today and move forward on that, and then begin to look at issues of language that Mr. Smith talked about, where we can address that, and also in the future look at phase 2 of how do we deal with the current 11 stores that are in place that deal with an existing day labor issue.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. That matter passes. Thank you. And with that, we'll get back to work. Madam Clerk, we have items that have public speaker cards. I don't think the speakers are here. Number 28, Zuma Dog. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. Can we do them all together? All right. So 28, Zuma Dog. 33, Matt Dowd. 34, Matt Dowd. 35, Matt Dowd. 36, Zuma Dog. 41, Zuma Dog. They're not here on those matters. Close the public comment on those matters. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. Cardenas is left.
Mr. Reyes? Number what?
50 till
Number
Friday.
50. Continue number 50 to Friday. Mr. Cardenas had a matter before us. All right, so, Madam Clerk, Mr. Cardenas is not here at the moment. Next item up.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 13, and that was called special by Councilmember Smith.
Number 13, Mr. Smith.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll speak loud because there's a lot of noise in the chamber. Before you is a request to create an ordinance dealing with what is called sober living homes. It really should be called group homes rather than sober living homes, because it's not just dealing with sober rehabilitation, but rather group homes. Every one of us has these problems in our district. Every one of us gets phone calls about group homes that are established not under the city's jurisdiction, but under the state of California's jurisdiction. And as such, we have no control over the health and safety matters of those facilities because we don't even know where they are. We have no control over how many of them are created on a block. And when we look at sometimes blocks, we'll see sometimes as many 3 or even 4 of these facilities being created under state law with no notification to the local residents that impact the community greatly. If you have a home that has maybe a dozen people in it and you put 3 of them on a little short street, that's a traffic impact. That's an impact in the neighborhood. That's a trash impact. We have found many times that these are drug rehabilitation homes. While we need them in society, comes with that social problems. And the social problems are people are not off the drug habit yet. They're there to be rehabilitated. While doing so, frequently they fall off the wagon, as it will. They go back into the community, create crime problems. Daytime crime skyrocket in some of these areas. And again, we don't even know they're there until the complaints come in. And then we have to say, we have no jurisdiction. We have found that other cities have found ways to control portions of it under the state law. What we're asking for today, and Mr. Reyes has held a number of public hearings on this, is that we want to go forward with a creation of an ordinance that will allow us all the latitude we're allowed under state law to control as best we can under state law the placement of group homes, the operation of group homes, and more importantly, the health and safety factor that these people are faced with. We've gone into some of these that we've been allowed to go into. You'll find a 3-bedroom home with 20 people sleeping on mattresses laid out from end to end in these rooms. That is not hygienic. That is not a good health. And so we need to do that, and I ask the council to support the motion to go forward with drafting an ordinance that will resolve some of these issues as far as we can go under state law. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Smith. In my district, there are a series of group homes on a given block that all of a sudden became 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And frankly, one house was being used as the central dining room. Another house was being used as a meeting room. And as I walk the neighborhood, which is single-family homes, it has impacted it, and it is not in keeping with the neighborhood. I don't mind a couple of them on a given block as part of a process, but when it turns into a big business venture at the expense of the community, we're against it. This is a state law. If we can, through our own laws here, limit the number in a given block or neighborhood, that's what I want to be able to do so that we can all live in harmony together. Literally, I had a dozen of my constituents sitting with me, very upset. I had met with the proprietor of these projects a year before and got a sense that he wouldn't do more than 2 or 3. But then I turned my head and he's doing more. So we need a form of regulation of how many can go in a neighborhood. And they are group homes. They're not necessarily sober living or this or that or whatever. They're just group homes, which I'm all for group homes. But not that kind of assault on a given community. So I applaud Mr. Reyes and all the outreach he did, and Mr. Smith with what he just said, and we should obviously vote yes on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. Well, I also appreciate the fact that we're at least trying to do something. I know I have a very, very serious problem in San Pedro. It's something since the very first time I ran for city council in 2000, I heard from so many people that there was an oversaturation of these group homes, and it was very frustrating. As much as I tried to figure out what we could do to regulate it, what we could do to monitor it, what we could do to crack down on it, it was very frustrating to realize that we actually had no jurisdiction. It was a state problem. So I appreciate that we're doing this. One of the things I would like to make sure we look at as we go forward is an ordinance in the city of Long Beach. I've sat down and met with some attorneys from Long Beach, some activists who also had the same concern, and Long Beach has a fairly overreaching ordinance. I believe it's in court at the moment. But I hope, can we add that in here, that we make sure that we look at the ordinance that Long Beach has drafted. Again, it's in court, so I'm not sure if it's going to stand up, but if it does, it's one that actually does give the city of Long Beach more latitude in the regulations. The other thing I would like for us to do we have some way that we're now tracking these group homes in the city of Los Angeles? Can anyone answer me that?
Well, it's building and safety here.
Is building and safety available? Your building safety, sir? Mr. Reyes? Planning staff?
Yes. I asked the question, is there a way right now that we are tracking exactly where these homes are so that we know it and we can give that information to law enforcement, much like we track other kinds of special needs facilities?
If you could identify yourself, sir.
I can answer that question.
Mr. Reyes?
This action will allow the department to begin to look at the issues of saturation. We have concentrated areas, so this will give us the ability to know where they're at.
Okay.
Geographically, types. These are the unlicensed ones, so this is going to give us that
I think that's
ability.
important because, as Bill said, I mean, sometimes we don't know there's a problem until there's a problem. And we didn't know that there was a home in a residential neighborhood until we began to get complaints. And I think I would like to see us be more proactive. Once these facilities get licensed, I think there should be some mechanism that triggers the city's knowledge, the police department's knowledge, and the fire department, a neighborhood to know that these homes are coming in. And many of them are just business ventures. They're pure and simple. They're a business for someone who buys real estate. And now that we have our real estate market is dropping, I think we're going to probably have more instances where people can buy real estate and turn them into these kinds of group homes. Some of them are very well regulated. Some of them are welcome parts of neighborhoods. Others, when you get an oversaturation, I think it has a huge impact on the quality of life in a particular neighborhood. So hopefully...
We have this information.
Sir, can you identify who you are?
Yes, Alan Bell, Los Angeles City Planning Department. We do have all of this information available from the State Department of Social Services. About 10 years ago, the Planning Department did do a study on this very issue. We mapped all of these facilities, and we can do an update 10 years later as to where these facilities are located.
So
the problem is...
So you can do that right now?
We can do that right now. The problem is, for unlicensed facilities, we don't know where these are. We don't have a reliable way of tracking them. The only reliable way we have of tracking them is if they are licensed ones that have already gone through the state certification process.
So you don't need this ordinance to begin tracking
No,
the
we don't.
licensed ones?
No, we don't.
And the last time you did that was 10 years ago?
Yes, and because
I would like to also request, colleagues, that as a part of this, we ask the Planning Department to update their data as it relates to the licensed special needs homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to thank Mr. Smith for the work he's doing on this. This is an issue, as he mentioned, that is affecting all of the city of Los Angeles. And certainly in my district, I was called upon about a year ago about some overconcentration of these facilities in my district. And as I got more informed about this, I was concerned about the framework that we have in order to address these issues. And as you all know, land use is a local issue, but the state has decided to preempt our ability to control the overconcentration of these homes at areas with 6 or fewer beds. Now, granted, people need these services, but we're not saying that we want to not provide these services or for these facilities to exist. What we're saying is give us an opportunity to better spread out, better control where they locate. That's the real issue here. And I think what we're doing here is saying, given the little opportunity we have to regulate this for the unregulated ones, we're going to do that. And last year I spoke to several state legislators and asked them if we could sponsor legislation that will provide and take away the preemption cap that has been given to us. And we had a state sponsor, but that bill did not go anywhere. It's not the first time it's been attempted, but I hope we continue to ask our state legislators to provide us that relief from Sacramento that we need. But for now, I appreciate the work that Councilmember Smith is doing to fighting the fight to make this possible, because whatever loophole we have, we better take advantage of it, because we have very little opportunity as it is to control and regulate wherever these places go. But granted, I want to point out again, we're not against the service providers. We're just about better regulating where they go and not having the overconcentration.
Mr. LaBonge.
Just to let you know, there's a reason why the state, why do you think the reason is the state does this to municipalities?
Because there's such a critical need, certainly, within the state to provide alternative means of housing for persons with disabilities, people who have special needs. And I think the state preempted local control on this issue because there was a recognition that there was some resistance to locating these facilities in residential neighborhoods.
Correct. And you know how you're a big city planner. Do you have a relationship with any of the other 87 cities in the county?
Certainly, yes.
Do you know how they deal with this problem, this challenge? And the next time you're at a conference with them and you're chatting, talk to them about it and see if you get any ideas. It is very important that you have the right and proper care for any home that is there. There's some homes that have been there 75 years in neighborhoods and not had a problem at all. and all in the management. There's others, as Ms. Hahn says, that don't respect the neighborly way you should be. So I just wanted to put that little tip in the back of your mind, and the next time discuss that, because I remember there was a very challenged problem years ago in the old 4th District on Crenshaw between Olympic and Wilshire. It was one location after another that didn't have any discipline, and that's what's important to have a successful house, to have a discipline, to meet whatever challenge they may have. Thank you, Mr. Ziman.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. The matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That matter is approved. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is item 15, and that was called special by Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Smith, number 15, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's something you want to discuss as well, but just so the council knows, the committee, the report you see before you, deals with the tasers. We're only approving today the funding for the LAPD to go forward, begin to buy the tasers. The committee had some real concerns about the deployment schedule and how it's going to be deployed into the field in a non-administrative way that really burdens the department. The department has agreed to come back and report to the committee on this at a later date, but what we're just approving today is the ability for them to go out and buy the tasers. The committee then will hear from the department on option B, if you will, on how we deploy these weapons in the field. And so I think we need to go forward today, give the money in the pipeline for the department, and then we'll come back and discuss how they're given out in the bureaus and departments of the divisions of the LAPD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So the matter before us is the purchase of the tasers, but not the deployment, just the purchase. The matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Matter is approved. The next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 21. That was called special by Councilmember Labange. There are 2 amending motions, and that should also be taken up with item number 49 that has cards on it. And I believe when council gets to the vote, 49 should be voted on first.
49 and 21.
Yeah, right.
And there are a number of cards on both of those
Good.
items. Mr. Labange?
On this particular, staff here?
49 and 21. And we have, Mr. Labange, a number of cards. When would you like to have the public comment on this?
Was there a hearing on this in committee?
There was a hearing on 21, but not 49?
Talking about 21.
They're combined. There was a public hearing on 21, but there's still a number of cards, a large number of cards on
Okay,
both.
well, I will move for a 1 minute per speaker. Since this did have a hearing already.
21 did.
21 did? Mr. Wesson, you want to add to it? I just called it special. I know you...
No, I think that your suggestion makes sense. One of the item was discussed, and Mr. Reyes and I had a joint committee. It was a long committee, good hearing. So 1 minute per individual is fine. Mr. Reyes should be back any moment now.
Right. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Wesson. So I move for a 1 minute public hearing for each card.
All right. So we'll start with Mr. Larry Gross, followed by James O'Sullivan.
Larry Gross, Coalition for Economic Survival. While the committee greatly improved the housing element, there's still some glaring problems. Those who believe we can just simply build ourselves out of our affordable housing crisis is sadly mistaken. The city's greatest affordable housing resource is its 633,000 rent-controlled units. If one of these are lost, they'll never be replaced. Yet the housing element actually weakens the RSO protection language that currently exists in the current housing element. That language, which states discouraging development and conversions that contribute to the loss of affordable housing and encouraging one-for-one replacement for housing that's demolished, has been totally removed. This language is key. It's finally being used to determine whether or not to turn down condo conversions. So we urge you to insert this language back. Without that, we're looking at a failed housing policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. James O'Sullivan, Miracle Mile Residential Association. We have a problem here, and the problem is there has been no informed public debate. What? Oh, sorry, Tom. There has been no informed public debate, not between you, not between us, and not between the planning department. And I say that because there has been no information given to the public on the monitoring report for the framework element. There have been no reports on growth and infrastructure for 10 years. How can you vote on this? They're talking about 113,000 additional units. That's 200 to 300,000 people that will come into the city between now and 2014. Does anyone in this horseshoe know what the state of our infrastructure is? You can't, unless you've read secret reports. We filed public records requests. We've been told they don't exist. We've been told they're in draft form, and that outweighs the public's right to know. We've then been told they don't exist, and lately I got a strange request, which I'll tell you about later, and I have a letter in case I have to leave that I've submitted to all of you. Thank you.
Sheila Borman.
Good morning, council members. My name is Seal Borman. I'm with the Foothill Trails District Neighborhood Council. I'm speaking because I'm the representative for Area 4 of Foothill Trails District Neighborhood Council, and I only recently even heard of the idea of housing elements, and I have no material to report to my stakeholders who are interested in what housing elements are. And my request is that, in the interests of democracy, that this item be put back to committee until the communities to be impacted have an understanding of what exactly the term housing elements mean and what the consequences of this of this going into effect will have on the communities. Thank you.
Victor Brecht. Veronica Becker.
Good afternoon, Veronica Perez Becker, CCA. We support the draft housing element approved by Plum HCED and thank the committee for reaching an acceptable compromise among a diverse group of stakeholders. We also thank all of the city staff for their hard work on this issue. We still object to the CPC process, which undermines stakeholder involvement in the task force, and we have continuing reservations about some of the subject matter that we believe is inappropriately included in the housing element. However, the changes made by the committee help maintain flexibility for the City Council to analyze and implement effective housing policy over the next several years. It is critical that these changes be adopted, as new restrictions and mandates placed on developers, especially in a downturning market, will hamper our housing production efforts. We also support the amendments being proposed by Council members Cardenas and Parks, and we look forward to using this as a starting point for the city and business community to collaborate on effective housing policy for Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Villa. Rita Villa.
Good afternoon. I'm Rita Villa, co-chair of the Studio City Neighborhood Council Government Affairs Committee. We do not agree to the revisions to the goals of the housing element. We object to the deletion of the words preservation of our neighborhoods and maintenance of the quality of life in residential areas from Goal 2 in the housing element. We object to the revision to Policy 2.4.3, which removes the preservation and maintenance of the prevailing scale and character of stable residential neighborhoods from Objective 2.4. We object to the deletion of Objective 2.1 of the words provide for adequate population. We consider these words to be protective of our neighborhoods from overpopulation that would strain the infrastructure to the breaking point. We question the propriety of the policies in the housing element that call for the eliminating of zoning code provisions, such as in Policy 4.146. The zoning code provisions provide a transparent process for the evaluation of projects and their impact on the neighborhood based on their merits in each location. The impacts of certain of the... Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Joe Hari. Mr. Joe Hari. Okay, Mr. Hari must have left the chamber. Deanna Kitamura.
Good
afternoon. Deanna Kitamura with Western Center on Law and Poverty. We generally support the draft housing element, but we have one addition. The last housing element contained policy 2.5.2 that specifically discouraged the conversions and demolitions that contributed to the loss of affordable housing and encouraged one-for-one replacement of demolished affordable units. The draft before you, however, does not contain a similar policy. Such a policy should be added back to the housing element, or we will lose even more affordable units than we've lost in the past few years. We already know from the existing housing element that policy 2.5.2 will not stop development in the city. And because it existed in the old element, there is no need to revamp the EIR if the city readopts policy 2.5.2. We're asking for a simple improvement. Add back the language that was in the last housing element in order to preserve affordable units. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shashi Hanuman. And after Shashi will be Vanessa Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Shashi Hanuman, Senior Attorney with Public Counsel. Public Counsel supports this document because it contains measures to mitigate against identified weaknesses in the site inventory. The site inventory is a document that identifies sites within the city that have excess zoning capacity. That is, sites that developers can go to and build housing without any discretionary approval. The problem is that there are 68,500 RSO units listed as having that excess capacity, sites at risk of destruction, because regardless of the city's plan for housing, this is where market forces will go. This is why we ask you to reinstate policy 2.5.2 to discourage conversions and demolitions. And we are generally in support of the document because CPC and HCD Plum did add mitigation measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Rodriguez, followed by Sherry Northern.
Good afternoon, council members. Vanessa Rodriguez, Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber is actually stands before you today in opposition of the housing element draft before you today. As you know, over a year ago, a city-convened task force met multiple times as a broad group of stakeholders that put valuable time and energy and effort into creating a consensus document. And that document was reached, it was brought to the CPC. The CPC made a number of amendments that were last minute, very 12th hour, which has us very concerned because as a task force member, we dedicated and devoted a lot of our time and resources to being part of this task force, and then to see our work and the task force's work overturned by a city commission was very disheartening. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, I think I called the next speaker. Let me get the card
I
back.
didn't speak, Madam President. I opened it up because I called it special, and then we went right to public speakers.
Hold on a second. Let me just get the card back. Madam Clerk, can you give me the last card back? I handed you to, I think it was a Sherry or...
Did anybody not yet get to speak who's out there and fill out a card? Okay.
The next
Can I
speaker
help,
is Sherry.
Madam President?
Okay, well, hold on, please. The next speaker is Sherry Northern. Is Sherry Northern here?
She's not here. She had to leave. I missed my spot a second ago.
What's your name?
Joe Hari, LA Voice.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Okay, and Sherry Northern is not here?
She's not here, no.
All right.
Okay. My name is Joe Hari, and I'm a community organizer with LA Voice. Many of you council members here today have demonstrated your commitment to addressing the city's housing crisis through participating in the Housing LA Voice Housing Pledge. Thank you. Today, I urge you to adopt the timetable for promptly passing a mixed-income housing policy. Everyone who works in Los Angeles deserves to live in Los Angeles. As the city's statistics shows, in 2006, 14,000 units were built. But 88% of them, 12,691, were only affordable to households earning over $135,000 a year. So how many of us here make over $135,000 a year? Not very many of us. We need housing for the rest of us. For the middle income, middle, low, all those who work in the city deserve to live in this city. So I urge you to fix the system. When the next wave of housing comes along, we need housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate your comments. Barbara Monahan Burke is our next speaker. And then Linda Valverde and Lisa Payne and Reverend Carlton Roden. And our great air traffic controller, Mr. Labange, is helping line people up. So it's Ms. Burke, then Ms. Valverde, Ms. Payne, and Reverend Roden will be the next four. Thanks.
Barbara Monahan Burke, Studio City Neighborhood Council. The impacts of certain of the provisions in this draft housing element are significant, and the increased density advocated therein will destroy the scale and character of our existing neighborhoods. The document contains no provisions to mitigate the effects of the proposed developments on our infrastructure, which really should be capped at this point. 4.2 million people is what former Mr. Parika has said. The cap is on our infrastructure, and we've already hit that. We do not believe the stakeholders have been adequately represented. Only 2 of 90 NCs were represented, no homeowners associations. We need a new EIR completed. The stakeholders with Los Angeles have to be given appropriate amount of time to review and comment on this all, including the amendments, and all the reports that are required should be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Valverde?
Good afternoon. Barbara Schultz, Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, and I'm speaking here today as the attorney for plaintiffs in the Wiggins case, and I'd like to submit a letter for the record.
Excuse me, just before you get started, are you speaking in place of Linda Valverde?
No, Mr. Labange put us all in a different order.
It's another Nutty Labange scheme.
We follow the instructions of the council members. All right. All right. I'm here to object to policy 1.2.2 Program E regarding the preservation of residential hotels. The language proposed by Plum and HCAED conflicts with a court judgment and the Wiggins settlement agreement approved by the City Council 2 years ago. It conflicts because what is outlined in this housing element is less restrictive than what is required under the judgment for hotels in the city center and central industrial project areas. Specifically, certain affordability levels must be maintained regardless of the hotel size, and an in-lieu fee must go to the CRA, not the trust fund. There's alternative language in my letter. Please review it. Thank you.
And if you could submit a card for the record. Okay, Linda Valverde is our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Linda Valverde, and I live and work in downtown Los Angeles. I live in Council District 9, and I am a member of the Los Angeles Community Action Network. I am here this afternoon with people across the city to urge you to pass a strong housing element, which means that a few revisions are needed. I want to especially be sure that the program to preserve residential hotels is changed. The Planning Commission made sure that all of the current laws and policies were included, but this language was later changed. I live in the Weldon Hotel and have been working with my neighbors for the past 4 years to preserve residential hotels. But this housing element does not reflect our progress. In addition to city policies, we have a court-approved settlement agreement that protects our housing. I worked with hundreds of other LACAN members to be sure our housing was protected, and the housing element now conflicts with our settlement agreement. Please make the change to the residential hotel section that is recommended by the city attorney and the legal aid. It is a small language change, but with huge impact. We are looking to you to act on behalf of low-income people. We must preserve all the housing we have, increase new housing immediately.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next speaker is Lisa Payne. Lisa Payne?
Hi, my name is Lisa Payne. I'm with the SCAMP, Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, and we've convened a broad coalition of housing advocates, labor, religious organizations, community members called Housing LA to push for a comprehensive plan to preserve and produce affordable homes in Los Angeles. We want to avoid repeating what happened during the last housing boom when many luxury homes were built, but we had the same number of rent-controlled homes lost to demolitions and conversions that were gained through the production of affordable housing. Although we agree with the others, with the points by Deanna Kitamura and Larry Gross about needing to fix some of the preservation language, We overall believe this is a really good housing element, and it's a first step toward putting the city on track to address in a real way the city's housing crisis. It provides for a mixed income ordinance, provides a affordable housing benefit fee, and embraces several programs aimed at making preservation real. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Reverend Carlton Roden. Reverend Carlton Roden. All right, doesn't appear to be present. After that, Mark Carreño. Mark Carreño. Russell Brown. All right, Russell Brown. Christine Pineda. Christine Pineda. Mel Wilson.
Well, I was prepared to say good morning, but I'll say good afternoon. I'm Mel Wilson, a realtor representing the Southland Regional Association of Realtors. We have about 12,000 members. And I wanted to say applause to Mr. Reyes and Mr. Wesson for having a fair and open process throughout these hearings. I had personally attended over 19 meetings of the task force and the subcommittees. And I'd like to go on record saying we support the recommendation coming out of the Joint Committee of the Plum and Housing Community Development Committee. So we realtors support affordable housing for rental, affordable housing for sale at every price point, and we encourage you to include us in future hearings for going through this process and making sure our city is a safe place to live and work and to afford. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thelma Meredith. Thelma Meredith. Millicent Hill. Millicent Hill. Noel Weiss.
Council members, Noel Weiss. I think everybody watching, hopefully we really will have a debate on housing policy. Maybe out of this it would be really a refreshing fact. We haven't had it in 2 years. If not now, when? Secondly, I think people watching this have to understand that what we're talking about here is accelerating a rich-poor divide. There's the middle class that is not being represented, that is being basically decimated, and this housing element makes it worse. The character and scale of neighborhoods, make no mistake, is being impacted because of what's happening here. They're taking out that. That's in the community plans. That's an important component. Now, if the city wants to do it, great. Debate it, vote on it, do it on top of the table. What we're talking about, more importantly, how are we going to avoid future Lincoln Places, people? We've got Lincoln, 38 acres of vacant apartments. We have speculator blight in all over the city. So what we're talking about is enforcement. When we have these conditions, basically how are we going to be able to basically accomplish that? Secondly, as far as this AB 283, people watching, that's a state law that requires consistency. A lot of times it means, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Zuma Dog.
Yes, the problem with the city's affordable housing policy is they went all upscale luxury all across the board. Okay, all upscale luxury. Then they say, boo-hoo-hoo, we have to do more affordable housing because we people can't afford to live in the same city they work. Of course not. You went all Eli Broad, Grant Avenue Project, LA Live, all this Ikari stuff, all this $500,000 plus. And you ignore the 20 to 30% affordable housing element that's supposed to be part of all of these high-density projects. And I'd like to warn City Council that money for affordable housing for things like battered women and their children, elderly, disabled, and veterans. Well, the city plans on building some affordable housing, except the Grand Avenue Project related companies and the Dubai Arab Emirates applied for that money for the Grand Avenue Project Park, and they got it, so you will not get your affordable housing.
Thank you very much. James O'Sullivan. Seal Borman.
I'm back again just to say that I really hope that neighborhood councils will have a bigger hand than we've had so far about this item concerning housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Vic Virech. Is there a Vic Virech? Okay, great. Rita Villa. Okay. And then finally, Barbara Moynihan Burke, who's already spoken. Do you speaking again? You have yourself under 49 also. We consolidated them. Okay, we'll go on then to council members. First council member to speak will be Mr. Reyes.
I called it special, though, so I will refer to the planning chair at this
Yeah,
time.
thanks, Mr.
But I want
Labange.
my time back on the queue.
Yeah, we'll put
Thank
your time
you.
back on the queue. No problem.
Thank you, Councilor Labange. I appreciate this opportunity. One, and as chair of the committee, I wanted to make sure that we understood what we're doing today. So I'm going to go through a series of points of information so we have a greater appreciation for what we're trying to accomplish. So what a housing element is and what a housing element is not. The housing element is a part of the city's general plan, but it is unique. Unlike all other elements of the general plan, like the transportation and land use, the housing element must be approved by the state. So it is required to do certain and very specific things, which causes great confusion. I'd like to clarify exactly what the housing element is and what it's not. The housing element shows that we are able to house our projected population. The state establishes how many housing units are needed throughout California, and every city is required to provide its share of this burden. LA's share is 112,876 units between 2006 and 2014. That is what the state requires of the city of LA. This is known as the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. The housing element must show that we have actual sites where this many units can legally be built without any rezoning. This list of sites is known as inventory of sites. This does not mean these units will be built, since individual people own all these sites and make their own decisions. This does not mean that these sites are in the best places, but these sites exist. The housing element is required to show that we have them and where they are located. Number two, the housing element must show that the 112,876 units will serve all of the types and incomes of people that live in Los Angeles. The housing element has to show that our policies will meet the specific housing needs of our population. It must break down the numbers of people with each type of need and how we shall house them. The third point, housing elements establishes the city's goals and policies for housing. So we are essentially required to guide many decisions by the mayor and the council and by all the departments. Development projects must legally comply with these goals and policies. I'm skimming through them, but I want to give you a sense of what this does. The goals and policies for this housing element are the same as the last housing element. In other words, we approved this housing element a few years back. This is the same document, but it's been updated with new programs and policies that have been worked on on this city. The housing element identifies implementation programs. The housing element includes all the projects, initiatives, and funding programs. And I'll go to what it's not, and this is a little bit more brief. And I appreciate the time because I know as chair we can do the 6 minutes. What the housing element is not. Community plans. The housing element does not change any land use, any community plan, or any specific plan, or any zoning. It does not supersede any of these plans or any zoning. It does not. Infrastructure. The housing element does not propose any new buildings, new densities, or any new growth. It implements the land uses, densities, and growth projections already adopted and accounted for in our community plans and in the framework. So again, the housing element does not propose any new buildings or any new densities or any growth. Programs. Housing element programs are different than goals and policies. Programs are required by the state to show that the city intends to carry out the goals and policies. The city gives its best effort but can't be held accountable for programs the way we can for goals and policies. All of the amendments by the City Planning Commission concern implementation programs. Last but not least, map of sites. The state requires a map and a list of sites to prove that the city is legally able to issue permits for 876 units right now. The map does not mean any owner of any site will build anything. It does not mean that any owner or of any site must do anything. It does not mean that the city is in any way encouraging development of these sites. So this is important because we have to submit our housing element to qualify for housing funds. So that is an issue that is right now hanging over our heads. So I did this quickly and briefly. I want to thank the stakeholders. I know it's been an arduous process. I know it's not always what we want to hear, but I'm hoping that at the end of this session, we can come to a vote that allows us to demonstrate to the state that the housing element is ready and we're ready to deliver our legal requirements in order for us to qualify for housing funds. So I'll stop here. I'm sure there'll be more questions, but I'm giving you the Reader's Digest version of a lot of issues and a lot of concerns. We had a lot of hearings, I believe over 160 just in Plum, but we heard about 65, and in commission, what was it, 3 or 4 hours? Twice. So I appreciate your participation and hopefully get to an aye vote. There are some amendments that are coming forward. These amendments reflect, again, a level of compromise as to how we can move forward. One is very technical in nature that I will not go into, and the second one speaks more to language change that hopefully reaches a balance in this process of defining our housing element. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is now Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, members. I ask that we vote aye on this, but I also know we're coming back, because one of the keys that I wanted to say is many neighborhoods are very concerned that they think they may be overwhelmed. But, Vince, if I may call you Vince, we're the single-family neighborhoods at this point, and for the foreseeable future, are not included in this at all. That is to be preserved or protected.
Correct. Vince Bertoni, Deputy Planning Director, Department of City Planning. That's correct. With this housing element update, there would be no change to any of the zoning throughout the city, and that includes the single-family neighborhoods, because there's enough capacity to build the number of housing units that we need to do under our obligation under the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. We can do all of that within the existing zoning capacity. So we don't change any zoning anywhere, and that includes the single-family neighborhoods. Those won't have any changes.
Right, so that's real important. I hope the planning department on their website says these are single-family neighborhoods, these will be protected. But for those of you who live in single-family neighborhoods, you're going to see neighbors, but they won't necessarily be in houses. They may be in a combination type of development, which is near a transit area, which is a transformation. In 1930, 90% of everyone who lived in Los Angeles lived in a single-family home. After the war, that transformed dramatically. Park La Brea was originally supposed to be just 2 stories high. It ended up having over 11 towers of 10 stories plus there to meet the housing needs. There's a growth element here that's important, but we need to put it by transit. We need to try to figure out the needs of all, but also figure out the needs of everyone. And if you can understand that line, you can understand the housing challenges. So I thank you. I thank Mr. Reyes and Mr. Wesson. But I think it's real important for the planning department to be aggressive in public information, because people feel threatened by development. They shouldn't be threatened by development. Jim, I'm not going to call you out, but I know where you live. And you live on a street that has 4,000 buses within 2 blocks of you. So we're certainly going to put housing on that big street that's where you live near. But in your neighborhood, I'm going to protect it and fight to protect it, fight to improve the sidewalks, fight to improve the tree forest that's there, and your neighborhood, try to slow traffic down through your neighborhood. But at the same time, I have an obligation to provide housing where it's necessary. And also for those out in the Universal City Way in Studio City, I want to make sure there's a balanced development there, not something that overwhelms us, and not something that the Transit Authority just approves because it's the biggest thing they can get. It's got to make sure it fits with the neighborhood. Yes, Los Angeles has changed. In my lifetime, which goes back to 1953, over more than 2 million people came to this city. And I welcome him. My great-grandfather, who lived across the street here, there was only 10,000 people came. But people do love this city, and we're going to learn to do it, and this gives us a guide. But I want the planning department to be out front and open and say this is where we're going. Maybe. Or this is where we're not going, for sure. So people know. And there's a housing slump now. It's going to be a while before you see the boom again. But information is knowledge is power. And I believe that's the most effective way for the agency to continue forth in trying to meet your needs and mandate. Last question, Vince. You're familiar with some of the other 87 cities in the county. Is any cities built out at this point? Meaning they comply with the state law by saying we're built out? Or do you know?
I don't know of any. I mean, I've been planning director of 3 of those other 87 cities, and none of those were built out. I don't know of any that have actually. My understanding from state law is that every city in the county has some kind of obligation of the regional housing needs assessment.
Right.
No one got a zero allocation. So whether there's many communities who think they're built out, but they still have an obligation under the state law.
Right. Thank you all for the planning staff, and Madam President, thank you. And all the public who came down, I want to thank you. I know it's been a long day, but continue your spirited advocacy on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. All right, Ms. Gruhl, you're next.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Mr. Reyes, particularly because I think he outlined some of the issues. I was going to make sure I asked you so that the public could understand what it is we were doing and not doing. But a couple additional questions. How often is this done, the housing element? And 2, what would happen if we didn't do an housing element? And please hold my time.
Jane Blumenfeld, City Planning. The housing element under state law is required to be done every 5. It started out every 5 years, but because some of it depends on the state budget for them to determine the need from each to distribute to each city, it's been extended to 6 or 7 years. So it's between 5 and 7 years. Every city is required to update their housing element. And as for the consequences, currently, a major consequence of not having an approved housing element is that the Prop 1C bond money that voters voted for last November includes legislation that precludes cities from applying for housing money, actual housing money that builds housing, unless they have an approved housing element by the state. So last go-around of applications, the City of LA applied for, I think, $110 million of those monies. This next go-around, which is expected to be in the fall, we need an approved housing element from the state to apply.
And the reason that they put in the regulation as far as the capacity, and I think we've heard very clearly that having the capacity doesn't mean you will build to that capacity, but was partially because there were communities in the state of California who were saying, we don't want any of that housing, let, i.e. the city of LA or some other city do that. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. I mean, some cities don't want to accept their share of the state's housing burden. LA is not one of those cities, but because this is a state law, every city and county jurisdiction has to accept some portion of the state's share, and there's no, as Vince explained, there's no zero.
Okay. And I think was mentioned, and I see Mercedes, because I always, when we talk about housing, I talk about the housing policy that if we had today, I did the same thing when we're talking about transportation strategy, so I'm looking for that, Mercedes, to come forward, which is to be able to, when you say to the public, what is the housing strategy for the city of Los Angeles, they can say, we know we're protecting single-family homes, we know that we're going to build on transit corridors, here's how many units, all of those things that we think are critically important. There are 2 issues, and I probably will push my button again, but 2 issues I want to ask for some clarification. And the first, I think, was asked by may have been asked by one of my constituents, which was the policy 1.5.1 regarding granny flats. There is some concern. This is amending Program J, page 7 of some document. I apologize, I don't know which piece of that, but
1.5.
If we could hold my time just where they find that page.
Okay.
Got it in front of you?
This
Okay.
was an amendment at the Joint Committee.
Okay. Could you explain that to, there's some concern, particularly in single-family areas where there was granny flat legislation that was ultimately vetoed, as but in its implementation, the concern about making some of those single families, Mr. Labange mentioned, making some of those single-family potential multifamily, what this would mean to them.
Okay. the Granny Flats is essentially a second unit, small unit on a single-family lot. So our zoning would permit a house. There was state legislation you referred to, which actually was passed, that required cities, it was an effort to make it easier to do these kinds of accessory units in cities, and the law required or precluded cities from making this a discretionary action, so that cities had to have rules and regulations that were done ministerially, meaning you could go to the building department, and if you met certain criteria, they would just get a permit. But in our city, as in many cities, we have a number of criteria, something like 10 very difficult criteria that essentially almost preclude the development of these kinds of units. This program was, it's a program, so a work task that our department would take on to look at those criteria, evaluate them, see if there's criteria that could be amended to make it more palatable to do second units on a lot in certain circumstances. So it doesn't create them today. It doesn't change any ordinance. Okay. Anything that would come forward would have to be an ordinance.
There are some places that make sense. I mean, and there's other. I think the concern is having a one-size-fits-all for that. So I think your comments make me feel a little bit better on that item. The other is on the amendment that was proposed. I'm trying to look at which one that was by Mr. Garcetti, and it was particularly on the item. We have so many. I think it's 21C. Thank you. Is it C? C? D? D. Okay, it is D, which I thought I had right in front of me. Thank you. You did until my staff took it. Okay, great. So on page, it's on the first page of the motion following after I guess it was moved by Mr. Reyes, where it's talking about the one-for-one replacement and so forth. And there was, I think, it's always said encourage, and this goes back, I think, to what Mr. Reyes said, what this document is and is not. So we had something in however many years ago we did the housing element that said encourage a one-to-one replacement. And then there was some amending motion and talked about demolitions and also about particularly condo conversions. And in some instances, a condo conversion can be great if your apartment owners can purchase that, but that doesn't always, the case. And so we're trying to balance that. And so the question that had been asked was where it says on that second, encourage but not require one-for-one replacement. If there is currently a requirement that says you have a one-to-one replacement or you've agreed to it or whatever, that doesn't diminish existing requirements that the city might have.
I believe the only place that we have a one-for-one replacement requirement as requirement, underscore requirement, is the Mello Act, and that's in the coastal zone. It does not undermine or supersede or in any way affect any law that exists. This is a policy, a citywide, and this is one-size-fits-all because that's what a citywide policy document is. So this is a policy, the wording that you see in this amendment, which was amended, I might add, about 20 times in the course of this year. Yeah. But this is a policy, so it doesn't supersede any laws. It doesn't supersede the Mello Act. It says encourage the one-for-one replacement as a citywide policy.
Yeah, this motion says encourage but not require.
Correct.
Okay, because the earlier one had said encourage. 2 years, however many years ago, the version that we have adopted in the past said encourage.
In the current housing element that we're updating right now, there is language about one-for-one replacement. I think the concern on the part of the planning department, at least, is the inference that this could occur building by building by building, and not as in the city replace citywide, or as it says in the first sentence, prevent the net loss of affordable housing. That's the goal. But building by building by building is a completely different issue.
Okay. And I think that again, the concern is this document take away the council's authority to look at either case, and I'm not just saying about on this issue, but on a case-by-case or other policy items that are still coming to this council. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have not decided in this room as to how we want to move forward on, and that is on both sides. And so if we chose to do something that conflicted with the housing element ultimately, what would happen? I think that's my last question before I get cut off.
That's the difference between the policies and the programs. The policies under our charter and in our municipal code, we're required, whenever you take discretionary actions on projects,
Okay,
you're required...
I'm having a hard time hearing. Just
Sorry.
Can we have some quiet on the sides of the chamber? The noise bounces back and forth. It's hard to hear.
When you take discretionary actions in the council or the other decision-making bodies before you, our city charter, as well as the municipal code, requires you to make findings that that project complies with the general plan. This policy would now be a part of the general plan. So to the extent we think there's a difficulty in interpreting it or some vagueness about it, then that could be problematic, because this would, as opposed to the programs, this would be a policy that every time we make a decision, we'd be saying it complies with this policy.
Okay. So if you said, and it was an agreed upon by a individual builder, let's say. Sorry, and I know that was going to end, because my last clarification on this. So if you are building or tearing down 10 units of affordable housing, and you say, I agree to do 30 units, and 10 of those will be, and it's a requirement of what the city says you have to do. We require that. Would that be against this policy?
Well, if this policy says, or at least it states something about one-for-one replacement. So if you take your example, if you replaced them all one-for-one, there'd be no issue. The issue is more with in the city, approximately 70% of the buildings we build are under 10 units. So when somebody takes down a house or a duplex and puts up 9 units, 10 units, the question is it possible to replace something that might have been demolished, that was whatever affordable might be deemed to mean? Could that be replaced in a 7-unit building, an 8-unit building, every time you see one of those, and make a discretionary action about that? I think that's the question here.
So I think Mr. Reyes wants to clarify.
Okay, Ms. Rule, if you want to press your button for a second time. Mr. Reyes, did you want to clarify?
Yes,
then we'll go on to the next
speaker. I'd like to answer her question, if I may. There is proposed changes and amendments that addresses what you're approaching here, Councilman McGraw, and I'll just read it. Encourage and incentivize the preservation of affordable housing to ensure that demolitions and conversions do not result in net loss of the city's stock of decent, safe, healthy, sanitary, or affordable housing. Encourage one-for-one replacement of demolished affordable units, except as mandated by law or ordinance. So that allows us for the CRA areas.
Different than what was handed out to us. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No,
Now the roster.
Different.
Mr. Rosendahl will speak next, and Mr. Huizar, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Garcetti for the first time, and then Mr. Reyes for the second time.
Yeah, the one-for-one is very important to all of us here. But, you know, for me, there's two big questions I have, and it might be not directly related at the moment. I appreciate what Mr. Reyes has done. As Noah Weiss is talking over there, when people are speaking, Del Rey is in my district. Yesterday, literally yesterday, I'm driving down and I look to the right and I see 12449 Louise Avenue. And it is standing out like the biggest sore thumb or blighted thing I've ever seen. I literally look to the right and it even is giant over the commercial area right there. Okay? My frustration is parcels are designated different ways at different times in the history of city creating plans. You know, and then nobody knows what they are. Louise Avenue is single-family houses. Butting up to it is a piece of land that's R3. There were 3 sort of modest complexes. They weren't like big, ugly eyesores. We were almost in character and scale with the single family, okay? So along comes a developer. He buys a piece of that, tears it down, and creates something that is the largest thing I've ever seen protruding. It almost looks like King Kong coming over the buildings in New York. I mean, and I was just totally upset.
Now, Noah Weiss attacks me, and he says I should have done an ICO, and I should have done this, I should have done that, and all this kind of stuff, going like this. And I'm freaking out because I met with 100 of my constituents. It was the worst public meeting I've had in my 3 years. And I have public meetings every day, all the time. They were accusing me that I should have been able to have done something at that point. Obviously, we checked the city attorney, checked with the planning team, they said there was nothing I could do because the process was already in place. When we go forward with this, and by the way, there was going to be 25 units with 2 affordable. That's like chump change. You know what I mean? Is there anything I could do about a project like that going forward as we go with this process?
I think, we heard lots of comments to that effect through this process. But,
Yes.
The vehicle for dealing with those kinds of problems are the community plan. What you're talking about are the zoning, the densities, the land use, design guidelines, all those things that are in the community plan. The housing element is a citywide policy document that doesn't get to the level of, a site in Playa del Rey at all. And it doesn't change that. This would not fix the problem you just described. What has to fix the problem you describe is the community plan for Westchester Playa del Rey. And while that's not the best answer sitting here today, that really is the appropriate
That
place.
would be the plan for Del Rey.
Yes.
When Del Rey goes through that process.
Yes.
And there's nothing I can do in the meantime.
Well, there may be tools, and we'd have to look, and we can have further discussions. There may be tools we can do between now and when the Westchester Playa del Rey plan is going to be
Del Rey.
Del Rey. Well, it's not.
Yeah, it's a separate area called Del Rey.
But I think it's in that. Well, whatever that plan. Maybe there are tools to address these specific hotspot problems.
So I would look forward to those hotspot problem areas being resolved, so I don't get browbeaten and accused of not doing my job. Second thing is something called getting a permit for demolition. I have a project on a street in my district where there are 19 tenants in it. The landlord of it has put in a demolition permit. It's recorded. And now he's put out a map of how many things he's going to putting together, getting community involvement on the San Vicente group, about a 60-something unit complex. In the meantime, there are 18 tenants living in there, and he's jacking up the rent, $1,000 a month of rent, just throwing it at them to get them out of the building. Now, is there anything I can do for relocation money for these people? Who, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. The guy's going to demolish the building. These people are freaking out because they're being told more rent, and basically get the heck out of here so I don't have to give you relocation. Is there anything we can do about that within a plan like this?
Well, I think the relocation ordinance that we adopted about a year ago applies to demolitions and it applies to conversions. So they would be subject to the regulations of the relocation ordinance when they're not RSO buildings, which probably that is not.
Right, they're not RSO.
Right. Then the protections, which are additional notice requirements and protections are obviously not applicable. So I think we had so many hours of discussion about what we could do in that instance, and that the end result was increasing the relocation dollars to the highest amount. I think that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the new law did not affect demolition permits when they were first going forward with this. So there's a 3-month gap in between, and I think they got a little loophole going there. But the great chair, the head of the housing department, is working on it, and our people are investigating it. But it's another frustration I have. And my last frustration is 1818. And how it impacts this issue. Look, 1818 is a joke. I'm against 1818 because it doesn't create the kind of affordable housing we need. I need affordable housing in my district to stay. I'm trying to say to every developer, you really want to do me a service? How about 30% affordable? And maybe I'll negotiate and get 10%, but 10% is better than 5%. And 5% is nothing. When you consider the district I'm in there. So how do we address that issue with an 1818 and the whole notion of development and affordable housing?
Well, for one thing, in the housing element, there's many programs about trying to preserve affordable housing, trying to build new affordable housing, money, bonds, incentives. So there's a whole array of programs. But at the end of the day, building affordable housing, especially in our city where the area median income is so low, and it's a countywide number, so it's not that relevant district by district. It's very hard. It's a lot of money to provide the gap from the cost of building units, buying land and building units to the AMI or the 50% or 60%, it's a huge number. And unless somebody is going to be able to do that and make more money at the end than they spent to build it over 30 years, they're not going to do it. And that's the problem we all face. With regard to 1818 specifically, we've been tracking these cases, and there's something like 2 to 3% of all projects being built are using the density bonus law. So it's very negligible to start with. And when they do use that law and they provide the affordable 5% or 10%, as small as it is, it does come with a 30-year covenant that the rent will be that low, and the people who live in there are income qualified, which is not the case in rent-stabilized buildings.
Right.
Neither of them are the case. So.
Well, I want to thank Mr. Wesson and Mr. Reyes and all the folks from both the Housing and the Plum Committee that worked long and hard. And I want to thank all the housing advocates out here that are in the audience that keep their feet to the fire and keep the accountability going, because this is the combination of community that makes laws the better laws. And again, thank you all. Appreciate what you're doing.
Jose Huizar. Mr. Garcetti? Mr. Garcetti.
I'll be speaking in a second, but colleagues, I wanted you all to join me in welcoming a visiting elected official from Minnesota who's here from St. Paul, representative of the Minnesota State House, Jim Lesher, who's here. Thank you for being here. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome Los Angeles. Always good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, this is a very important document, as we all know, and it really, as has been said, sets the housing agenda for the city for the next half dozen years or more. And a lot of people have come together and argued and went back and forth, and I think this was a real collaborative process to get us to this place. And I just want to thank all the stakeholders who gave their input, because I think what we have today is a good way to move forward. And as we all know, this is a document that will set the type of neighborhood, residential neighborhoods that we have. But what I'm happy about, and equally important to that, I think, is that it really lays out creative ways to start addressing the issue of affordable housing in this city. And it does that creatively. And I think there's a lot of work to be done yet. I think people have already mentioned the next steps that will be taken to have further discussion on that. And it's so important as we look at the cost of living rising and all the other costs associated with just making a living these days. And one of the most basic things we can do is to put a roof over our heads, which many Angelenos are struggling with today. So I think not only does this kind of lay out the framework for us to create the type of residential neighborhoods, but equally important is for those in need, those who need the help, that we're addressing that as well, and a lot more work needs to be done. A lot has been said already, but I do want to just talk a little bit about an amendment that Mr. Cardenas put in that I hope you can support. It's a disclosure language that will ask to create a new rent stabilization training program, which first-time apartment buyers and their building managers will be required to complete. I think this will help people understand the rent stabilization ordinance, and I think it helps tenants as well as the landlords understand what are the rules and regulations under that ordinance, because a lot of times it's misunderstood. But there's a full disclosure up front. I think we could go a far way as to prevent any misunderstandings about evictions or anything else like that. So, colleagues, that's before you, and I think that clarifies and helps both the tenants and all of us to better understand the rent stabilization ordinance and make it stronger. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Alarcon. All right, we'll circle back for him. Mr. Garcetti, you are next.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I know it's been a long day, and I thank especially the members of the public and our departments who have been here waiting on this issue, and I want to thank everybody for their good, hard work, starting with Mr. Reyes and Mr. Wesson, who put considerable time into making sure that this housing element is in place and that we have something that not only is good for Prop 1C applications, but good for our planning in the future. And I know it's been a work in progress, and I think the amendments that have been added have been very important ones today. First, on the infrastructure element, I agree that we should, have some sort of way that we can look at dedicating infrastructure dollars
Our communities have said that loud and clear, but we can't just build housing without infrastructure to accompany that. But it has to be done the right way. To put an exact number amount or anything, I think is tough to put in because of the state regulations. That said, I think what I've heard articulated from every single council member here and in speaking with you privately is we want those infrastructure projects to be able to move hand in hand. We failed on two fronts in the past 3 decades. We didn't build the housing necessary, and we didn't build the infrastructure necessary. Now, people imagine sometimes when you don't build things, density will stay away. Well, lo and behold, density still came. Everybody who's either was born here or who moved here is part of density today. You can pretend it's about other people, but it's actually about all of us. And the real issue is whether we plan for it or not. Because when we don't plan for it, we see what we see when we walk through many of our districts and we go door to door in apartments where 3 families live where 1 should, and where it looks like a single-family home, but by the time you get to the unit in the garage in the back and the home itself is split into 2 or 3, we realize what the cost, the social cost, the human cost, has been for not planning for the people that are here. 2/3 of our density doesn't come from another state or another country that's anticipated. It comes from all of us having children, a young population in Los Angeles that we either prepare for or we don't. But the failure not to build hasn't been just the problem of a badly written housing element. In fact, our housing element gave us good goals. It was a failure of all of us in communities to say where and how to get housing built. So while this is going to be an important step forward, it's just a reminder for everybody out there in the public, the council, our mayor, our departments, executing this plan is what's critical. Making it happen. Identifying in every single council district, where does permanent supportive housing go to get homeless people off the street? Where does low-income housing go to get people who live near the jobs that are the lower-wage service jobs that we need? Let's not become a West Los Angeles, which Mr. Rosendahl is so articulate about. There's 5 times the number of jobs as there is housing on the west side of Los Angeles. So no wonder there is traffic problems there, because we haven't balanced those two things together. The second piece is on the replacement. And I appreciate the discussion that was made here today, and I'm glad to be a part of that discussion and implementing this. I think many of us want to make sure that we aren't replacing good affordable housing with new affordable housing that actually sets us backward because it's a lower number or because there's a few token units. That was a straw man argument a little bit in SB 1818, because really the challenge there was whether units get knocked down and 0 units get built versus units get knocked down and 2 or 3 get built. 2 or 3 is better than 0, but we all agree units getting knocked down, entire buildings getting knocked down. What this housing element will let us do is downzone those areas of our planning areas to be able to protect where good middle-income housing exists today. It doesn't let the communities off the hook, though. All of us have to decide in those planning areas where the new housing does go without taking away the existing affordable housing. That way we're not losing something while we are gaining more in fulfilling that need. And then the third piece, which is the motion that I put forward, 21C, came out of our briefing today in committee. And I know many of your staffs and some of us have been in D.C. lobbying for what was just passed, H.R. 3221, which is the American Housing Rescue and Foreclosure Prevention Act of 2008, and the Emergency Assistance Provision public law that accompanies that. That deals with the foreclosure crisis, and we had a great briefing from the Housing Department that goes through each one of the districts and looks at the multifamily units and the homes that have gone into foreclosure. And what this does is this sets up right now designating LAHD as the lead agency, but we're certainly going to have a lot of people involved in this, going after those federal funds to make sure that this federal legislation doesn't just go to help people in other places. We've seen that happen. We helped lobby to make some changes to that. Maxine Waters was an important person in that, but we want, as much as we want to see the Gulf Coast helped, and we want to see the Midwest helped, and we want to see people helped in rural areas, Los Angeles has great needs that need to be fulfilled too. So this moves forward in our housing element, a lead agency, so we can begin to apply for those funds with an objective of 1,000 units at 120% of AMI or below, 25% of all funding at 50% of AMI below for the next 5 years. And if we can do that, we can take advantage of our federal money, bring it back to Los Angeles, which we deserve, and it'll be a critical part of the element as well. So thanks everybody for your work. And for everybody who has an idea or isn't 100% happy today, this is a fluid document. We can always revisit it. We can make improvements. That's the sort of thing we should be doing more often, quite frankly, instead of just going every so often. But we never have enough resources that we're giving our staff, so we know that they're overworked. But those of us who are working on this should look at where we can improve this, and we're more than happy to continue to listen to that and continue this conversation forward so that we can house all of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Ms. President.
I was just wondering, one of the things that we're starting to explore right now, we've actually are creating a task force, is the idea of the Tenant Opportunity Purchase Act, TOPA. Unfortunately, we don't obviously have all the data from our Los Angeles task force to know whether or not, it's a program that we're actually going to begin to implement. But when you look at the policy 1.2.2, I mean, we're talking about preserving the existing housing stock, or replacing one-for-one on demolished units. I mean, TOPA really, I think, fits in with the idea of if a building is going to be purchased, giving the tenants an opportunity to be a part of their own destiny by actually purchasing the building. I was wondering, just as in 1.1.3 under D and then E, new programs to increase, it says explore the development of citywide mixed income. I was wondering under 1.2.2, under programs, could we add one that says explore TOPA-like programs as a part of that policy? I think it would fit in there very well. I know we don't have a plan that's been fleshed out, but could we at least use that as a tool under that section to explore it? I really think ultimately we might be able to incorporate a Los Angeles type TOPA that I think would be very valuable. And I'd like to see it in our housing plan as, like, again, explore. So it would be like L
Maybe,
or M, it would be M.
Maybe we could incorporate it into one of the ones that the programs that exist where there are similar strategies in there. There's one about tenant buyouts, and that's kind of that type of a program. So maybe we could include it as one of the strategies.
Okay. Either way, I would like to see it referred to, as TOPA-like or something, so that we know tenant opportunity purchase agreements.
Yeah, I think, what is it, 1 point?
So I think if you put it in there, then we can really begin moving forward as a city to really explore that possibility, which I think would fit the future of LA very well.
So I'm thinking 1.2.5C, and it's a new program, and I can show you, maybe I could show you after, but there's a new program in there that was added by
okay, but you don't think it would fit under 1.2.2 of preserving existing
the programs and it's hard to. The programs are in 1.2.5 are all about financial resources for long-term affordability, which is what TOPA is, and this program is specifically about tenant buyouts. So I think it could be included, which is what TOPA is.
Okay, so if you include it and write it like that, so we know what we're talking about, I really think that would be the appropriate place to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just ask a couple of questions for clarity. On dealing with the housing element, and we have some figures that show clearly that in some regards we are making some progress, but did we ever take into account on the net increase, such as what we perceive the significant loss of housing, say just from school construction? Has that part of when we say how many houses we built or residences, do we go back ever to look and say, well, we built 50,000, but that's a net increase or a net decrease because of all this other stuff that's going on that is outside of the element?
In the housing element, we track all the demolitions for whatever purpose, all the demolitions, including the school districts, and the net new housing that's built through our building permits. So we have both.
Okay, so when we look at these figures and show from 98 to 205 that 50,000 units were built, then that would encompass the loss of housing due to the...
I think the 50,000 number is a gross number. The demolitions are, I can't remember off the top of my head, but they're in there. That number is not a net number, including the demolitions.
So the 50,000
is not a net. That's not a net number. They're accounted for in the housing element because that's one of the things we're required to report. But that 50,000 number is just new building permit, new units
building
built.
permit. Now, where would we get the information to show what was the net increase if we have 50,000 permits? Where do we find the overall net increase in the city? Because we hear so many conflicting,
Right.
you hear stories that we've done all this building and all these permits, we have so much money in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but we're 10,000 units less than we were several years ago. And you hear all of this stuff, but you can't
Yeah.
combat it.
We have it on our website, and we have it in the housing element somewhere in the 300 pages, but I
Okay.
can't remember off the
All right.
top of my head. And if not, I can get back to you after this and give you those numbers, because we have the
No, if we could have that,
demolitions.
that would be very helpful, because we hear so much conflict of information. Recently, we're also talking to some folks that are in the whole issue of planning, and is there we've heard about mitigating density, we've heard about slowing density, and now there's some theory about managed growth. Is that now the theme of going through and looking at how you mitigate it, or is that something that's on the horizon in the future?
Well, the whole general plan framework and the housing element, which is consistent with it, is all about accommodating growth as projected by SCAG, essentially, in our job and employment and housing population projections, and accommodating it in the sustainable, viable way so that we can house the people who are projected to be here in a way that uses resources and leverages the investments that we make as sustainably as possible. That's the whole goal of the housing, both the housing element and the framework element.
Okay. And colleagues, I'd just like to comment on 21B. What I think is so important, and the reason that we put forth this amendment, is that particularly in older communities, there is a need to constantly be looking at the whole infrastructure issue. So as we are building or considering future projects, that we're talking about roads, expansion of roads, parks, libraries and such, and also being that we've committed as a budget policy to have our continuous update of community plans, that we also ensure that we're exploring of incorporating those facilities into our community plans. And so it's just a matter of trying to be consistent. And I think the other amendment on here is that we did not believe that it was in our interest to identify 30% as a part of a budget, that we look towards creating or allocating a percentage which is consistent with our budget policies, where we have 1% for infrastructure and things of that nature, or 5% on our reserve fund, but we not create a 30% goal that we believe might be unreasonable in the future. My final comments, I'd ask, just as a verbal motion, that item 21A that deals with the issue of rent stabilization, that we ensure that gets before that rent stabilization study committee, so that they're aware of any changes and such as they're developing their approach to the issue of looking at the rent stabilization ordinance.
Mr. Zine. And Ms. Perry is lovely in pink right over there. Ms.
Thank
Perry.
you. I'm here, and Mr. Zine was just walking in, but I'll just go ahead. Thank you. I just want to say this is the first time in a long time that I can remember that the process really has worked very well. With these housing issues, there's always a need for a delicate balance to address the great social needs, a balance between building housing that is affordable in one part of town and then making sure that it gets built all over the city in a manner that's both just and equitable. And I'd say historically, and I think Mr. Reyes, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Garcetti and I have talked about this one time or another, that affordable housing doesn't always get built throughout the entire city as it should, even though the need is throughout the entire city, and even though we have gone a long way to overcome people's fear or bias or stereotypes about what it means to have affordable housing in your community. I think today shows that we've made a lot of progress because the process has been extremely inclusive, and again, while everybody is not 100% happy, they're a lot happier than I've ever seen before, and I think that shows a great deal of maturity on the part of this legislative body and the outreach done by Mr. Wesson and Mr. Reyes in conducting extensive meetings and gathering input and information. And I just hope that it sets a bar that's even higher as we go forward, so that we can have honest, frank discussions about the issues that go on in our city, like housing, and who has done a great deal. I know Mr. Reyes and I were at a community meeting with community advocates, and they were, challenging us to build more affordable housing. And I think it was Mr. Reyes who actually said, "Hey, wait a minute, there are other people you need to be talking to who haven't done enough, haven't even scratched the surface." And I actually concur with him. That even takes place not only with some of our neighboring cities, which we discussed yesterday in Ad Hoc Homeless, being out of compliance with the housing element, but even within our own city. So I think we have to continue to challenge each other, and having this document put in final today is going to go a long way to bringing us to the day where we have affordable housing spread throughout the entire city. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
All right, thank you. The 2006 to 2014, does this align with the Southern California Association of Governments, their plan for the 6 regions in this area of Southern California? The REANA plan that they have,
Yes.
that so many houses?
Yes.
And we have 113,000 we're supposed to build?
Correct.
Okay, the question I have is, what about the neighboring communities that say thank you, but we're not going to comply with that? We can't house the entire population of the city of Los Angeles. We've got neighboring communities, some of the communities east of here that have a lot of space, and they're balking at the SCAG report that says they have to build so many houses where they have the space, they have the land. I know we're doing mixed use and doing everything we can imaginable to build, and then you've got the component of make it affordable. What about those other regions when SCAG issues this report and then they don't comply? What consequences are there?
Well, there's a few things. They're not eligible for certain funding out there in terms of, as we may have mentioned earlier, Prop 1C housing bond funds would not be available to them. It's important to keep in mind that that some communities actually provide the general plan and the zoning for the housing, but the housing isn't built. And what this law does is it doesn't require you to actually build the housing. It just requires that you create the capacity for the housing in your general plan and zoning. So there may be some communities that have created the capacity, but for some reason or another it's not built. Then there's no penalty for them. However, if they don't create the capacity in an appropriate way, then there's penalties where they're not available for certain types of funding.
And if they don't care about that, because they've got growing communities that are prosperous, they say thank you and we don't need it and we're not going to comply. So there's really no consequences if they don't want to take the dollars that come along with some kind of incentive program.
And there's some cities that choose not to comply, and they make a...
then the burden goes on those other cities, such as Los Angeles, to build in excess of what our capacity. Because I look at the area of Los Angeles where we have the communities, lack of schools, and they're building schools. Lack of hospitals, we keep losing hospitals. Lack of resources, the landfill, all these other issues, the water. I mean, we've got this component of build 113,000 units, and as far as how much it's going to cost to live there is another factor. I know in Warner Center, my district, the rents are very, very high. I talked to a man yesterday who's renting a loft downtown L.A., 850 square foot loft for $1,800 a month, which is extremely high. That to me is not affordable, 800 square foot. How do we build that component with the population you're talking about that has a family, the salary? How do we build that in? Where do we find the funds to make that happen?
Well, that's the $64,000 question. We have, again, in here there's a huge number of programs. There's 200 and something programs in here, and many of them have to do with funding. We have to, the government, federal, state, local, have to provide subsidies to make units affordable to people who have incomes that are, what we call very low, 50% of median, but the median, above the median, it's too expensive to build these units and make them affordable, as you're pointing out, without some kind of subsidy. So in this housing element and the day-to-day work all of us are doing, there are land use incentives we can do to try to encourage those units to be built, and then there are financial subsidies we can provide to try to make them happen. And we can't force people who own property to build on their property. We can just do what we can do with the money and with the incentives to try to make it happen. And that's what all of this is about.
So we're trying, but if they don't want to comply, then there's no benefit or improvement. And the senior population also is another concern on fixed incomes, how they're able to find quality residential environment. I mean, it's a difficult situation, but when I go out to Riverside, San Bernardino, and see all the open space they have, and serve it on SCAG along with some of my colleagues, seeing what's been mandated, and they say, thank you, but we're not going to comply, or we're going to sue, we're not going to follow through with that. And then Los Angeles wants to be the good neighbor, and our residents say, we're maxed out, there's no more space, there's no, the roads, everything that you've heard over and over again. So it's a difficult task. Maybe this is a snail's pace step to try and get to that point, but somehow the realization is the landowner has certain rights and privileges. If they're a developer, they want to make a profit, and if they're not making a profit, they're not going to build. And meanwhile, the working class of society wants to have a quality place to live, to raise a family, and we support that. But to bring all those components together, I don't know if this is particularly issue is going to resolve it, but maybe it's a step in the right direction, but not the end of the problem that we have to address, and hopefully, eventually, with Mr. Reyes' leadership, bring about a successful resolution for all those folks that are looking for a quality place to raise a family. You can respond.
Well, I think you said it very appropriately.
Okay.
It's a first step. It's laying out programs. It's laying out a path, and it's a collection of what many, many departments in the city are going to do. I mean, there's DWP programs to give rebates. There's Department of Aging programs. There's all kinds of programs that different departments can do in the city to try to achieve those goals. But it's really, really difficult. It's really expensive, and it's a business. It's somebody has to make money to build those projects, or they don't get built. So I think
You're right.
You've captured it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Alarcon is next, and then Mr. Reyes and Ms. Brule.
Yeah, the housing element is a broad document that typically is, I've never really understood in terms of the specific picture in terms of getting specific projects done. It's very rare that people say, well, the housing element says, they usually say the community plan says, and that really is the driving process, because it's much more specific, and although it's typically 20 years out of date, it's nevertheless the document that is referred to. And the fact that it's 20 years out of date is why we are always having problems, in my estimation. In the housing element, however, there are stated goals. The needs indicate that we are in need of 112,000, 113,000 homes. Above moderate income, 48,839. However, in terms of the goals that we're setting goals in that category for 85,629. And I'm wondering if you could explain, and please hold my time, if you could explain why we're in the extremely low category, the need is 13,600, and we're targeting 3,820. If you could explain why we do that and how we justify doing that.
Okay.
And please hold my time.
The RENA allocation, which is the regional housing need number, the 112,000 that we're talking about, that's the number that the state, through all the permutations, has said that LA has to account for, 113,000 units. In the document you're referring to with the 13,000, the state breaks down that 113,000 into different income categories, and the numbers you're referring to are what they say that the 113,000 should be made up of. The other numbers you're referring to that don't match up to that are because in all the programs that we have identified in the housing element, we're showing what we think we can actually really build with the funding and resources we have, which is not that number. That's what that's showing, is that it's really, I think as Mr. Zine said, it's really difficult to meet that. And with all the programs and the financing that's in the housing element, we think we can build 8,000, whatever that number is, 8,500? 3,800, I'm sorry, of the extremely low, which is obviously the most subsidized. That's households that earn 30% of the area median income. So this is what we think we can...
What's the justification?
There's not a justification. It's sort of a statement of it's a reality of what we think we can accomplish. We have goals to do more. We have programs we're going to try to do more, but the funding that we say we have, that we can commit to, we think we can do that much.
So if the above moderate income need, which is 120% of median income and more, is 48,839, why are we going to target building 85,629? In other words, who's going to buy those houses if there's no need?
But we still have the 113,000 units of any kind, 113,000
No, but
units.
85,000
Right.
of those 113 are above moderate income, and the need is only at 48,000.
It's not that the need is only 48,000. The need for the extremely low, the very low, and the low are what is most difficult for us to meet because of the huge subsidies involved with each and every one of those units. So that table you're looking at refers to the reality of what we think with our funding in our city we can accomplish. It's not a goal. It's not a goal to only meet 3,000. The goal is to meet the whole entire 13,000 and each of the breakdowns that the state requires. That's the goal. But this is what you're looking at is an accounting of the programs that we have been funded to do in all the departments and how many units we think that will produce.
Okay,
and it's not enough.
Let me see if I understand you. You're saying that under existing zoning.
No, this has nothing to do with zoning. This is funding and building actual units. This is nothing to do with zoning. What you're looking
Available capacity?
No, this is building actual units. In other words, the state wants us to build 113,000 units. We have the capacity to build more than that. That's not an issue. This is what will your city be able to actually build in real units on the real ground, based on the funding all our departments have, based on money the trust fund, the Housing Trust Fund has, based on money CRA has in its various redevelopment area, project area, income funds, tax increment funds. That table you're referring to is what we think we can really build in real units on the ground between now and
what we can really
2014.
build doesn't match up with the need.
Yes, correct.
Why would we do that?
Because that's all we're saying we can do. I don't know how else to put it.
How do we correct that? How do we come into compliance with the needs?
By several $100 billion more. And if we find that, we can do
Mr.
that
Reyes.
here.
Let me throw you a lifesaver here. But maybe we can look at this as a roadmap. What the housing element is a roadmap. It lays out a map and says, this is what the city is going to do. This is your allotment. And so we tried our best to break out in every sector of income groups. This is the range we want to do. We're going to try to do. But we have to create a roadmap for the state. That's all it is.
Okay, and I guess just by begging the question, I am trying to focus a very bright light on the fact that we are in very poor shape in terms of addressing the needs of our constituents to be able to purchase housing in the future or access acceptable housing well into the future, and we have a lot of work to do. Secondly, I noticed that the map of where the housing is going to be projected to be built is actually away from the corridors And it, in my estimation, sort of conflicts with our transportation plan element to get more housing concentrated on the major thoroughfares. When I look at the map in my district of where the housing is going to be built, it's in the neighborhoods, not on the corridors.
Right.
And I'm told by my staff that it's the same as all the other districts.
Yeah. The map that you're referring to is called the Inventory of Sites. So the state requires us to show them, it's more like a snapshot in time. So today, the zoning in our city and our community plan designations show capacity on those sites that you see on the map. It doesn't mean that we like where they are necessarily. It doesn't mean that they're in good places, as you suggest.
So
but
essentially, the housing element is merely to comply with a legal requirement. We really don't want to do it that way?
No. They require you to show today that capacity. So we're showing that, but then we have many programs in here to show how we're going to shift the parcels that have capacity from that map to where we want them to be, as you suggest, near transit.
But those maps
centers.
aren't shown.
Well, they require a map of today, and then we do have a map in the housing element that shows where we would want it, where we would want that parcels. It's a citywide map.
So we're showing we have built-out capacity today,
and we want
inside of the corridors, but our goal is to move the housing to concentrate outside the along the corridors.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just needed to get that clear. And finally, this housing element really is secondary to the community plans. And yet we are so far behind in all our community plans that it makes it very difficult for us to make appropriate decisions when we have no idea what the current needs are, because we have so many community plans that are outdated. How do we get our community plans to be expedited and done so that we can make appropriate decisions and not have all the controversy that we have in all of our communities?
Well, I think the council and the mayor...
They answered that question before?
Thank you, and then we'll have Mr. Reyes next.
I just want to answer the question in that for the past 4 years, this council has put forth tools to address exactly what you just said. They've been funding staff, increasing staff capacity, as well as numbers of people, so they can have those community meetings, those community plans. So they are behind, but we're trying to catch up. We're probably still about 5 years, 6 years behind. So we're trying to catch up.
And one
Mr. Reyes, I appreciate you, Clara. I just want to make sure that the department, I take advantage of this opportunity to tell the world we need to get our community plans done, more importantly than the housing element. I mean,
Thank
the
you,
housing
Mr.
element is
Alarcon.
required, but we need to get our community plans done. And I want to add my voice to all the other voices that say my district needs those community plans to be expedited because we are getting hammered by developments that we can't make hide nor hair of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reyes, and then Ms. Brule.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank Councilmember Weston for having these joint hearings and the Housing Department staff who's out there, because they're the ones dealing with all the numbers and dollars and programs and in coordination with the Planning Department where it can go. And just for the sake of clarity, I wanted to again state that on 21D, Number 2, amend policy 1.2.2. This is a verbal change. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. That the last sentence on 2, amend policy 1.2.2 would read, essentially, encourages the last sentence. Encourage but not require one-for-one replacement of demolished affordable units except as mandated by law or ordinance. So again, it gives us that flexibility to deal with the one-on-one, but there are areas that it is required, so we want to abide by that law. Again, because we have such a challenge at the federal level to get the monies we need to put forth policies that allows us to achieve these goals, and this is but a roadmap. Hopefully, with time, with the stewardship of Councilmember Weston and the Housing Community Economic Development Committee, with the expertise that we have from the Housing Department, the hard work, the catching up planning department is doing, and all the talent they've been hiring, that we'll be in a place where people can start saying, this is where I want the housing to go. They can identify their own neighborhoods, play a role in establishing the character of the neighborhoods, as well as address the priorities we have as a city to make this business friendly, to have it so that it is known for its ability to house the workforce while dealing with green and LEED issues. So with that, I ask for an aye vote with all the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl.
And Mr. Reyes, does that include on the side, the amendment you just made, CRA actions as well?
Yes.
Legally? Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure, and as it comes back for a second reading, that is clear.
Well,
in
by
the
law
laws.
ordinance, the CRA will have that overlay.
There's no second reading, okay, because there's 12 of us here today. At least right now, there's 12. It's just ordinance, okay.
The overlays by law will require it.
Okay, so that will be included in that part. And just want to add, again, I know a lot of work and time has been put into this and a lot of discussion, and I think we'd all agree, is the document perfect? You know, probably you try to be perfect. And not, you know, I'm sure we will find things later on that we think we'd ask questions. But again, it is a document which gives us some direction and policy, but there are a lot of implementing opportunities that we have. And I think we've heard as well the importance of preserving those single-family neighborhoods and identifying where housing should occur and when it should not occur. And those are both very important issues. So thank you for all the work you've done on this for the staff, because I know they worked very hard, and Mr. Reyes and Mr. Weston for your leadership.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. We have the amendments to go through. First, are there any objections to any of the amendments? Because if not, we can accept them as friendly.
And, Mr. President, item number 49 needs to be voted on and adopted before item number 21.
Okay. Well, let's take that first. Then if we can open the roll on 49, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is before us. Now we have 21. If anybody has objections to any of the motions, now the time to say, and we can pull those out for individual votes. If not, those will be accepted as friendly amendments.
President Garcetti, there was an amendment, I believe, to 49, no?
Yeah, that was as amended.
Okay.
Yep. 49 was as amended. 21, Mr. Labange's light is on, but no, he's not wishing to. Mr. Labange, did you want to be heard? Something? Okay. So without objection, those will be accepted as friendly. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please. Thank you all very much for your good work and your patience. And thank you, colleagues, for a great discussion. And with that, we'll go to item number 7, called special by Mr. Oh, no, before 7, I think we have actually 3 we can do on consent. 24, 25, okay, Mr. Parks, now? To go? Okay. If we can take up 24, 25, and 55, which was mistakenly called special. Please open the roll. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parks, you want to say something?
Number 7.
Sorry?
Number 7.
Oh, it's coming in a second. Yeah, Mr. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those 3 are approved. Now we have number 7 before us. Mr. Labange called special, but I believe Mr. Parks wants to talk on it too. Mr. Labange?
Any staff here from the various agencies, just give us a quick overview if you would. And I just want to make sure that we're reaching out. I know you have a list of 30 artists, but we're reaching out citywide. And are these Los Angeles artists?
Good afternoon, Susan Gray. I'm the cultural planner for the Community Redevelopment Agency. The reason that we have initiated this pool of artists is to help us with our CRA-initiated projects. These are the projects where the agency is serving as the developer. This list will not serve the projects where the developers are selecting artists to do their projects on site. This is just exclusively for the CRA's projects working with nonprofit developers.
Slow down just a little so you explain. I know I asked you to rush.
Our streetscape improvements, mural programs when they get going again, so that we're able to be in a state of readiness to initiate these projects. Given that our art policy requires us to do an open solicitation for our projects, it's more efficient in terms of using staff resources to establish a pool to work with rather than doing it on an individual case-by-case basis. Also, because of the nature of redevelopment being rather dynamic, it assists us if we're in a state of readiness to able to go as the development opportunities arise, rather than having to wait to go through our contracting and procurement process.
On the list of 30, are there some from South Los Angeles, some from the harbor, some from the valleys, some from the east
sir.
side?
We have 30 artists, 22 of which are from the city of Los Angeles. We did our recruitment
What
county.
are the 22? Are they from the harbor and South
Right.
LA,
I'll
East
actually
LA?
read.
All I want you to do is make sure you're diverse and giving artists an opportunity.
Yes, I'll just read through the districts. 13th district, we have 4 artists. 1st district, 5. 3rd district, 1. 4th district, 2. 11th district, 2. 14th district, 4. And 15th district, 3. The remaining 8 artists are from the city of Long Beach, Santa Monica, Culver City, and then areas of Altadena and Inglewood.
And those other cities, they have open competition? They would invite our artists into their
Yes,
cities?
they do.
Right, so that's fair, that's righteous. Just make sure, what if someone's like 31 or just is working, how do they get on the list? That's the thing, people sometimes feel bad, you know.
Well, it was highly competitive. We issued to over 6,000 artists using a database that's established for Southern California through the PAC-SoCal network, which is a network of public art organizations. Rather than duplicating mailing lists with Culver City, the counties, transportation program, etc., we've consolidated into one master distribution list of over 6,000 artists. So we emailed through that. In addition, to add a more personal touch with our hard mailing list, we issued a postcard specially crafted at artists that are in our redevelopment areas.
Now, are you an artist?
Yes.
Okay, so you feel good that artists are getting an opportunity and it's a diverse list and we're doing the right thing.
Absolutely. So of the list, 15 are female, 15 are male, and then 10 of these would identify as minority groups.
And a question from the rafters up here, why we're picking from other cities, and because other cities have open competition where our artists can compete for that too. So we're not parochial. We do live in a region.
Right. So, for example, if an artist lives in Long Beach, they actually identify with the harbor area, and so they really feel compelled to do work in San Pedro, for example.
But also, like, the city of Long Beach and their organization would welcome a San Pedro artisan too. Okay. All righty. I wanted to clarify that. So, members, thank you very much, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange, and appreciate everybody's patience. There's still a bunch of items that we have to cover. I think we have about 10 more, colleagues, just to let you know, and it's at about 3 o'clock. I want to introduce, before calling on Ms. Perry as our next speaker, I want to introduce a group of students from Junior Statesmen of America, and we're very glad to have you here. If you guys would stand up, we'd love to give you a round of applause, and thank you for being part of this day today. We're sorry that the council meeting has gone a bit long. We've addressed some very important issues today, like day laborers at some of our home improvement centers. We just passed the housing element, which is all about housing policy in the city of Los Angeles. And right now we're talking about public art in the city. So we appreciate you. I'm sorry we missed you this year, but I got my JSA mug up here, and it's great to have you all here in chambers. So thank you all very much. And with that, our next speaker will be Ms. Perry. After that will be Mr. Parks.
Okay, thanks, Mr. President. I think Mr. Parks pressed his button before me, but it's fine with me. I wanted to also ask regarding the geographic spread of the artists. I heard your comment about gender breakdown, but I wanted to hear more about the geographic spread, where the artists are coming from.
They're from all over the county. So we have artists from most of the council districts. 22 artists are from the city of Los Angeles proper, and that's from areas as diverse as, our arts district downtown, San Pedro, and North Hollywood, Silver Lake, Los Feliz, all over the city.
Let me ask you a more specific question. How many artists made the cut from, say, South Los Angeles, and that would include my area, Janice's northern area, Bernard Park's area?
South Los Angeles in general, probably about 5 to 6 artists.
5 to 6 out of
Yep.
30?
Yes.
All right, and they come from South Los Angeles?
When I say come from South Los Angeles, you have an artist who lives in Culver City, but they identify with South Los Angeles in terms of their...
Yikes. Wait, okay, that's not South, that's Culver City. That's
No, but
not
I mean, in terms of artists do not identify, like...
Well, tell me, do you have any art, tell me, did anybody respond and get selected from South Los Angeles?
That lives in South Los Angeles?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to know. It doesn't. I understand what you're saying about identifying with an area. An artist from South LA could identify with, the Miracle Mile or wanting to be artistic up in those areas. But I wanted to know their point of origin. So, do you know why we didn't? South LA artists didn't make the cut?
Well, I just would like to explain that artists tend to change address a lot, and they also tend to provide their place of residence on the application and not where their studio is, not where their gallerist is.
No, I understand that because I work with a lot of artists.
Right.
We're just got done working with an artist on the Central Avenue Jazz Festival. We're working on an artist for the Neighborhood City Hall on Central Avenue to tell the story of Central Avenue. So,
and that artist is on this list.
Which artist?
Rick Hyman.
Okay. All right, but you don't really know why the folks from South LA didn't make the cut, right?
Well, again, we did a lot of outreach in terms of the distribution. The criteria specifically, we were looking at artistic merit, their ability to work with communities, and then their ability to work on permanent works of art, working with durable materials. So that was the consideration in terms of geography and council district was not part of the selection criteria.
Let me just tell you a little story just for your own edification. I'm on the Metro Expo line, and there's going to be some public art at Vermont and Jefferson, and it's in front of a mosque, and an artist was selected, and I have a suspicion the artist wasn't very familiar with the area because it's in front of a mosque, and the mosque is now very upset about the rendering that they've seen, so now we have to go revisit it, and of course, nobody likes to affect someone's freedom of expression, but I just think it's important sometimes to have people from communities where they have a level of life experience that can relate to those to whom they're trying to convey a message. The other thing I want to ask you is, how often does this list open up?
This is the first time we have established such a list.
So how long will this one last?
This list will last for 3 years.
3 years. So then when can new people start trying to get on the list?
We would start issuing the RFQ in approximately 2 years because it takes time to go through the RFQ process. So this list will be for 3, and we'll initiate, outreach and the RFQ in 2 years for the next list.
Well, let's see how the rest of the conversation goes, but maybe we might want to make the time frame a bit shorter so we can keep replenishing it and bringing in new viewpoints.
Just to clarify, in terms of our process, while we have established this list, all the projects that we do have to be vetted through our art advisory panels or community advisory committees where they stand in our redevelopment areas. So, for example, if we're doing a project in Chinatown, we'd need to take that project to the advisory committee for approval. So there's a chance for the artist to actually solicit feedback from the community in a very direct, open forum. In addition to that, when we're doing projects on public property that are going to be publicly owned, we need to do a finding of benefit resolution through our board as well as through City Council, so you'll be seeing those projects again.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Parks, then Ms. Hahn, then Mr. Rosendahl, and then Mr. Labange. And just again, a friendly reminder, folks, we have about 10 more items to get through after this one. Okay, Mr. Parks.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. I just asked, if I read this correctly, it says that some of these projects could go as high as $750,000.
That would be an unusual circumstance. Most of our projects are relatively modest and range between $25,000 and $100,000 because we're looking at streetscape projects of a budget of, say, $1 million to $5 million. So, we're looking at smaller dollar amounts. The only time we've been able to initiate a project of like a $750,000 magnitude was the North Hollywood Gateway. And, should we be doing another project like that, it would need to come back to council because it would be a publicly owned piece of property and we would need to do a funding of benefit resolution for that.
And how much money is in total in the pot to deal with these?
We have several pots. Our trust funds are tied to the redevelopment areas. So we have 10 funds for North Hollywood, for downtown, and so on. Some of the trust funds are modest with only like $6,000 in the Monterey Hill count, for example. Others where we've had a lot of redevelopment activity with downtown, for example, we have more significant funds. I'd also need to let you know that this is not the only way that we're utilising our funds. We also have our art retention program. We have pre-qualified a number of different organisations per project area for assistance with cultural facility development, and they are eligible for funding as well. And those pools are reviewed by council as well.
On this list, attachment B, are these the 15 projects, the only projects going to get done during this 3-year
No, we
period?
have more projects than that. We have 32 project areas, and areas like downtown with CD9 corridors, for example, we have a lot of activity anticipated.
Okay. Let me just say, my concerns is that when I looked at your list and it showed about 50% of the artists are outside of the city. And then-
22 of the artists are within the city of Los Angeles, 8 are outside of the city.
Okay. And then you said there was about 10 of them were minorities.
Identifies minorities.
Minorities.
Correct.
And then how many were female?
15.
Okay. And then there's a large area south of the Santa Monica Freeway that didn't appear that we had any representation.
Correct.
Yeah. And so what I would ask, until we can get a sense, particularly the amount of money, I would ask that we do a better correlation and bring this back until we can sense where the money's going, who are the artists that are going to be assigned to these projects, and having and representing Leimert Park, which is supposedly the center of black culture and black artists, to not have them as a part of this just seems that we're basically ignoring a very large part of the community that view themselves as artists and are available. And so that would be my recommendation, because I can't vote for it under its current situation.
Mr. Wesson?
Jump in. I will bring this back, since in the interest of time, I can bring this back to committee, come up with, put you in a position to explain better how you did this, afford you the opportunity to ask any questions that you have, so we can then bring this back to committee and do that. And I do appreciate all of the hard work that you put in to try to make this happen. I just want to, maybe we go back, we talk about it a little bit, and like I think Ed and Reyes used earlier, maybe I throw you a little lifeline and pull you out, and we package this a little better, and then we'll try to market it to the council. So that's what I recommend, and I could do that immediately.
Committee?
You know what, Tommy, me lad, I've never, ever served on a committee with you. Why do I have this feeling that this might be one heck of an experience? No, wait a minute. I had a senior moment. I did serve with you on the Transportation Committee. Yeah, Mr. President, I think I want to just bring this back to my committee alone. No, of course, I would be honored.
We'll have an invitation from Mr. Labange
Mr.
to come that morning.
Labange, it would be my honor to do it. We could do it jointly.
The reason why I call this special is because you're special and how the CRA tries to do art. It lasts a long time. I know Mr. Wesson had it in committee. Members, there is a value. We are a city of 500 square miles plus, and we border other cities. We're not an isolated island, so I do believe it be including all people in all ways. But let's have a little better information so people feel comfortable.
Yeah, Mr. President, I would really, in fact, all joking aside, I think it would be fun to have a joint committee with Mr. Labange.
Okay.
And I think I would learn a lot from this learned colleague of mine.
So that there are three folks that were still in the queue. Is that acceptable to them? And we can, Mr. Smith waves, Rosendahl, and Hahn. Ms. Hahn, do you wave as well? Okay. So with that, we will go ahead. We'll send that back to committee. If there's nothing time sensitive, we will make sure that that gets done. That will be the order of the day. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 37, and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
All right, Ms. Hahn, and I know we've been joined by some other students from Junior Statesmen of America as well, and thank you all for being here as well and participating directly in your democracy. We appreciate your good work and your presence here in City Council chambers. This is an item having to do with the Port of Los Angeles, and we'll recognize the councilwoman from the port area, Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I called this special just to let everyone know that as part of the Clean Trucks program at the Port of Los Angeles, the port has entered into agreements with trucking companies who agree to scrap their dirty diesel trucks in exchange for grants to fund the new liquefied natural gas trucks. This is a part of the overall Clean Air Action Plan, which will take these dirty diesel polluting trucks off the street and replace them with new alternative technology engines. It will reduce of the truck emissions. This will reduce 80% of the emissions that we are now experiencing from our trucks. And we anticipate that these LNG trucks will be on the road within 10 days of the execution of these agreements. So when we vote on it today, we can see these clean trucks on our roads soon. And this is a part of the larger clean truck program that anyone, you don't have to be a trucking company right now, if you would like to apply to turn in your dirty old truck, you can make the application to the port and then receive a grant to exchange that for a new, cleaner alternative truck. To remind people, by October, all pre-1989 trucks will be banned from entering the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles as we move forward to ultimately taking all of these dirty trucks off the road. This is historic for all of Los Angeles, but it's particularly meaningful for the people who live in Wilmington and San Pedro, who for years have borne the burden of bad health so that the goods movement industry could benefit people across this country. But no longer will we have to have the kind of health risks just to make sure that people get their flat screen TV on time somewhere in Kansas. So this is a good agreement. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk about this. I think this is one of the ways that we in Los Angeles are leading the nation in innovative, progressive programs that will clean the air and keep those goods movement. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Ms. Perry is our next speaker. Ms. Perry? And then after that, we'll hear from Mr. Rosendahl.
Okay, take me off the bus.
All right.
I wasn't ready.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Rosendahl.
I'm always ready for this because Ms. Hahn and I sit on that same committee, and I just want to thank you for your leadership. You know, particulate matter that is part of the diesel has to go forever out of our minds and out of our bodies. We're getting cancer from it. So whatever we can do to clean up the port, which is the biggest, most successful port in America, 43% of our goods go through that. More will continue to go through it. Every time when we sit in the committee and we have the harbor people coming, we're talking about another strategy of how to clean the air. Hats off to you, Janice Hahn. A yes vote on this.
Thank you very much. If no other council members wish to be heard on this, Madam Clerk, if you please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And that is approved. Like all items that will go forthwith today. Congratulations, Ms. Hahn. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 50, and that was called special for cards.
Item number 50 is our next one. And we have a card from Public out in Van Nuys, Miriam Fogler.
She's not still there.
Is Ms. Fogler still there in Van Nuys City Council chambers? She's gone, okay. All right, that will close the public hearing. As a point of information for our guests, you can testify in Van Nuys City Hall remotely, and we are able to listen and hear you here in City Council chambers. With that, let's go ahead then and open the roll on item 50. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, next item, please.
Item number 52, called special for cards.
Okay, that also has a card here. We have Mr. Dogg. Is he here? If not, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on 52. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Next item, please.
56, called special for cards.
All right, this is also Ms. Fogler, who has left the Van Nuys chamber, so we'll close the public hearing on that. And that item is before us. If we'll please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
I believe that is approved. We have one item that's not closed session. Is that correct? Item 63?
Yes, and that was called special by Councilmember Parks.
Oh, wait. We have Ms. Fogler. Hold on, Ms. Fogler. We'll go backwards. I see that you're on the screen and you are there. I was informed you were not. Why don't you comment first on item 50? If you will, we'll give you 2 minutes on that one. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
I was hoping that you would have some humanity here. I'm sitting here since 10 o'clock to 3 here with no food here, and I had to run to the bathroom while we have a leak here. Okay, so you need to be taking a break. If you're going to run a meeting this late, please take a break. Now start my clock now. I'm trying to save the city for my daughter, her future, for future Angelinos. You know, we need to stop the CRA and bring the money back to the city because, you know, you're going to be cutting more on the employees and you're asking more money from the city, from the taxpayers for parcel tax. We need to vote no on all this stuff because they're taking all the money, the tax increment money from your police department, your fire department, and replacing it with your trash tax, trash fees. We need to take this agency over and stop this thing. This is like, it's a thing that's going up all of the tax increment, all our taxes away, folks, from the general fund, and they're just going to continue doing developing. It's not going to be no stop, and you can't stop them because they got lawyers. And the lawyers are working for them, and they don't care what you are, who you are, or whatever. You need to be there and stop this agency in its tracks. And I'm asking for Alacon to stop it in his District 7 now, because you're just going to eat away all that money that district has been needing for their police department to be there. And there's unreliable income. The trash fees, you need the general fund to be reliable. Otherwise, there's no specifics if the city's going to make it or not. And what else can I say? This is a very bad thing what you're doing to the employees of the city. And it should be all because you're ruining the Rex and Parks. I want you to know that. The lady told me that's why they're doing it here with the unions.
Thank you, Ms. Fogler. And just as a reminder, this item is about the election procedures for the Pico Union Redevelopment Area Number 1 and Number 2. If you'd like to give us your comments on item 52, which concerns the special event motions before us, go ahead, Ms. Fogler.
Well, like I said, the special events is not going to be taking place on some of the events because obviously you're not going to have the Parks and Rec personnel there to help you because obviously you got... You're going to have your 23 million shortage here, and you know I don't know how you're going to have these special waiver programs when you don't care about the rest of your employees. So everybody's got to be on board together, not just the coalition unions. It needs the whole city to take this whole thing on themselves to take a higher copayment on their medicines and also out of their employee benefit trust fund. So if you want to see these programs continue. You know, at the parks, that's what you have to do to save those people on furlough and being laid off. For that matter is that the CRA is benefiting from these too, because some of these things are in the project areas. So these, obviously, you're continuing to subsidize the CRA, which is the rich person, the rich of all of us. They're becoming the world's richest people, the taxpayers. And they're stealing the money, and they're not helping us out. Instead, they're asking the city to absorb these costs. You need to stop this now. And I don't know where Sharon, I wish you would just email me and let me know you're doing okay. I don't know why you don't, because we need you down here. And it's very, very frightening. I'm very scared for the city. And yet, I'm not afraid I'm afraid of God, because that's why. I'm really afraid what you're doing here is a very, 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 very sinful thing to make the rich richer and the poor poorer and the middle class. You were just talking about the housing. Well, again, you're not going to have all these special fee waivers. You don't have enough housing here, folks. So, because they're making it very difficult. Because that's the CRA's, they making money, the developers, then in turn they give the money to the CRA through the tax income money, and you don't have any money in your general fund. So that's it.
Thank you very much. And again, those items were for special event motions having to do with some parish festivals, block parties, the funeral services for the slain Deputy Escalante, and a few other items as well. So with that, that is approved. Item 50, if we can reconsider, Mr. Reyes actually wanted us to continue that till Friday. If we can open the roll on reconsideration. close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And if we can go ahead and continue that without objection until Friday's meeting. And then item 56, if you'd like to speak on that one, Ms. Fogler. You have 1 minute left to speak on item 56.
It's this one here.
It's on the medians on Ventura Boulevard from Fulton to Van Nord.
Yeah, I don't know why they need to have money handed out to them. Those seem like very well-off businesses, you know, but because we're in such a financial budget crisis here, I don't know why you're giving them money there at the corner there. So I don't know why you're helping out the agency that's going to bite your feet. You're going to be sorry one of these days what the CRA has done, because God is
Just as
going
a point of correction, this is not a CRA item. It's just on street improvements, public works. For
Yes, I
Ventura
know.
Boulevard.
I know that. But the point is, we don't need to be subsidizing these people. They need to be paying the city back. Just like the CRA should be doing the same thing. They should be giving all the money back to the city.
Thank you, Ms. Fogler, and thank you very much for your patience on what was a long day. That will close public comment on 56. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. We have item 63 that Mr. Parks called special. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have the city staff, environmental affairs. Colleagues, we're going to go through this very quickly. This is a response to a environmental impact in which the county is creating a community design standards that deals with a oil field in the county area, but in effect impacts the southern part of the city of LA, primarily the 8th district, could also impact the 10th district, and maybe at some point the 11th district. And so we've asked the environmental affairs to prepare a city response that's due August the 19th for the county's plan. And I'm going to ask Dee, would she go through very quickly to let the general council members know exactly where we are. And again, one of the things, we're going to make another recommendation at the end of her comments.
Okay. Dee Allen, Environmental Affairs Department. I'd just like to run you through a few of the key items that were raised in the letter regarding the CIR, and also to let you know that the document was about 1,200 pages. We looked at key sections of the document that included the air quality section, the health risk assessment, the geological resources, noise and vibration mitigation monitoring, and land use. And so those were the areas that we focused on. A couple of findings that I'd like to that are in the letter that I'd like to go over with you. One of the things that we noticed in the document is that there were a lot of exceedances in a number of the environmental regulations as it relates to this oil field. And the ER took that as the baseline. And so we were saying that if you have all these exceedances, especially in 2006, that should not be the baseline. The baseline should be what you did before you had those exceedances. And so we think that that is important because the baseline then helps you determine what kind of mitigations and how effective your mitigations should be. We've also looked at the EIR did not specifically consider impacts to schools, the surrounding schools, Culver City schools, and so there was not a discussion of the impacts on schools that this project would have. We are also recommending that the City of Los Angeles be a part of an advisory committee meeting, committee structure. We're asking the county to set up an advisory committee to look at and monitor the project as it goes along. We also think that the potential environmental health effects failed to provide a lot of information in the document to allow the reader to assess how this project was going to impact them, their health, and their children. And so they needed to have more information about that. We also noticed that a number of their significant thresholds were out of date and they needed to be updated. For example, we know that PM10 emissions are very important, and also diesel is a toxic air contaminant, and so they did not use the most current thresholds, and we of course need to do that so we can get a real assessment of what the impacts are. There were no procedures on capping and the abandonment of oil wells, in this project, and there is a big push to abandon, cap those wells effectively for the health and safety of our citizens around that area, the residents of that area. They didn't do that, so we're asking that they do that. One of the last things that I'd like to talk about is that they did not do a good job with the health risk assessments for toxic air contaminants. We think they may have been underestimated because there were a number of discrepancies in the EIRs, so we don't get a feel for what those toxic air contaminants are going to do, and so we're asking that they do a more thorough investigation. We've also included a number of mitigations that we think should be incorporated into the project, such as buffer zones, landscaping, signage, and a number of other things to reduce the amount of noise. So with that, that's kind of a highlight of our letter.
Let me ask you, one of the motions that we put forward asked that the state and about 4 or 5 of their agencies provide some assistance. Have we heard from them as part of our response?
We have heard from them. They're working on the comment letters. As a matter of fact, I agreed to get all the comment letters. I think there were 6 state agencies. Send them to me, and then I would be asking permission of the council to allow me to forward that on to the county by the deadline. So they are looking at them, and I expect to have something today from those agencies. We talked to a number of them specifically, and we knew that they were
When do we think they would be transmitting their document?
I asked for it today, so if not today, tomorrow at the latest, with the notion that it would get in before the August 19th.
Would you let me know if we were running late on that?
I certainly will.
Okay, the final thing, what did you find out about the city's oil drilling ordinances?
We did look into that. We found that the city has a municipal code that deals with oil districts, and I think the original code was back in 1961. It's been amended a number of times. The last amendment was in 2000. They do include, the code does include some issues on environmental, such as noise, landscaping, dust. There are also some requirements on siting of the oil wells. And so we would recommend that we forward the ordinance over along with this letter, because there may be some things in the ordinance, especially as it relates to siting, that may be more stringent than they're considering at the county.
Okay.
I think another thing that the city should be looking at is the environmental issues raised in the municipal code are somewhat out of date and somewhat very flexible in terms of what they're requiring. The zoning administrator has a lot of discretion about what they're going to be, so they're not as specific. So the city might want to look at that and update it, since it wasn't updated since 2000, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going to do a verbal motion on this and ask the city attorney, the environmental affairs, and the zoning administrator work towards looking at the current ordinances that address oil drilling in the city of Los Angeles, in hopes that we can update many of the environmental issues and also give more and clearer guidelines as to entitlements, and also if whether these are the type of issues that may need in the future some controls or in the CUP or issues such as that. And so I'd ask as a verbal motion separate of this report, and I'd ask for an aye vote on this report so we can move it forward to the county before their due date.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Mr. Parks, just to add on that, there used to be in the CAO's office a petroleum coordinator for the city. And I think they should identify someone, doesn't have to be a new staff, but someone should be a petroleum coordinator. Whether it's Pico Boulevard, whether it's in the farmers market area, there are oil fields still in the city. You mentioned Baldwin Hills, and you're very focused on that. But there should be a petroleum coordinator in the CEO's office, or they should say why there shouldn't be.
Mr.
That's
Labange.
a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment.
Mr. Labange, where's the third largest oil field in America?
You tell me.
Right here in Los Angeles.
LA.
Where is it?
Right here in LA.
Signal Hill?
And also I'd ask that we give the environmental affairs the approval upon receiving the state reports to forward them in conjunction with the city's response to the county as it relates to their environmental impact.
Okay. And we'll include Mr. Labange's suggestion as well. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll on item 63. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you. Colleagues, we have a number of closed session items, but 3 of them I would propose voting on in open session. It's been suggested by the city attorney. If you could turn your attention to items 58, 60, and 62. If nobody wishes to discuss the details of those in closed session, the city attorney can run through the settlement offers in those. Item 58 first.
Item 58 is settlement in the case of Bruce Hunt versus City of Los Angeles. It's a workers' comp case, $94,951.87, and then payable at the weekly rate of $65.71 at the conclusion of the disability.
Okay, anybody wish to be heard on that? If not, let's move that. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Item 60, please.
And that settlement in the case of Patricia Frazier et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, and the total settlement is $550,000.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll on that, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. Next item.
Next
62.
item is 62, and that settlement in the case of William Cardenas versus City of LA, and that's in the amount of $112,500.
All right. No colleagues wish to be heard on that. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
All right. Those are approved as well. Mr. City Attorney?
Just a correction on item number 58. It's a stipulated award in the sum of $112,585 plus a weekly rate of $65.71.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that. We now have 4 closed session items for our guests. That means that we're going to have to close the council chambers. We, again, thank you guys for being here. We have 4 legal items that we're going to discuss. We fully expect, we'll come back for a special one. Actually, we have one item before you go, if you want to stay. We have a special one, which under the rules of the City Council, we're not going to clear out quite yet. We have one more item.
Junior State of America.
Junior
Give them a hand. They've been here all day.
JSA. I'm a former JSAer, and we expect you one day to be here, sitting here in City Council. So great work, and thank you guys very much and your understanding on a difficult day. We do have a special one before us. Mr. City Attorney, on the findings?
Yes, Mr. President. Council must first vote on the findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion. Since the posting of today's agenda, the LAPD has requested that the City Council offer a reward for information leading to the arrest of suspects responsible for the shooting and killing of Shelton Summerall and Monica Youngblood on December 24, 2007 at 6733 South 11th Avenue. Immediate action is required to capture the suspect for the safety of the community.
Thank you. We have that before us. Anybody on the findings? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on the findings and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is now before us. Anybody wishing to be heard on the substance? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote for that as well.
12 ayes.
Okay, we will now go into closed session in accordance with California state law to discuss legal matters that are before us. We will then come into open session if there are any votes we need to take in open session.
An open session. So what is our next order of business?
Just for the record, on item number 57, that matter was continued to Friday, August 15th. The first item for council to vote on is item number 59, that settlement in the case of Sandy Castle versus City of Los Angeles, and that's in the amount of $100,000. And also the terms of the agreement, the plaintiff agrees to go on administrative leave for a year, and at the end of which her resignation will be tendered.
Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
And for the record, in closed session, the vote on that was 12-0 with council members Cardenas, Reyes, and Weiss absent.
Thank you.
And council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
And that clears the desk.
All right, members, do we have any announcements? Any? Is that you, Mr. Labange? Do you
At our
have an
field
announcement?
office, yeah.
All right.
For our bike ride.
You have to bring your own bike.
Do you want to announce your bike ride?
Come out and celebrate the summer with a bike ride through Toluca Lake, North Hollywood. Meet us on Riverside Drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
6 o'clock tonight.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements? All right, Mr. Alarcon, do you have an announcement? Yes?
Adjourning motion?
Yeah, we're going to do that next. Okay, members, please, everyone, please rise for adjourning motions. Mr. Alarcon?
Members, sadly, there was a shooting in Arkansas at 3:59 p.m. Today, Little Rock time, and the result was the chairman of the Arkansas Democratic Party was shot and killed by a gunman who entered the Little Rock office and shot him 3 times. The suspect was chased by police and was also killed after the chase ended in gunfire. Bill Gwatney was 49 years old, hardworking, passionate chair of the Democratic Party in Arkansas. He's from Jacksonville, Arkansas, but lived in Little Rock, Arkansas. Just last week, Bill Gwatney posted a blog entry in the Arkansas Democratic Party writing about the traveling he was doing for the party and to support local candidates and clubs. And his love for local grassroots politics can be seen in his writing. He was named 2001 Legislative Conservationist by the Arkansas Wildlife Federation. He was a superdelegate who supported and endorsed Senator Hillary Clinton. And I think all of us, whenever a public figure like that in such a dramatic fashion is killed, I think we all have to give pause as to whether this is an attack on our own democracy. We hope that that isn't the case. We don't know. But in any case, we want to send our condolences to the Democratic Party of the state of Arkansas, and particularly to the family of Chairman Bill Gwatney.
Would you like to ask all members to sign on to that, Mr. Alarcon?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you. If I could ask that we adjourn in memory of Fred Anderson, who died of cancer on August 1st, 2008, the age of 58. He was born on May 25th, 1950, and grew up in New York City. He attended Syracuse University and was a computer systems consultant. Fred and his partner of 12 years, Tom West, were married by West Hollywood Mayor Abby Land only 2 weeks before his death. Fred and Tom were residents of Studio City, and Tom served as the West Hollywood city clerk. He's survived by his husband Tom, his mother Gertrude Anderson, a brother, and 2 sisters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rosenau. Well, Ms. Gruhl, if that's okay, we'll do all members on that as well, also? Okay. Any other adjourning motions?
An announcement.
Okay, no more adjourning motions. Ms. Gruhl will go back, and she has a quick announcement.
Thank you. We were trying to have our Transportation Committee today. I think many of my colleagues, as do I, have other appointments and so forth, so we will not have a Transportation Committee this afternoon. I apologize for those people who waited. We thought we would be finished. But there are 2 items on Friday that will be in the City Council that we will waive out of committee that will be here on Friday. So just
Thank
wanted
you,
to
Ms.
let the public
Gruhl.
know.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll? All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.